ready.
Okay.
Everybody's here. Let me get over the same map you guys are on. So we're all just on the same page, literally. And alrighty. So, as we shift over into our Tyranny of Dragons game, Grim Tyranny of Dragons, 4.5 years on, almost 5.
Yeah.
We shall pick up where we left off, as always, last time. As last session, you had conquered the defensive fission, learning what you needed to do after the first one. I'm so glad you guys blew up one of the bombs. I was really hoping, I was really, when you used Ray of Frost on
Load
that
at least
first
once.
attack, and it didn't increase in size. Is your mic okay,
Huh?
Fox?
Is it not?
You sound funny.
I don't know. But why?
Sounds a little muffled.
Yeah, it sounds like
Huh.
you're using, let me come check your mic input. Give me 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like Xbox 360 era.
Interesting.
Monk, they never have new and interesting weapons for Monk.
I was
Nah.
kind of
Like the weapon itself kind of looks cool, but it's another one of those that covers up your arm sleeves. So,
I got confused
so it
with
interacts
the
weird with the
dancers
chest.
and Monk's weapons because I thought it was when they showed the dancer's weapon, I was just like, "Oh, that's Monk's weapon," and then they showed the Monk's weapon, I was just like, "Wait,
Okay. Is this any better?
Really,
no."
that sounds.
No.
It's not like you're unintelligible. It's just a noticeable quality dip.
Yeah.
Black Mage is sick.
Was it okay when we were talking before we started the game?
You sound like you're talking through a speaker, an intercom.
Yeah.
Any better now?
Yep.
Now,
A
yeah.
little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Probably further away because it's using that microphone instead.
It was using the computer one.
No, it was trying to use this one, but now it's using the computer one.
So something's wrong with this one. You test with them.
Ninjas is really sick.
I think the funniest one though has got to be fucking Machinist. Get a quad barrel shotgun, dude.
I actually like the Vipers. I feel like you can make a cool looking knight with it.
Mm-hmm. If I can get the fucking materials to fucking drop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So rocking a fat 0.
I'm just currently testing things.
Stuff sounds like it's coming from the computer.
On the bright side,
Okay.
it is still week 1 of the stuff being out. So
Yeah.
Is it still sounding all weird coming from her mic?
Mm.
it's definitely better, but there is still something.
Weird.
You could try. Was it doing it before? Because the only thing I changed was I started OBS. I don't know if maybe that fucked with something.
Aurora, what did you do to their mic?
I didn't do it! I live too far away to do anything, and I'm not good with hacking.
That's just because you got to work on your hacker voice.
You have your. How about now? Is it any better?
Sounds the same.
Still the same now?
Yes.
Okay, so closed OBS. It's still not. Just. I'll remap that.
I do wish we could level jobs in that zone, though. It'd be really nice to be able to take a different class in there to level while you're grinding that out.
Let's see.
So, well, it's just of course then Joe decided to go and throw up on the bed.
Go clean it up.
Weird.
Boop.
All right. Any better now?
It kind of does, yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
Hey, you guys sound a little bit clearer.
Uh-oh, I think I'm gonna have to leave and rejoin me because I cannot hear them at all.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Off to a great start today.
Right.
Hopefully that fixed it, because you guys both responded to something I could not even hear apparently.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay. Are you talking to Foxes?
Yeah, I'm still over at her computer trying to figure this out.
Gotcha. Then yes, I can hear you. Gotta love technology.
Right. Okay. You have your recording going, right, Aurora?
Yeah.
Everything's working on your end?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Stacking up
I'm just gonna...
both. Okay.
Okay. And all right, set back over.
I think it might be like just connected to the controller. I'm going right now in the house.
Okay. Right.
So hopefully it's okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I have been having a lot of trouble with that because it was continuing to like disconnect and stuff during like the controller and stuff too. But so yeah, something might need to be fixed on that. But as long as it holds up tonight, I guess. Oh. Okay. Whoops. Okay.
Okay, well, she sounded clear when she was shouting at the doorway at me, and I could hear my headset on my desk, so... I just didn't mute her mic when I put the headset down.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So better.
Yes,
Better,
that sounds
yes.
much better.
Okay. All right. As long as it holds out and just don't die, Bluetooth, I guess.
Yep, I'll do some maintenance tonight, tomorrow.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
as you guys had entered into the defense of fission, and even though Aerith had used his... Which one was it? It was Ray of Frost spell, cantrip, and that first one hadn't quite sunk in what that trial was all about. And as that first bomb exploded, breaking the party's armor in a very glorious way, I did not expect to roll a 6 on my first one. You guys learned that maybe don't hit the bombs with kinetic energy or things that might cause them to, raise the size. The rest of them handled expertly as you summoned them into existence, conveying the spark of an explosion over to the nearby statue, watching it explode into the bomb, and then whittling it away slowly with cold and psychic damage. And as each bomb extinguished, a gemstone in the ceiling lit to show progress was being made, and with the final one... Oh boy. Let's see. Yeah, the final one, the panel opened and the gemstone descended down for you to retrieve and purify. As you caught your breath there within the sanctum of fission, and Rose endeavored to hold the crystal in its corrupted form for as long as possible in the hopes that you guys could take some time to recover your strength before fighting the corrupted heart of Ifrit awaiting you at the center. Seeing the strain and effort that Rose was under, Aerith instead opted to step towards them to purify the crystal where they stood, breaking the final chain, releasing the barrier that protected the Heartstone, and freeing the entity that slept or waited within. And as the Severin simulacrum pulled itself from the cracked and broken crystal out into the sanctum of fire, it endeavored to pull the flames of the creatures that owed it allegiance into itself, but most of them had been destroyed, as you guys had been effectively drawing them into combat, into a string where they could not swarm you en masse, and dealing with them one by one at a time. You struck from the sanctum out at the great beast of fire, and it was close. It was tight. You guys fought really well, but he was very strong, and with your armor sundered, it definitely posed some problems, as your defenses were no longer as strong as they usually had been. And as two of you lay unconscious on the ground and the rest wounded, Ken, with 12 hit points left in his own character, pushed the button channeling the power of Ascalon, reaching out to Tempest and feeling the strength of his vanguard within him. He struck out with 2 heavy claw attacks, and with that second one breaking through the defenses of the massive creature of fire and pulling from within the charred and broken husk of the Severin simulacrum. Looked down at his claw as the ash blew away in an invisible wind. Took a breath and released Ascalon. And as you all burned, broken, tired, and exhausted, picked yourselves up, healing in the last minute thrown out to prevent any unnecessary death saves. I was unable to force any fails. I think I can force maybe like 2
No, you
fails with some
forced-
AoEs,
yeah.
I wasn't able to kill anyone outright, as you had used all of the items and abilities at your disposal to protect each other, stand by each other, and hold each other up to get through this extremely deadly encounter. And as you heard the released voice of Ifrit thank you and name you Champion of Fire and grant you the blessing of fire, you really didn't have time for that, and instead got out the key for the mansion.
Nah, bye.
And with Eodos's power, Rose opened the door, and the party stepped through the shimmering gateway from within the main chamber of the Heart of Fire into the mansion itself, your home, your own sanctum. And as you shucked your gear and headed for your rooms to wash up, relax, and prepare your gear, Rose stood in that atrium, frozen for a while. Eventually, I think it was Eodos, broke them free from that trance. I believe it was the summoning of the devil and the celestial.
I think they got through it before that, after talking to Ken for a little bit.
It was Ken. I knew you talked to somebody. I couldn't
Yeah.
remember who. But you talked to Ken and had broken through that wall, stepped into the mansion to join the party in their relaxations. You summoned a devil. You summoned an angel. They could not understand each other. They tried to speak. Well, the angel tried to speak, mainly because he was just trying to get the devil to do what he needed it to do without using force, because he was not allowed to use force, and he was given an instruction. And that made for a really, really hard time for him. It was a hard day. It was a rough day for him. No one listened to him, and he didn't like that. And he chased you guys around for a bit, had a little bit of a charades conversations with the devil, who just laughed at him. You know, makes sense. For Rose, posited their latest scheme, and that was dinner in your underwear. It wasn't even a scheme. It was going to happen. You guys really didn't have much of a choice, and as Eodos was already in his underwear and on board, that just
We're
left
already
Ken
there
and
anyways, so.
Aerith and Aureus. You began working at Aureus, but he seemed reluctant, so you changed your focus over to Ken. Aerith, who had retired into the archive, learning that the archive door itself could actually be opened from within the mansion, and had stepped in to investigate the possible ways of creating healing potions, the recipes and procedures within are needed to do that. Feeling his stomach grumble, pushed away his research after a mere hour, and with perfect narrative timing, managed to leave the archive before Celestial Fred was summoned into his room.
Next time.
I still miss Fred. I was excited, but it's fine.
Next time.
Next time.
Maybe later.
He'll come on the next adventure.
You convinced Aerith. Didn't take long. Ken was on board, and with everybody finally falling in line, Aureus really had no choice. With a whip of fabric, his robes removed, and his boxer shorts displayed for all to see, Rose squealed victoriously and ran back to their room to get ready. as they had already prepared the maids for tonight's dinner. The maids that all look like versions of yourselves. Some of them actually looking younger. Like, you look at the version of Rose and the thorns aren't there. The little black streak in their hair isn't there. It's kind of like looking into the past when you see yourselves. Same for most of you, honestly. You've all changed quite a bit in your time since getting this key from Namur. You sat down around the table as Rose walked in with the elephant dong thong. Sat down. You guys had a enjoyable, relaxing dinner, laughing and joking around with your family. Served your favorite foods by the maid versions of yourselves, and the final one, as you did say that there were 6 maids that you had brought into this, so one of each of you, and then the final one being Robert. But he no longer had his armor, just a skeleton with a helmet, a pair of tidy whities around his pelvis. You guys finished your wine and desserts, and even though it was only about 9 o'clock at night, today has been a day. You woke up this morning in a palace on the back of a giant turtle with a shell made of metal in a city run by cats. And as you turned in that night, you did so with the heart of fire and victory. You saved as many people as you could. So, as you turn in, we'll start, Rose. You crawled into bed, and it's bittersweet. This mansion, I mean, when you were gone, they didn't have it. So for them, it's almost new again, probably. Feels that way. Like, it's novel and fun, and yay, we have our mansion back. We're not sleeping in Eric's stinky tent. Not that it stinks. I know. It's clean air.
Smells terrible. Awful.
It smells too clean.
Right. But this was your home. For a while, at least, until things got too complicated. You couldn't just say, everybody's allowed in, or only these people are allowed in, because you didn't know who was going to be needing to talk to you during the war efforts. And so you guys had kind of used this mostly as like a retreat in the later years. And as you crawled into bed, you could still smell them. Their presence still deep in your mind, but you have a job to do, like they do. And you turn in for what rest you can. The dream is kind of empty at first. It's just sort of like that exhaustion, that dreamless sleep following a heavy day's work. And then it changes, almost abruptly.
Oh, good.
You find yourself in a clearing in the woods. You look and you recognize this clearing. You've been here many times. This is a place within the Feywild. It's one of your secret places that you run to when you really just need to get away from everybody in the forest. You take a look around, and on the opposite side, emerging from the woods, is a very familiar person. Rose, it is good to see you again. Where have you been all this time? The Severin crosses the 60-foot or so gap through the field towards you.
They'll kind of freeze it first, sitting on the stump that they always sit on, and look up and sigh and stretch and stand up. I've been on vacation. Where have you been? I needed it.
Kind of tilts his head
Obviously.
to you, at you, and looks. A long vacation, it seems. Your soul has aged. keeps walking towards you.
You know, a really, really good vacation will do that to you. You really just learn to relax.
And it approaches about 10 feet away from the stump. He smiles. I have missed our conversations.
You know, me too. Why don't you catch me up on everything you've been up to? Give me the lowdown. Out of the loop.
Don't worry. You'll find out soon enough. Everything I have done has been for you and yours. Kind of walks up. He gets about 5 feet away from you. Are you doing anything?
Oh, they'll hold ground and just kind of like paste a larger smile on their face. Just, here, have a seat. I'll get some tea. We'll talk, right?
Wonderful. I was just thinking the same thing. Sits down right next to you, like hip right against yours.
Hey, yeah, this is cozy.
This is your place. If you want, we could go somewhere more comfortable.
And like, what exactly would be comfort in your mind?
Just kind of chuckles and smiles. Nothing untoward. A simple meeting room for us to talk in, where we each have a seat.
That's no fun. Spice it up a
Then
little.
I leave it to you. Now, will you share with me what you have been through, or must I take it from you?
Do I have free reign to move like where we are?
Do you try to?
Yeah.
Where are you moving it to?
I will move us to just an extravagant, like, canopy, like, king-size bed.
Okay. As you smirk to his thinly veiled threat, the forest around you shimmers, and you find yourselves now sitting side to side on a large, luxurious canopy bed with these, like, greenish white tapestries and sheets. The room around you is like wooden floor with this lush rug beneath the bed that you're sitting upon. Your feet kind of rest into it, and you feel your toes curl into that high carpet. You look around, and you don't really see a room per se, because there's no walls. It's just sort of like an ephemeral light at the borders, as all you really established is this bed right here.
There we go. See? Comfy, cozy. Go ahead, kick back, take your shoes off. It's rude to have shoes in bed.
He looks over at you, and you kind of look down to see his feet move, and he kicks off 2 small, like thin leather shoes. Looks over at you.
Getting to know each other even better.
I feel I know you pretty well.
I'm sure you could know me better. So, what exactly do you want to know? What do you want to talk about? Do you want to know what I've been doing the past? You know, I honestly don't know how long it's been. No, it's just I don't exactly know how long it's been since I last saw you. Time gets weird.
The Feywild. Of course. Yes, that makes sense.
Where else would I vacation, Severin?
Kind of narrows his eyes at you. I'd say near 7 years.
Not in your time, at least. Not that I've been told.
No. For us, it has only been maybe a month since we last spoke from my perspective. I have been quite busy in that time.
And you
But I
missed me
have-
already. 1 month.
You took something with you that was precious to me. He looks down at your arm, and you seem to have found a way to be rid of it. Now, for the last time, will you tell me what you have been up to, or must I take it from you?
What part of vacation don't you understand? Relaxation.
He
Definitely.
stands up,
Oh, come on.
paces out to the edge of the rug and turns around. A part where I don't believe you. Because on top of the age that your soul bears, it is weary beyond measure. If you had broken yourself from here to vacation for that long,
Maybe
you would not have come back.
Maybe it was a hard vacation. There were some bumps, stress. You know, you try to get everything in on a vacation. You try to do everything that's on the itinerary. You get really... gets a little bogged down.
Yes, that I can at least relate to.
You ever taken a vacation? You really should. You've been really busy lately.
He looks at you, kind of like looks down and looks up, assessing you. Roll me an insight check.
He's checking you out.
Yeah, you know. Insight. There it is. Insight.
Okay. All right. Let's see. So as the look on his face is one of, he's trying not to show it, but it looks like somebody who had been idle for a very, very long time and is now being told to go back to that idleness. There's like a bristling, a little bit of insult at that, and he just narrows his eyes. I will rest when the work is done and the course has been recovered.
And what exactly are you looking for?
To understand why you would return.
Can't very well stay away forever. Not until
One day.
everything's done.
And you do understand. You won't freely tell me what you did there, will you?
I just don't really know that it has anything to do with you.
But I'm just so curious. And I want to know. I need to know
Alright, freak.
how you freed Colinde and what you did to her. You will tell me, or I will take the knowledge.
I mean, you could try, or we could continue to talk. You want to know? What are you gonna do for it?
Kind of like turns, looking out into that ephemeral blankness of the space, and like lifts one hand, and everything fills out into a beautiful wooden master bedroom in a mansion, essentially. Just filling out the details.
Giggity.
Hey, Rose put us in a bedroom, all right.
Mhm.
Sure.
He's just playing along.
Question for an answer. Answer for a question. I will even let you go first. You want to know what I have been doing?
I do. What have you been
know
doing?
what I have been doing. The great dragon Tiamat sleeps beneath the well, sealed by ancient magic. I will free her, and I will set this world aflame.
But why?
How did you destroy Colinde?
I had some help from a friend.
I do what I do to restore the order of all. This world is an abomination, an abortion that has been left to rot.
And what if she's lying to you? What if freeing her just destroys everything? What if it goes like we told you, and if you do this, the world resets? You don't get anything.
Because it is not her word I trust, but my own knowledge. Now, who helped you destroy Colinde?
An ancient golden dragon from the past.
He kind of like stands tall and like tilts his head back and then nods. A power removed. Interesting.
And who gave you this knowledge that you trust over the word of an evil god?
No one.
No, I don't believe you. Where could it have come from then? You didn't just learn this on your own.
I think that question shall be one you need to find the answer to. An ancient dragon from before. Interesting. One capable of defeating Golendai.
I mean, I helped.
Of course. As I am sure the Wanderers helped as well. It was refreshing to see you all back together again.
Right? I miss it then.
I hope you
For
are
this whole
all-
thing, are you just going to stand there awkwardly? Are you going to sit down again?
kind of like grunts frustratingly, like under his breath, and then walks over and sits back down, no longer touching like hip to hip, and he looks over at you. It would be rude of me to reject such a polite offer.
Well, we were doing so well. Is it my turn or your turn?
I did not give you an answer to your last question, so yours.
I don't know if you'll answer this one either, but I hope you will. Do you know what the epiphany of magic is?
He stops for a long moment and turns, and like there's that There's a long look of reading into your eyes, trying to see if you're just putting words together. Of course, I know what it is. How do you know about it?
Another mutual friend. I have a lot of friends.
I am aware.
We could be friends.
I do not believe our goals could ever align.
And they could if you stop trying to destroy the world and everything. It's kind of a dick move.
I have told you, this world is anathema.
It's
must
not
be
so
destroyed.
bad. It's not so bad. Get to know some of the people in it, and you see that they're all kind of just trying their best. They kind of suck at it sometimes, but
As
they're
they always
trying.
have, and as they always will.
What do you think just destroying everything will change that? What
It
will you
has
even... What are you
You-
even gonna do?
Rebuild.
What if you're dead?
Impossible.
So how are you rebuild? Everybody's dead. Everything is dead. Are you going to sire the entire next generation on your own? You don't seem like the type.
No, nothing so crude as that. I will be patient.
And what's to say this next generation doesn't go exactly the same way? As it always does.
I never claimed it wouldn't.
Then what's the point? Why not deal with this shitty fucked up world and make it better? If it's just gonna happen again, there's a likelihood, high likelihood I might add, that it'll just cycle all over again.
Because
I
it is
put in
not the way.
the way. Very mysterious. And you won't tell me according to who.
Myself?
Sources, I made it the fuck up.
Your time away from your allies. Those years you spent. Did you enjoy them?
Wouldn't you
Did
I
I
can
enjoy?
I can see the stress that you bear and the weight on your soul. I can know that it was not an easy time.
Did I enjoy my time? Yes and no. Guess parts of it, yeah.
The good and the bad go in hand with each other. Correct.
Just like this world that you want to destroy.
The world is not the problem. You and your people are not the problem. You are merely an aspect of this reality. And it is unfortunate for all of the consciousness. But in the grand scheme, what I do, what I must do, is needed.
What if it isn't? What if you're being used, just like we all are? Higher powers that you think that you understand and you think you have control over. So that's a joke. No matter how strong you are.
And what if it is, and you're the one being lied to and misled? And I am the only one with the vision and the perspective to see the truth. Now, especially that she is gone. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? What has happened to the Mother of Magic?
Messy breakup.
Then you do know something.
Vaguely. It wasn't exactly here for it.
Interesting. Will you tell me what you know?
What will you do with the information? Because I have a feeling if I tell you some things, some people will not be pleased about it if it puts others in danger.
A noble hero to the end.
And what choice do I have?
He raises a hand, and you see the sparkle of, it's like your magic is very iridescent, rainbow colored. There's lots of pinks and light blues and greens and purples and vibrant colors. And as he raises his hand, there's this anti-spark of black that he is summoning around.
Is it a spell that he's doing?
No, he's just kind of it's pretty much just prestidigitation. He's just showing magic power. I care because, well, I use that power. I'm curious, as she is no longer responding, and, well, that is unlike the Mother of Magic. I cannot promise what I would do given the information that I do not know. But if you wish, I promise not to harm anyone related. Or that would be caught up in all of this, so long as they stay out of my way.
Do you have any way to magically bond that promise? Because sometimes words don't mean a whole lot. People can say whatever they want.
I have no magical means to bind us to this agreement. Not with us separated as we are. Were we in person talking, perhaps? But here and now, you will have to trust me.
Kinda rough, given our shared history.
He just closes his eyes and nods. I understand, but we have also always been able to speak somewhat. You've always been obtuse, but willing to communicate, even if it's just sneer disregards.
I mean, I do like to talk. I guess, I wouldn't say a failing, I suppose, at least not in my eyes. Maybe in some other people's eyes. Why do you care?
Because it affects the great weave of all things.
It's pretty fucked up right now.
It is. And I want to know what happened. What became of her?
Would you believe me that I don't really know? I don't
Main
know if
persuasion.
she. I don't know if she is her anymore. Switch you.
He just nods. Interesting. Interesting. Who is
I mean,
she?
it's happened before, hasn't it?
Tilts his head to one side. I do not know. What has happened?
She ceased to be she and became someone else. Now she became other people.
He sits back into the bed and kind of tilts his head up. There's this look in his eyes as they go left to right, and then he smiles. I understand. Fascinating.
Why do I feel like you think you know something
I
more
know
than what I told you?
much more. But at the same time, not what you told me.
Care
I
to
don't
share?
suppose. I don't suppose you would tell me where she's found herself.
That I will get in some trouble for.
Unfortunately, I will have to keep my secrets as well. But it does answer a looming question. So thank you.
Glad to help, I suppose, except not because you're currently trying to kill us.
I am doing nothing of the sort. I am strengthening you. I am challenging the five of you.
Why? Why would you want that?
See my goals fulfilled.
So you're actively helping us to stop you from doing your goals, which therein achieves your goals. I don't think I follow.
If you think you can stop me, please prove it.
Working on it.
Good. Very good.
But I don't like that. Why? Why good?
Just looks at you, kind of smiles. Because it is what's needed. The fire returned to me, showed how strong you were all becoming. I can see now within you the weave resonating. So powerful.
You want us to kick your ass for fun? I don't understand. It's just the only thing I'm getting from this right now is that you're getting off of this for some reason.
You are on a bed.
Right? I mean,
Just because you, even in your current strength, are still fulfilled by the passions of flesh does not mean that I am. The only thing that will see my joy filled is to see my mission completed. And I know in my heart, you and your wanderers are the key I need. But you must be forged, tempered, and ready.
we're not good enough for you yet.
I'm pretty sure were you to face me now, wipe the floor with. But another month, we'll see.
You got some weird kinks, but I don't kink shame.
He just sort of looks around at the room. No, you wouldn't. Well, this has been quite illuminating. It has been very good to see you again, Rose. I have missed our conversations. I had tried to speak to some of the members of Wanderer before. A small gnome that traveled with them who also seemed to have a hint of the epiphany in his magic. But I have missed you. You pulled your magic from the weave, and with your sheer force of will have clawed yourself to that level. Well done. In another age, we would have been the best of friends.
I thought we were friends.
We are, but not that good. The kind of
Could be
friends
better.
that may still kill each other one day.
Is that still friendship if you murder each other?
Axe Xenos and the Warrior of Light.
He
So
gets
no.
up, brushes himself off a little bit, turns. When I have rebuilt everything, and you and your allies are but memories that I hold, you will still be my friend, Rose. I promise.
Gross.
He smiles, and as he closes his eyes, you begin to feel the spell fading. Is there anything last that you can say before he ends?
Rose will just kind of lean back against the bed. It's just, we do have a couple more hours. What are you in a rush for?
Busy, busy, busy.
Take a vacation, Severin. He'll thank me for it.
As you shout that out, the room fades away around you. He chuckles and kind of steps into the encroaching nothingness, and you blink yourself awake back in the mansion, back in the bedroom that you had fallen asleep in with no psychic damage.
Someone needs to teach him a thing or two about consent. Well, what am I to say? What time is it?
You have no idea.
God damn it.
You go back to sleep. You'd estimate it's probably like 11, maybe midnight. You've been asleep for like 2 or 3 hours.
Couple hours, okay. I guess they'll just sigh and lay back and kind of stare at the ceiling for maybe the next like 20 or 30 minutes.
Okay.
And then they'll get up.
Did you write ×3 next to the Vistarial that's scratched out down here?
Maybe. So they'll get up and the only other person who sleeps on this floor is Ken, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they'll make their way out and kind of pace for a little bit. At one point, they'll make their way over to like Ken's door.
Okay.
But then, after a couple minutes, they'll shake their head a little, and then they're gonna head downstairs.
But you don't knock on Ken's door or anything?
No,
Okay.
they think about it, but they don't.
Okay. Can you kind of turn over in your sleep? A mild bit of movement at the distance, just unperceived. Walk downstairs, and the mansion's different at night. Like, it's all this ephemeral space. You look out the windows and there's kind of like the garden, but at night the maids are pretty much just tucked away in their little pokeballs back in whatever rooms they go in. They're not really pacing around.
Storage closet.
Yeah, too available. Lights are all down to a very dim level, and for whatever reason, everything just sounds more echoey than normal. So you kind of like slap your feet down the stairs with each like clap, clap, click, clap.
Yeah, that's awful. I hate it.
Where are you going? 3 targets.
Right? Well, Gareth doesn't sleep. So that's
He's
awkward.
trancing right now.
Yeah. Whereas we'll go to Theodore's door.
Do you knock or hit in?
I should probably knock. He's gonna kill me again. Whereas we'll knock on Theodore's door.
You awaken in your room, Eidos, to the audible but kind of like obviously trying to keep it soft, like knock, knock, knock on the outer door to your room.
It was just kind of like, oh god, it's been a long day. Hello, who is it? What?
Pizza delivery.
Icy wiener? Crud.
I don't know. It's Rose. Can I come in?
You hear like a very, very loud yawn and just, yeah, go ahead.
Promise not to try to stab me.
No promises.
Sad.
What's up?
Yeah.
I was about to
It's
say, no promises can be kept.
The chance of friendly fire is low, never exactly 0.
Keep that in mind. Because knowing you, you could kill me in one shot. Okay, I have a weird question.
Alright, what's up?
Can I sleep with you in here? I know I have my own room this time.
What, like, the same way the other day when you just snuck in smelling like, you don't smell like the cat, do you?
Not this time. Unless I've... No. And
Alright.
kind of, but...
As long as you took a bath, it's fine. I woke up sneezing last time and it wasn't cool.
How would I know that they function like actual animal dander? That's a weird thing to think about. Like, I don't know. I'm sure it's weird. I know that you don't really like... I don't know. You don't really like people much. At least, not that I've noticed. But...
Definitely fair.
I don't know.
Like you guys, I like you guys, but beyond that, not really a people person. I try to be friendly, but you guys are the exception. So you guys get the pass to do stuff like that. Are you good though?
Yeah, no, not really. I guess I don't. It was. This is where me and Thorn and Taz and we hung out a lot, and so it's too quiet.
Ah, I got you. It's like home, but no one's home.
Right. And once you get used to somebody snoring 2 inches from your face or kicking you in your sleep or all of that, it's just weird, okay?
I get you. I get you. Enos kind of chuckles like, I'm not used to the sentimental side of you, Rose. I'm going to be honest.
I don't like it much either. So I don't know, like how I feel like this would be maybe something that Ken would be better at, but I feel like that's weird and would cause awkward conversations and things now that he's with somebody and Gareth
I mean,
doesn't sleep.
I'm sure Ken wouldn't mind, and he is, engaged now, and he could probably help you through whatever you're going through. But if you just need somebody to sleep with, feel free. I'm not really equipped to help you deal with, the emotional stuff. I'm not really looking to like find someone to settle down with, so I'm not sure what exactly you're going through. But
That's fine. No, it's not the emotional thing. It's just literally, I think, being close to somebody, which is weird. And I don't know how to come in and ask your bro to cuddle with you.
well, you don't think Ken would cuddle with you? Come on now.
I mean, he might, but like I said, it's weird.
Maybe you guys should get Layman's tiny hut out. Everyone cuddles with everyone in there.
It is weird to be woken up to ask to, can I sleep with you? Like you're a kid that just threw up talking to their parent, but
My tummy hurts.
yeah, I just threw up.
I threw up.
Oh.
I know. It's weird. Okay, I get it.
But nah, it's fine. That's what we're one big family. That's okay. It is good you knocked though, because I do have a fight or flight response when I get woken up out of nowhere, and you've seen it
I
firsthand. I
have
swing
noticed,
first and
yes.
ask questions later.
Yeah.
I think another life taught me that. Flashbacks to fucking my boy Shindo waking up to getting stabbed in the chest.
Literally murdered. Alright, fuck it. Move over.
It is a rollover to give bros plenty of space. I do have a question. Have you ever thought about popping in some thorns and Taz mates to help, feel like they're still here with you? Because you can still, like, message and dream them, but they could also
Sometimes.
still be here with you, too,
I don't know if that makes it better or worse. Actually, that would be.
Tess, Thorn, I got this life-size doll of you.
uh, yeah, I don't know about that. That might be
You have a
creepy.
sex doll of Taz and
No,
Thorn.
sure don't. No, you're not here. Stop talking. I can hear Aerith in my head. God damn it.
So close. He's just across the hall.
I know.
I feel like that would be really weird without them actually here.
Oh yeah,
And if they were here, then
Definitely.
problem solved.
Have you talked to him lately? Did you send him a message or anything?
Thought about it. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I guess besides that, I want them to come back, but I know that they can't, and I feel like if I asked Thorn enough, he might do it. But I know that they're needed.
You know, it's kind of chuckle like, again, I feel like this is perfect Ken territory because he talks to me. But, I mean, just saying, hey, and you miss him, talk to him a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm sure hearing their voice would probably go a long way for you, and honestly, would probably go a long way for them. I'm sure, knowing you, they are worried sick about what you might be getting into. Also,
Yeah. Good. Don't know if it would make me feel better or worse.
hey, didn't die. You know, that goes a long way.
It's like when you're checking in as a teenager at 2 in the morning, you send your mom a message. You're like, hey, not dead, staying at a friend's house.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what I did every Sunday when I was
Yup.
living away.
Yup, that's what you have to do.
The Sword Coast Road in that commercial, like, it's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
Man, that shit used to scare the piss out of me. It's 10 o'clock. Do you
No.
know where your children are?
No, I don't.
Alright, so you crawl in?
Yeah, Rose will sigh and crawl into the bed, and after like 2 minutes they like laying there on their back, and then they'll sigh and then just like turn over and grab his arm.
Yeah, Eidos 11. Eidos
Okay.
doesn't mind.
You get to be the big spoon tonight, Eidos. Alright. Anything else you want to do before you hit the snooze?
Yeah, they'll, I guess, getting comfortable, and then they'll sigh and just also Severin might have dream called me again.
It's just kind of nodding like, probably should have led with that one.
You know, I feel a little
What
bit
did
bad.
what did that freak want? What did he do? Did he hurt you?
Not this time. He wanted to talk, which was also weird.
What about?
He wanted to know what I've been doing, like creepy stalking ex.
It kind of come off like a creepy stocky ex, didn't it?
Just a little bit.
A little bit.
He wanted to know. Fuck. I don't know. He wanted to know about the goddess of magic. What the fuck is going on with that?
You didn't tell him, did you?
told him some things about it, but I don't even really know the whole picture. He seemed to think he got something from what I said, though.
I don't think that's good. That doesn't sound good. We probably need to have a family meeting in the morning so you can let
Yeah,
everybody else in on that. So we might need to get like a plan together for if he talks to any of us, code words or like something to avoid that. Maybe I don't know. I mean, if he didn't hurt you, that's good. But I feel like we
what?
should not let anything in or out towards him.
Probably not. But he said he would talk, and I'd tell him things, or he would make me. And I don't think it's an idle threat. And I know that I have the highest likelihood of resisting something like that. And I don't want him to have to talk to you guys.
I mean, did he tell you anything? Were you able to drag anything out of him?
Tried. I mean, past the whole. He wants to end the world, to cleanse it, to restart. He said that the world and the people in it aren't the problem. The whole system, I guess. He wouldn't tell me who, but someone is giving him information. And it's not Tiamat.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
Besides,
Wasn't my
it's
favorite.
like typical villainy type stuff, but
Right.
I don't like the idea that there's something else out there.
Yeah. There always is, isn't there, though? It's just like you're like, oh, finally reached the end of this is the top of the villainy tower, and oops, guess what? There's another floor.
Oh man, if only we could have got him in on the underwear dinner. We could have solved everything.
I mean, I kind of tried to get him to sleep with me just because it was funny, but he's apparently not into that kind of stuff.
I want to say that surprises me, but I kind of felt like Severin's a freak and might have been into something like that.
Right. But he also is like getting off on the whole power trip kind of thing, which that doesn't surprise me at all. I am a little worried that maybe I said too much or did actually give him something, and I feel like Ken is going to kill me.
He might be a little mad, but I don't think it'll be like directly at you so much as the fact that somehow that went under Severin's radar.
Yeah.
But which is kind of surprising, right? He's been a step ahead of us the whole time, but that caught him off guard.
Right, he seems to know everything about everything, but for some reason, me telling him that Mistra split or changed in some way like she has before, and that he seemed to really enjoy that piece of information, and I don't know what he was getting out of it. I feel like it's something that I'm missing.
Maybe Ken or Aerith, honestly, even Orius, with some history, might be able to tell us something. Maybe that has some relevancy to whatever his plan is. Because if it's happened before, maybe that's like right up his alley, and it's just something we don't know.
Well, I mean, that's like a known thing, isn't it, in history? That
Yeah, but I mean, like,
split.
I don't know the specifics of what happened when that split happened, you know? Like,
Besides that, she lost, or well, she turned from Mistral into Mistral.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just like a lot of the stuff, like the spell plague and all of that. I know of it, but I don't know the specifics. So there's a chance one of them might have some insight and could figure out why Severin seemed to care about that, you know?
Right. I also I told him that we know, or at least alluded to the fact that we know something about the the magic, the epiphany of magic.
How did he respond to that?
He seemed confused and concerned why we knew about it.
Curious was more what I was going for, but
He didn't think it
Huh.
was something that we would know about.
That's kind of surprising too, actually.
Right?
Do you think it was like completely under wraps?
I mean, I don't think anyone really knew about it until we learned, well, like that we learned that he had interacted with it.
Yeah, but he has to know with the type of shit we get into that's not something that would go undisturbed, right? Like,
You'd think.
was it he was surprised or that we knew it or that we all did he think maybe it would have taken us longer? Maybe?
I don't know. I mean, he just wanted to know who told us about it, which I didn't tell him. So I don't think he thought that there was anybody else who knew about it. I don't know. I'm still having trouble even putting all of this stuff together because obviously I wasn't exactly here for a lot of it, and neither were you.
Yeah, I have like the Spark Notes version that M told me of Ken's manifesto.
Yeah, I don't want to read that either. That's a lot.
He's a great record keeper. I will give him that.
I figure if I just kind of fake it until I make it, because that way, it like in school, and you don't read the book, but you fake it enough, they think you did.
I'm sure it'll work out. I'm sure. You don't really need to know all the specifics. As long as somebody does, right?
Pick up on context clues along the way. Alright.
Yeah, definitely first thing in the morning after we do our trainings over breakfast, we probably need to fill everybody in on that.
I know. Get so much shit from all of them.
Nah, it'll be. What's the worst that could happen?
Smash cut to everybody yelling at Rose.
I can't believe you fucking said that.
What do you mean you talked to Severin and talked with him?
Guys had a nice conversation.
Yep, definitely. Heart to heart.
Little tit for tat. There's a little quid, a little pro quo going on.
Miss 100% of the shots you don't take, you know?
That's what he was thinking. He's like,
Right?
okay, I could give a little bit of information. That's fine.
I really probably could have gotten more information if I knew what questions to ask. But again, kind of out of the loop.
Yeah. Well, now you can talk to them, get a little bit more prepared, because it seems like he really likes talking to you. And maybe we can bait him into saying some shit he shouldn't, giving us some info he didn't intend to.
Yeah. You could try.
Or that he does intend to, it sounds like. Kind of weird.
You know, I really don't know because he seemed happy enough to like talk about some things, not about others. You think he's just lonely?
Gross.
No, like not like that. Edith, who is still not here.
Or is he?
Like,
I mean,
or is he?
if you're somebody who thinks you have all the answers and people aren't going to understand, then probably, honestly,
Exactly.
kind of lonely.
Like when you think you're better than everybody else, and you just kind of just alone at the top of the world, or at least in your head.
Yeah, because I mean, who does he have to talk to? Honestly, Tiamat.
I don't know that she actively talks to him. I kind of hope not. But yeah, besides random ass cultists, I don't think he spends a lot of time with them. He talked to his worm speakers sometimes, but I think he's the last one. The rest of them are gone. But he did want to know about, yeah, the Rose kind of like lifts up their arm that has all the thorns and stuff. He did want to know about her. He also seemed to have some sort of aha, I know what you're talking about, epiphany when I mentioned an ancient gold dragon.
Yeah, I feel like we definitely gotta kind of have a briefing, figure out what the fuck is happening now.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that I don't understand, and yes, I suppose Ken would be.
It probably would help also for Aureus to hear it, because I mean I know he's been alive and probably checking in, but getting all the details would help all of us.
Okay. It's been bedtime, so before we have to do all that. You think I should really? Do you think I should call them?
I mean, with how homesick you are, yes, because I can't imagine. I mean, they're together, but if they were as tight with you as you were with them, especially in here, even though they're together, they're probably both still missing you and worried sick. So yeah, 100% call them.
Go to sleep so I can think of what to say.
Yes, because that's how it's done.
Yeah.
Good luck, he says, and he just conks right back out because he's been super tired this whole time.
I will quick think up messages to send real quick.
Okay. And then don't forget to send me a roll of d20 for each one.
Okay, that's true.
What we'll do is while you're sending your messages and then turning in for the rest of your long rest, Aerith, within the nice quiet room here within the mansion, you found yourself a comfortable place to trance and relieve your mind and body of day's stress. And as you sit down and enter into that trance, I need to actually roll.
Give him more homework.
It's been a minute.
No, no more homework.
Let me see. Lacey, hold on one second. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Just vibe to the music for me. Okay. That's okay. Okay. I'm reading through some old notes because it's just been a minute. Wow, it has been a fucking minute.
If you're gonna give me more homework, I will be right back because I need a cookie now.
Okay.
A pre-homework snack.
Well, it's more than just the homework.
You have an exam as well.
This is your midterm.
Right. 30 question multiple choice with 2 essays at the end.
Okay.
Give me 1 sec. 2, 3, 4. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ah,
No.
he ran out of words. Okay. I'll get one response and then we'll switch over. So, Aerith, as you find yourself entering that trance, exhaustion filling your body, your arcane power having been expended, you open your eyes, find yourself back in that wide, massive, almost infinite classroom. You look to the left and you see in the distance the half-hunched feminine form, kind of still looking, in my mind, almost like something out of The Ring. Like hair in front of her face. Like really, there's just like, it's like she's waking up very slowly in this seat. Like her hair looks very matted and bedraggled, silver down to her shoulders, and she's just sort of like leaning over the classroom desk, just seems to be writing on a parchment there. And you go over and you see as the back right hand side of what you would assume is the back of the classroom, and you can't really see the bottom, it's all like this infinite space, but it's the idea of like a door opening. There's a shifting of smoke and light, and you see as a figure, hands tucked into either sleeve, enters and then kind of turns and looks up at you as Ogma smiles. Aerith, it is good to see you again. It has been some time since we last spoke. How have you been?
Exhausted.
I can imagine. I have been keeping up with the notes you have been sending. How... Let's see. how did things go with the White Dragon?
I'm suing. I'm sorry.
You're good.
With dealing with the white mask, you mean?
Yeah, I think that was the last time that you had like interacted directly with him, right? I know that wasn't the last time you were in the classroom, but
Maybe, probably, I think.
were you able to help your friend? And when you were here, let's see. He was talking about, you were asking him about the seal on... That's right. You had found that journal in the archive, talking about how the seal in the Well of Dragons was created. That's right. That's what it was. All right. So that was my fault. I thought it was a different. I thought you were talking. I thought you talked to him about Colin Day, and I was just like, I'm like reading through the notes. And so then he will ask how you've been. You've been tired. He nods, but you have been busy. You have done well, and you have been to many interesting places. Seen faces and things that people rarely do, and you have recorded them along the way. Well done. And taps down on the desk. I still have your previous assignment here. We have been reviewing it. And now, especially that your allies have fully been reunited. I need to check one. Because it was all handwritten. Oh god, it was all scribbly. It was so scribbly. So scribbly. Because you wrote it on your tablet. There it
It
is.
wasn't that scribbly.
No, it wasn't. It really wasn't.
For a moment there, I had a brain fart, and I was just like, where is my tablet? It's right next to me.
Okay, alright, no, you did. Alright. How does it feel being reunited with everyone? How has it been?
Refreshing, knowing that, you know, Aureus is doing better, and Rose is...
Not doing
Let me
it.
see.
Still up to
doing
shenanigans.
things.
Let me... He kind of like flips through the parchment. A chaotic child with a heart of gold, I believe you put it.
Yeah, no, I don't know if she still has that gold. If it's still shining. Because she's been really beating herself up a lot, which is... something that I don't know if I can help her with.
Do you want to?
I mean, I can always try. But she has, you know, 7 years of war, apparently, that I can't really compare with.
No. But there are many books chronicling the activities and endeavors of soldiers who spent their times in the front lines, their lives, risking them and fighting for things they may never see. And that experience may be helpful. It would not come to them, I don't think, to seek it out, but maybe knowing that there is some commonality in what they're feeling. It has helped others in the past. In the end, the things that help us most are the connections we have made, and the allies and strengths that we share with each other. And if... Oh, therapy. And if you feel that that gold luster is fading, then help them shine it. As I'm sure you would want them to help you. Now, wouldn't that be an interesting assignment? Yes.
Oh
Oh.
There is no rush. I understand and can see the weariness on you. I know What you have just accomplished is a great feat. But take some time. Think about it. You've written a wonderful insight as to what you feel each of your allies brings to the team, but I'm curious, put yourselves in each of their shoes and assess yourself. From their perspectives, how do you think they view you? What do you think they think about you? Be honest. And if you find yourself being critical, analyze that. Find out where that might come from, and if needs be, talk to me. But I think that would be an interesting way to reflection. Don't you?
I can't ask them directly, you just want my opinion from their point of view.
If you want to ask them directly, you can. I'm more interested in what your opinion would be. I believe that will facilitate more introspection and growth. If you are curious, though, please ask. Research information, gather facts, however you would wish to convey this information. I leave it to your discretion. There are no wrong answers here. These are tools. Taps the pile of parchments again to help both of us understand who you are. There are 400 years ahead of you, Aerith. 400 years that will be filled with conflict and struggle, pain, but joy and victory, as these past months have. And in 200 of those years, many of your friends will be but memories. Hold them close and understand them. Understand yourself. And then you will never forget them. We are preparing you, not for the next few months, but the great journey of life beyond. And I will be there with you to help, to answer questions and offer guidance as much as I can.
Yes.
Era thought it was summer break, but it's just more homework.
Summer school still has homework.
Shall we get started then? We were already on the subject of Rose, so tell me, in this moment, without having spoken with them, what do you think they think of you? And at this point, as we have previously with you, I'll give you time to think. You can reach out to me, kind of fade out of the classroom, unless there's anything else you wanted to ask him here in this scene, right?
Can he help get rid of my last exhaustion?
As with all things, rest, patience will see your strength recovered.
Philly.
Rose. You awaken a few hours later. Your exhaustion 1 stack lower than it was the day before, but still feeling a bit tired. It's early. You don't have any idea how early, but you know it's early because the magical torches on the wall are still burning at that nighttime level. There's that oppressive quietness within the mansion, and as you kind of look around the room, you don't see any of the maids or anybody. So, in this 4 hours, Aerith, what would you like to be doing?
I will reopen the book dimension and start studying on how to use an herbalist kit.
Okay. Alrighty. And is that the next thing you're going to be training?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me pull up my... narratively gaining a feat.
How to plants.
Okay. All right.
Plants and herbs
As you
for
s-
dummies.
Yeah, as you spend the time researching and having already found the books in here yesterday, you kind of like bookmarked them. You didn't, it's not like you're not a savage, you didn't bend the pages, but there are bookmarks available here, beautiful with like string tapestries that come off the tassels on the top. And you had marked the pages within the books that you needed. So go ahead and roll your training with advantage. It's intelligence.
God. Because of the remaining exhaustion, it'll be a
It's just a normal roll.
Still.
It's true. Hey, the books negated your exhaustion. That helps. Rose, roll me a persuasion check.
Me?
Yeah.
Persuasion.
Persuasion or perception?
Oh boy. Okay. Is that Earth?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Give him a second.
Did you roll? Why'd you roll dexterity?
Did? Oh shit.
Yeah.
It's still the same modifier, funny enough.
You're a monster.
Why did you roll dexterity?
All right. 21.
I just don't have proficient in saving throws. Not
Yeah,
yet.
that's actually 5d6.
Wait.
Sorry, 46. I did math wrong.
Oh.
Dang, so close. Okay.
Oh.
I mean, it's about average.
I'm still very far.
Just be proud that you got 4d6.
Right.
This is starting to remind me of when Ken and I were running the fates just to get the Atmas. I get 3, he barely gets 1.
Oh, if this was for Taz, the reason I told her that is because I know she wouldn't give into it.
So I guess then, with that tone, what were you going for?
They wanted to
You underestimate your own persuasion.
That's the problem. Is whether
I
you're
know.
persuading her, or deceiving her, it doesn't matter.
It's not deceive. So it's
Oh,
what
no.
Rose wants, but they would never say it to Thorn because they know Thorn would be easily swayed. They assume Taz would not.
Hey,
So I guess.
Say that, but you had Taz leave the mountain to come.
Rose underestimates their own power.
You
Dice
literally
have
convinced
been
your
rolled.
whole party to
Yeah.
dine almost naked.
You know.
so as you send out your 2 messages, you hear back from Thorn. You could tell Thorn's message comes through half clipped. You figure there's like a comment after that, or a comma after that. Well, and then there's more sentence, but it got cut off because he's dumb.
I mean, I got one more spell slot. I guess after his, I'll send him another one. Just what was the rest of what you wanted to say?
Roll me with the d20. As you send that one out, you get to kind of like hold, like as you're sending that out, there's like a beep beep, and you're like, what the hell is that? And then afterwards, you hear Taz in your mind.
2
What she
20s
says.
in a row.
Right.
So ridiculous.
Damn it.
Okay.
That's 2 whole heads that could be
I know.
swapped off of bodies right now.
Or D20 or like natural 20s on something that was important narratively, but
This is important. These are your people.
These are your lovers.
Accidentally convincing her
Taz
to
might
come
be-
back.
Yeah, she might be meeting us, actually.
Oh God, what was her
Oh
name?
no.
Whose name?
That's it. One of the names I needed.
Kid's gonna wake up to Taz knocking on the mansion door like, can I come in?
Right. Oh no.
It's like,
What
how
are you
in the
doing here? I didn't actually mean it. I mean, I meant it, but god damn it. Fuck.
You know you can't leave Florida. So many problems, and then Thor just pops up like, yeah, she thought about that.
I don't know if I'm growing on these cookies, but I didn't really like them the first time I bought them.
Figure that the
What
last
are they?
word he was gonna say is good, but also wrong.
Things are. God damn it.
But you assume good was what he was going for by the tone
Yeah.
of his voice.
Yeah. Okay. Boring. Come on.
They're busy.
Fuck politics.
Yeah, well, that's what you told them to do. That's what they're
No.
doing. All right. You curl in for sleep?
Yep.
Okay. Everybody wakes up the next morning, having concluded your long rest, as I don't really have any dreams from Ilmater or Bahamut for you guys. I'm sorry. The Raven Queen is also waiting for you to get back to her, so you kind of had the ball in your court.
They all just give you like thumbs up. Good job, bro.
Yeah, everybody's just got a good job, victory music. You did it. You wake up the next morning within the mansion. Ken, what's the first thing you're doing today?
Get up out the bed. Nice stretch. Nice stretch. I'm gonna just go ahead and meditate. Go ahead and knock that out.
Okay. All right, go ahead and roll me your wisdom. And what about you, Aureus?
Training, but I think I need to be next to Eidos for the training.
Yeah, your trainings usually go hand in hand. So, Eidos, as you awaken and if still spooning around Rose, what would you like to do today?
Well, get up, do a little stretch, let Rose keep sleeping because they always sleep past the rest of us. Go meet up with Aureus and Ken for the training.
All right. As you head out the door, you meet Aureus within the central atrium, like the main entry hall, as he was probably heading straight over to your room. Ken is back in his room, and Rose, as the door gently clicks shut, not like he was doing it like softly, like you're really trying, but just like click, not like slamming. You
Bam!
like rustle to consciousness and awaken. What would you like to be doing?
Do I get my spell slots back since I used them like mid long rest or no?
How did you have any left after yesterday's battle? Did you have any of those thirds, the 3/3 that you needed?
Yeah, no.
Okay, then they would have come out of today's pool.
Okay, that's fair. I ended previous day with 0 spell slots.
That's what I
any
thought.
type.
Yeah.
So okay, no, that's fair. That's fine. Okay, but I guess they'll just like groan and roll over and just like waking up but not getting up yet.
Okay.
For the next like 20-30 minutes.
Sounds good. Then Aureus and Eidos, as you both begin your trainings, con checks for both of you.
Constitution. Oh, I was gonna give you Bardic Inspiration, but damn. Could I have given?
It's gonna get a lot colder, Aureus, because as we sit down, it's like sticks the fate render down and puts his back against it while he's in that meditation, and there's
Could I have
genuine ice expanding off of it now.
Hell yeah.
Could I have given Eidos Bardic Inspiration as he was leaving?
Roll me a perception check and a dexterity check.
Okay. Because I meant to.
But he snuck out.
Yeah, he left.
And you always do sleep in, so it all makes sense.
Okay,
you
dexterity.
Had to catch him leaving before and be faster.
Perception. Okay, perception.
Okay. And dexterity.
And dexterity. Kind of like crack one eye open as he's like getting up and leaving.
You're so screwed. Yeah, as you hit the door, you roll out of bed, you kind of hit the ground with like your knees in both hands, like, ugh. and then you realize, you look up and you see Eodos not there. Shit! You kind of turn and you run to the door as you see him strolling down the hallway. What form does your bardic inspiration take?
If you need more lines, I have more lines.
I have them, but I just don't know if Rose is cognizant enough to think of pickup lines at ass
For
crack
something
in the
easy, then.
morning.
Something simple. He's like right here, and you catch him like right there. So he's like right there.
Baby, come back.
Just so you can get an image in your mind.
Right. Uh,
Just go for like an ice joke.
yeah.
Stay frosty.
Yeah.
You a cool cat.
Right. Yeah, I guess they'll just like scramble up, like propped in the doorway, just fuck. God, I don't fucking know. Good luck on training. Do
So
better.
Forced.
Weirdly, you feel yourself inspired.
Too tired to think of things. I'm sorry. Oh god.
All right, so Eodos, go ahead and roll me a Constitution and a D12. As you meet up with Aureus, the two of you head into the training yard, dig the Fate Render down to create the back of your blade, and as you sit down, the ice beginning to billow out all around you.
Hey.
Dang.
Hell yeah.
Alright. So that is 29. It's an extra. Okay, so that's 7d6 for Eodos.
Oh yeah.
4d6 for Aureus, and 19 for Ken is 4d6 for Ken. All right. And Aerith, as you wrap up your research and training that morning, what else would you like to be doing while we kind of catch you up in time?
Let's see.
Damn it.
I mean, there really isn't much else other than
That's fine.
focusing on trying to make potions easier to intake.
Okay. All right. Then as you pretty much hit like the burnout wall on this subject for right now, you hear through the wall, muffled by the stone that the mansion's made out of, Rose shout down and a chuckle from Eodos. What would you like to be doing right now?
You hear them go back to the bench. God damn it, that was so fucking lame.
At least she's still doing those cringy ass lines.
That's the best part.
Aerith would probably check in to see if his armor is finished being fixed.
I think Ken got everything fixed yesterday.
Yay.
Yeah. Narratively, he took the time, and everything should be fixed and ready for. I think Eodos is fixing his own, but you gave yours to Ken to fix, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
So then,
What is the roll to recharge the freedom?
I think it's a D4 plus 1. Let me check.
D4 plus
Tyranny.
20. Sorry.
Yeah, 1d4 plus 1. Hell yeah, full charges. All right. Then, did you have any training you wanted to do today, Rose?
I mean, I do, but I need to spend probably the first 1 or 2 hours, depending on if you let me attune while I fix armor, or is that 2 separate things that need to be done? And they'll take an hour each.
It would need to be done separately, yeah.
Okay. So, I guess they'll, after another 15-20 minutes, they'll get back up and head. There's a good, up at the top here, I guess, is a good area to just spread all their shit out.
Okay.
So I need to fix my magical items, I guess, and then I want to unattune from the Harathi cloak and attune to love.
Okay. As you walk through the mansion, you peek out into the training yard to see Iedo sitting with his back up against the Fate Render, crisscross applesauce style, with waves of icy mist washing off of him, billowing out. And just across from him, you see Boreas sitting on, kind of on his knees with his back up straight, just enduring the cold.
See, that was nice in the fire plane, but fuck that.
You spend the first hour getting your armor fixed, your magical equipment, and really you kind of look at it and you can see those still deep reddish black cracks in everything, but you realize that it's not physically there. You run your fingernail across it and it feels static, almost like pins and needles, but there's no physical damage to it, just magical corruption inhibiting it. You begin to kind of figure out how to get rid of that, and a dispel magic might work, but in that case you'd have to use the magical spell slots where you've seen.
I don't even know that spell.
Yeah, you don't even know that spell, and you've seen your allies. As you kind of just set out with the intent to fix it, you let your hands work, and it's just sort of the desire to see the thing fixed manifests as the thing fixed. It takes about 15-20 minutes per item. In a full course of an hour, you manage to purify the magical items of that corruption, and you can kind of feel as they click back into that full online state and are repaired.
Sorry you got corrupted, Zen.
It's fine. It was worth it to see that beast felled. You did very well in there, Paladin.
Not about it.
Not yet.
The final level at 20, Rose becomes a paladin.
I mean,
all the way to
stone.
Fuck the capstone. 1 level in paladin. Yeah.
Break the limit. Get to level 21.
Hell yeah.
As the rest of you finish your trainings and meditations, you instinctively head down to the dining hall, meet up for breakfast. As the 4 of you gather and are attended to by the maid versions of yourselves, who are no longer just wearing underwear, they're back in their normal maid outfits. They understood the assignment.
That's good.
Yeah. You look around, but you don't see Rose. Not in this room, at least.
Is Rose still asleep?
You would have seen them walking through the mansion while you were doing your trainings. At least Eidos and Aureus being in the center.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they woke up, but they might be doing stuff.
They had many things to do. So do you guys just eat your breakfast? Does somebody go? How do you proceed?
Yeah, Ken's just eating and I guess doing calculations in his head.
Okay.
I guess alright. Heart of Fire. Alright, do we debrief the king? Do we and then along that line he's debrief. Oh, I gotta call Mia. And then he Yeah. Sends me a message.
Okay. She wants to debrief Ken, that's for sure. Bye, chicken wow wow. And I love this chill track. This one's so good.
Right? Lo-fi beats.
Mhm.
To fight and die by.
No!
Boss music, go.
No!
I just find it funny because you mentioned having to have Rose talk to everybody over breakfast, and then Rose is doing everything before breakfast.
Yeah,
Right?
well,
Enos will definitely tell everybody, like, let's just hang tight, because there's some stuff we're going to have to talk about, but Rose needs to be here for it, so, everybody just eat up, and we'll wait on them.
Okay.
Okay.
As Ken types up his message, Rose, you sit down with the small circlet in your hand, the platinum band, lightweight like a feather. The back has kind of like a little bit of like a combed ridges to help hold it in place in your hair around the back of your head. And on the front, there's a single teardrop shaped gemstone embedded into the circlet itself that shimmers with this like iridescent internal platinum, but looks almost like a liquid as you stare into it, kind of like mercury, you know, where it's like not
Mhm.
quite solid, not quite. But you sit down, open your mind up to it, kind of feel that magical tether within yourself, and you focus onto your cloak. You shuck off that and reach out instead to the circlet. Connect to it. There's no voice in your mind, which is a relief because Rose
Right.
is tired of all the voices
Please.
in their mind.
No more talking.
But there is a feeling like it's an unusual feeling for Rose. It feels like Taz and Thorn. Whereas normally they go like the deep love is that safety of a parent. But as love attunes to you and finds the things you love, to know you love your parents, but it finds that that connection isn't as strong as it should be. You know why, and it knows that this isn't unusual, but it does find what it needs. That passion for another, that willingness to put them for you. And it's like having them there with you. One hand on each shoulder. Sigh as your heart feels heavy, but not with pain, with relief. As you attune to love.
Alright. Take this for a spin. Rosal still like sitting on the chair, their legs like kicked up on the table, and they'll reach out and activate and pull everyone in.
Okay.
Or try to.
Let's
Figure out how this
see.
works.
Okay. As you guys are all sitting around eating your breakfast and kind of finishing it up at this point, as you've been here for about 40 minutes, let me get Ken's reply to him before. One, two, three, four, five, six.
I'll just, I guess before we get started, I'm gonna look over to Aerith and then glance over to Eodos. Well, Aerith, Rose, and Eodos, and I'm like, I'm gonna need y'all's help. Well, long story short, could you guys, I guess, quickly explain how y'all would go about accessing and activating Steel Wind Strike and Teleportation Circle? Like, I want to hear your perspectives on how y'all activate said spells.
Well, Rose isn't there, so I can't help you.
No,
At least not currently.
well, okay.
Aerith
Yes.
has it. Break down Steel Wind Strike right now.
Now?
Right now. On the spot.
Right
Go.
now. Aerith activates Steel Wrench. No, I'm kidding.
Everybody. God, that would be the funny thing to do. Maybe it's a good thing Rose isn't there. That might be.
You roll 4 natural 20s and we restart
Yeah.
the campaign.
Tiamat inevitably wins. Aerith was the secret agent.
Rose is
Oops.
sitting here, the Wanderer's decapitated, and it's just like, hey, Severin, about that offer.
You know.
I don't think anyone could one-shot me, I'll be honest.
Nah.
No,
I mean-
probably not.
It's just because it's with
The Snicker Snack sword.
Snickersnack who can decapitate you. So.
Here's the thing, does that affect, even though I have a magic item that prevents me from dying?
I don't know, because it's all DM discretion, and I think player characters fall. Like, I wouldn't you can't decapitate Severin. I'm gonna go ahead and say that one. Like,
Aw.
his magic is
That's
gonna
what
be.
you think.
If he has no hit points left when you kill him, his head can pop off. I don't care. But if you roll a natural 20 when he has, more hit points than you would
6,000
deal
hit points
damage,
left.
yeah, unfortunately, you're just gonna deal that extra amazing amount of damage. But pretty sure the player characters would fall into the same discretion. Like, it would feel bad if I came at you guys with
Yeah.
Snickersnack at some point and went, "Oh, I rolled a 20. Here we go. Your head's gone."
Oh, you're dead now. Bye.
But it's fun to watch it happen to, tempered tabaxi
Enemies.
and elementals. Yeah.
Yeah.
Little chaff.
Decapitate Tiamat.
But Aerith, roll me Arcana, really quick.
While still at disadvantage.
Yeah, this one's definitely, unless you want to use your ring, this is definitely still at disadvantage.
Sure, why not?
I'm sure you won't need that for anything
Well,
else.
we're
Yeah.
heading to the
I won't need
next
it for
jail right
anything.
away.
Right.
We'll have to
17.
head back to the city and talk with all of them.
Yeah, you have so many people. Okay, 17. As you begin to roughly explain, you use arcane terminology, things that you learned while you were studying to become an apprentice wizard, in order to get that first level. Like the basics of arcane focus and how you manipulate energy using the weave. And unfortunately, Kent, roll me a intelligence check in response to this, because your magic works very differently. Not very differently, but fundamentally
enough.
differently enough. Okay. You understand most of this. Like, you guys have been down this road before. You have interacted with the different types of magic, and you know how artificery differs with the way that, like, when you learn a new spell, it's not necessarily because you studied it from a book. You've built a device capable of manifesting a specific magical effect. Well, what Aerith is saying makes some sense to you. You have a feeling you're probably going to need his help. So, mechanically, what you need is 5 hours with each of them. So, like, one night working with them, and it's essentially transcribing the spell into their book or into your book. It's like a wizard thing, but you have to use one of them, because Eodos is going to be trickier. His magic is divine. It's not arcane, which is going to be a lot harder. So, based off what Aerith is saying here, you probably need to spend an evening with Aerith in order to understand Steel Wind Strike, to be able to build something that could replicate that effect of translocating yourself into 5 different places simultaneously and then appearing in or finalizing it in one. And in reality, it's really about moving fast enough that you only appear to be in those 5 places simultaneously. You're going bam, 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 and ending at that 5th one, but you're doing it so fast that it looks like it all happens simultaneously. As you kind of come to the conclusion of that spiel from Aerith, you all feel it's not unpleasant. It's kind of like the warmth of that first sip of a beer on like a warm summer night. Like the warmth in your mind, not the warmth of the beer, because that would be kind of gross.
I was about to say, oh God.
That gentle relaxation in the back of your mind, and you feel a connection to each other. A understanding amongst each other as you like look around, you look and you know that everyone just felt the same thing.
And then, as loud as I possibly can, like mentally, into all of your heads, just good morning, wanderers.
God.
Yep.
How's it going, fuckers?
What the
We're
hell?
having breakfast if you want to join us.
What? No questions?
Sounds like somebody in tune to an
Sure did.
Why do you
It's
have to be
kind
so
of weird
loud?
because I know you don't like it.
Good
You
morning
do know
to
it goes
you
both
too,
ways,
I
right?
guess. Ow.
Hey, just wanted to make sure it worked. You eating breakfast? Right. I think I'm done here, so sure. Although,
I'm glad I managed to resolve my thought process before that happened.
I'm here now.
Do you say that with your mouth or in your head?
Both.
Okay.
It's confusing.
Having fun
Does
with
it
your new
automatically talk
magical
to
item?
everyone, or do you get to select who you talk
Right,
to?
see, I don't know. I haven't really messed with it, at all. I guess I could try. I try to speak directly to Aureus.
Okay.
Is that
I
anybody
guess
else?
that's the other question that I had thought of.
Secret messages between Rose and the party members.
Right.
Up until now, you've all been speaking out loud, correct? Just to each other in your heads. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, just making sure. As you go to speak to Aureus, do you keep your voice to yourself, but you attempt
Yeah.
to think to Aureus. Let me read what I wrote.
I'm trying to see if it's just can work between participants of the cluster individually, or if it's just
Okay, yeah, no, I just
everybody.
had to reread what I wrote. Okay. What do you say to Aureus?
I just look at him and just, hey, fuck you.
That rude.
It
you
only
heard me.
appears to be heard by Aureus.
Okay. What color am I thinking of?
Am I supposed to guess?
Sure.
Are you thinking of an actual color, Rose?
Yes.
Okay.
Purple.
But you don't want them to know.
Yeah.
Okay. You guess purple.
Purple. Wrong.
Are we able to project images? Like,
Right? That's kind of what I'm trying to see, is if it works for, like, alright, if I do the same thing, but I do, like, this time I do want him to know, but I don't, like, actually say it in any way.
Okay. What color do you put in his head? Send me a DM. Okay. as you kind of like look over at Eodos and you're attempting to understand how all of this works, you look at Aureus and you guys see Rose kind of just like squint their eyes a little bit. The color orange enters your mind, Aureus.
And orange this time?
Okay. Interesting.
So it does work. So then when Eidos thinks about sending the dragon bending over and flashing Rose its asshole and blinding them, does that image
No.
go to Rose?
It would. Yes, it would.
Not again!
Unless Rose, for some reason, wanted it to not and knew it was coming.
I don't think they knew that was coming.
Yeah, Eidos is just like, wait, they just sent color? Hang on, let me try.
You get Ginyu Force.
No!
Just send the fitness gram pacer test.
Images, words.
Interesting. Okay.
That'll make things a lot easier for us to like coordinate
Right?
investigations and shit now.
That's why I said
I saw
psychically.
something. What did you see? Oh, just this whole
This.
scene.
Right? Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, that'll make my job a little bit easier. Ugh. Anywho, we can continue to work out the kinks on this all later. But it is an option now. That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, just in time break down via the stuff that you talked with Severin about real quick.
I was getting to that, Eidos, thank you.
You spoke with
It means
Severin.
it's telepathic. If someone, some of us don't have like the devil sight. If someone can see with devil sight and they relay it to someone who doesn't have devil sight, does that mean they can cast even though they can't see?
You could target a creature in there as though you could see them, but you would have disadvantage on attack rolls as though they're in that blindness. It's kind of like a middle ground. Like, you can see them technically, because that image is like you know where they are, but you physically still couldn't see them, so the muscle memory doesn't quite line up.
Okay, that's still better than nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
It's powerful.
But yeah. So yeah, any questions, I guess, before I start the family meeting? And that's kind of the biggest topic.
I'm assuming we see Rose wearing the crown then.
Yes, you see the circlet atop their head.
Gotcha.
It's not like the crown that Vastorio was wearing had the it was very Evil Queen Disney style, like tall spikes of black ichor and like this ephemeral black energy that almost dripped off of it like oil and disintegrated into the air. And when you purified it, all of that dark shadow was blown away, and all that was left was this single circlet, like a band no more than an eighth of an inch diameter that just rests gently on their forehead with that single stone that's only maybe like 3/4 of an inch long, just right there in the middle of their forehead.
Which makes me king. See?
I have the crown. It all comes
Exactly.
back to Shrek.
Yeah,
Hey, you started
it
it.
really does.
Shrek
did.
is king.
Shrek is love.
Who's playing
No,
Shrek
no.
as their next character?
No.
Hawk.
No.
Yeah, he would do it too.
No.
My first Final Fantasy character was Shrek Swamp Living.
That's a great name.
Yeah, so Eidos drops that, and Rose just kind of sits like awkwardly waiting for everybody to question them.
I did hear the questions. Everyone was like, "What? You talked to Severin? What?" And then it got distracted, I think, with Ori's
Right.
asking
Sorry.
about the. No, you're good. You're good. So I think they did ask, but we can
But were
rewind
you
to that
more
moment.
implying about questions about the crown or just questions in general?
I mean, the crown is whatever. Not that it's not cool. And I don't know how to answer any questions about the crown.
I mean, do you want me to cast Identify on it, figure out what it can do?
I mean, I know, I
we
think
did that
through, yeah, through attuning and previous, like, I know what it does, but I haven't really had a chance to, like, play with it yet. I literally just attuned to it.
Then we'll just learn as we go. See? Simple.
Great. Yep.
We are
So about
masters of
Severin.
conversation.
Yeah. Mostly waiting for that part.
Yeah,
Well,
so
what did
what's
you
the
do?
two?
Right.
You didn't die this
Family
time. That's a
meeting.
good thing.
Yeah, right. That is a positive. I think it's probably because I more or less played along with him. If I had not talked with him, I think it might not have gone so well.
Banned on playing along.
What did you tell him exactly?
You know, tried not to tell him as much as possible.
What did you tell him?
I didn't, you know.
Yeah.
The problem is we don't know, which is why we're asking.
I know. I mean, we've established that we can project. Do you want me to just, like, replay it, I guess? Or it's just...
If you can replay it, that'll save a lot of time. And you stumbling.
Probably, but also fuck you. Promise you won't hurt me.
That's an odd way to start the. It's like, hey, I'll show you, but don't hurt me first.
Aerith just makes a
feel like that's
glance
fair.
at Ken.
I'm not gonna hurt you. I just need to figure out what steps we need to take.
Yeah.
moving
Okay.
forward.
Okay. And just know, like, I did it because if I didn't, he was either going to A, kill me, or B, he's gonna target you guys, and I don't want that either. I'd rather...
I don't think you'd get much out of the rest of us, I'll be honest.
I mean, anything that you know, he could potentially get it out of you.
I don't know anything, which is why I don't think you would.
Okay. I mean, you know some things that we've
I
talked
know
about.
some things vaguely. But that's like, oh, did you hear that rumor that the other rumor had from that one rumor?
I mean,
Yeah.
and at the same time, that's kind of the same boat that me and Eidos are in. I don't want him to do that to you guys. Either way, whether you know it or not.
Either
Just...
way, it's a good thing you didn't get hurt this time. So just tell us,
Alright.
and we'll give our final.
Oh. Don't like how you said that, but alright.
I mean,
Fine.
things happen. It's not like I'm gonna get
Things
angry about it.
happen.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm not going to get angry either way. We just need to know what precautions we have to take afterwards now, depending on what information you gave.
Rose will sigh and sit back in their chair and kind of like close their eyes. And I'm going to try to, I guess, show them the whole memory.
Okay, roll me history. It's not a particularly high DC because you are it's very fresh. It was just last night, but you are kind of recounting a memory. Okay.
Surprisingly high amount in history, but
Right. Well, you got jack of all trades, and
that's fair.
oh, you have proficiency in,
Yeah, apparently I have proficiency too.
which is just a stupid proficiency bonus right now. +6. Oh my god. Okay. As Rose closes their eyes, you guys all feel your mind's eye being drawn in. And as you each look at each other and kind of like trusting this moment, close your eyes, feel rest, like you're asleep. And then, as clear as it happened to them the night before, you watch through Rose's eyes as they awaken in clearing, are confronted by Severin. Taunt him, change the area around a bit, and the two of them talk. The conversation is pretty much remembered word for word by Rose in this moment, and I'd say there's nothing, because it all happened above the table, so I'd say there's nothing that you guys didn't hear now. You would have heard the entire conversation just all through Rose's perspective. You come to the end where the room kind of dissolves away, and as your memory bleeds into reality, Rose, and you kind of see in your own mind's eye blinking awake in your room, shake your head and like recalling it. You kind of just gotten sucked up into it, helped along, something along those lines. But you open your eyes and look around as the rest of the party does the same.
Yep. They just kind of like cross their arms over their chest and look kind of nervous.
And it's not a huge amount of information, but my guess is he could probably put 2 and 2 together for a lot of it.
I tried to give him as little or ambiguous as I could while still playing the game and not having him just, say fuck it and rip it out of me. I may or may not be able to stop him if he does that. It's kind of a toss-up. I tried to say as little as I could about the two of them, Ken.
How's Ken reacting?
He's analyzing the situation. I mean, Ken's been through a lot. And if this was like season 1 Ken, he'd be fucking pissed. Because yeah. Like any information, no matter how small, he'd have been like, why did you give that to him? Why? But now he understands that sometimes you have to play along, otherwise the scenario can get real bad real quick. So
yeah.
And we just had a heart-to-heart with Rose not too long ago, trying to understand where they're coming from, and he wants to be there for them better. So I think after a couple seconds of thinking, he's like, well, I think based on situation, you did good. I mean, it could have got a lot worse real quick. So
I just didn't really know what he was looking for specifically, and it's hard to keep information if you don't know what exactly they're trying to get. I don't know what he was actually looking for, and I don't know if he got some of it, part of it.
just got to, I guess, if he did get what he was looking for, I guess we can't really plan unless something pops off. So it's stressful trying to plan for every scenario. And then when something happens, it's not the scenario that you planned for.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I was hoping that maybe you understood a little bit more, seeing as they're closer to the whole situation.
No, you did good. You did good. The only thing I can really say is just keep on keeping on and adjust if something happens to the best of our abilities.
If he calls again, if this happens again, what do we want to know from him? I can try. What would help us, I guess, besides the fact that we know that he's an asshole and a maniac and trying to destroy everything. And
But for what reason? He said that he's not doing it just for Tiamat.
well, like he said, it seems like he, I don't know, wants to cleanse the corruption that is the world. Why? I don't know.
Ken shudders for a second. Hearing that. Because not too long ago, he was of the same
Yep.
mindset. So he's like, cringe. He had a cringe attack. Yeah.
Well, I don't know, he seems to think that he can be and enact the change that this world needs, whatever that actually entails. I don't know, like I questioned him about, it sounds like he has somebody higher than him giving him information, or he's working for somebody else, which kind of thought he was top of the chain besides Tiamat, and it really didn't sound like he was talking about her.
Well, I thought we said that he got a lot of his knowledge from the one thingamabob that I can't remember the name of.
The Epiphany?
Yes, that.
Right, well, I think he learned some stuff from it, but is that guiding him?
It could be. If it's something that powerful, it's possible he saw something in it and he's just kind of going with it.
Following some sort of directive. I don't even really understand what it is. What is it?
Apparently, it was, if I remember correctly, it was an artifact from the olden times. It was back when mortals had access to spell levels higher than 9th.
Ye old magic.
Right. So, I mean, is it just the culmination of that knowledge of those higher spells? Is it an artifact? Is it a book? Is it...
We don't really know the details.
I thought it was a tablet.
It was a tablet.
Esoteric is what it is.
It's called the Epiphany of Magic.
Right?
They have old spells like tungsten balls.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Testicular torsion.
Oh,
no.
God.
Seal butt crack.
Ninned butthole.
Flush the poop.
But so, I mean, like, what...
And we wonder why they took those magic spells.
Right. We weren't ready for them.
Return to monkey.
Yeah, you were told when Takashi had his memories recalled that it was a tablet.
Right. So it's a tablet that imparts the knowledge of higher level spells, or
I guess.
I mean, if it's the culmination of all the old magic, that would probably drive most people insane.
I mean, I
Yeah.
think it did. From what Takashi was saying before, he wasn't like this before.
Or is he saner than he's ever been? And we just live in a society.
You are the crazy ones.
I'm
He's
sure he
Joker.
thinks that way.
He's like Joker. He's just like hyper sane.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. I am the only sane one left.
He
He sure talks like he thinks like that.
does not think like that.
I don't
But
know.
okay, again, what? So if this happens again, what do we want to know? What would help us? Because I was kind of talking out my ass the whole time and floundering, and that doesn't make a compelling argument when I don't know what exactly I'm trying to ask.
I mean, you have the artifact now where you could just have us all talk with them at the same time, could you not?
Oh god, that would be fucking confusing and awful.
Hell yeah, dude, do it.
I don't know that
pull us
I
into
want.
your dream.
Oh,
I mean,
that
that's
is
not a bad
3 different
idea.
levels.
Put me in, coach.
More powers
I'm
to
ready.
We just like switch
You're probably
places
gonna
with
confuse
Rose in the
the hell
same
with
dream.
God, I don't know if I want that to happen. That sounds like a terrible idea.
Who is he talking to now? You never know.
You'll never know. I mean, but part of the point of this is I'm trying to keep you guys out of this. At least, like, from his influence.
I think we'll be fine. I mean, we gotta do this together either way, so.
Okay, I mean, I can't promise it'll work like that.
It doesn't hurt to try.
Alright, go to sleep real quick and pull us into your dream.
Right
Let's
now,
try it.
yeah.
Alright, Eidos,
Uh,
knock it.
Oh, that's not quite how that works. Don't.
He's already got a fate cockpit
No.
like a baseball bat.
I don't think that's how that works.
Yeah, let's put a pin in that for another time. We'll figure out some things to have you ask if he decides to pay you another visit.
I mean,
You
I can always
send
pay him
other
a visit.
people?
What?
Did you know you can send other people? Like, you're the source of the dream, but not the messenger. You could like tap Ken and send Ken to talk. Be the
Interesting.
caster. That you or a willing creature you touch enters a trance state, acting as a
Huh.
messenger. While in the trance, the messenger is aware of his or her surroundings, but can't take actions or move. I mean, we
just
kind
send
of
them random
played a little
people.
fast and loose, but yeah, you could legitimately send anyone just on the base dream spell
Interesting.
to have those conversations.
Alright, who do you want to tag team in first?
I don't know that I want anybody tag teamed in.
Can you just dream, like send a random animal into his dream?
Here's a wild cat. Go wild.
Here's a goat.
Who let this ocelot free in the house?
Don't know about that. I think it has to be a willing. I think a willing creature. Yeah, willing creature.
Send Fred.
You want Fred to talk to Severin.
Oh,
I'll probably try.
that's a conversation I've never had in my head.
I don't know about
You're
that.
gonna.
I have a lot of conversations in my head.
Me too.
Right. Anyway, if so, pin in that. Not sure if that'll work. We could try it, but yeah, if you can think of anything we want to know specifically that would help us, that would be...
I mean, less vague things about his motivation, because he was really just sidestepping answering me the whole time based on that.
Yeah,
did
but
he
see...
see from the epiphany?
What?
What did when he had the epiphany? What did he see? Because obviously, whatever he saw changed him drastically. So, what did he see?
Yeah, I mean,
Ask
I
him
don't
if he
know.
still considers Takashi a friend.
You still like Takashi Circle, yes or
Maybe.
no? Ah, it's not an option. I mean, if you want to know that, I can always just, like, ask him. Bother him all day.
Just sending spam him.
Would you put him in this the circle where he could talk with us, and we all just like constantly just annoying the shit out of him?
Yeah, I mean, if I dream him, like, he doesn't really have much control. As long as I can make it connect. I'm kind of the one with all the control over it.
Let's not get too confident, because we know he has higher than 9th level magic, and I'm sure he might have something to just wrest control of the dream from you if he really wanted to do that.
I hope not. That would be very concerning. As my spell should be mostly in my control, but yeah, I don't know, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, this is pure hypothetical, but higher than 9th level magic, there's no fucking idea of what he could come at us with, you know? And it's from your dream, it sounds like he's kind of got the kid gloves on, trying to toughen us up for some weird reason. So,
right. I didn't really understand that. It seems like he wants us to get stronger.
Remember when you guys talked to Helm, he explained that.
I mean, it sounds like he might want the gods gone, and he might actually
Come
want us
on.
to kill Tiamat.
Maybe. Guess I don't know. Is that if we kill Tiamat, are we just doing what he has planned?
You hear that, Aureus? It's your time to shine. You gotta convince her to join us.
They have to convince Tiamat to be good again.
God. Good luck with
Was
that.
she ever good though?
I don't know.
We gotta
I
turn
don't
her
think
into
so.
Tia not so bad after all.
That would be interesting. I think that would kind of destroy the Pantheon.
Just change it a little bit. Have Tiamat be the god.
Yeah, what's the big what could go wrong if you change the intrinsic way the Pantheon exists, huh?
Make everyone good.
That won't have any negative connotations whatsoever.
Unfortunately, you can't have good without evil, and vice versa.
I don't think it works that way.
You never know unless you try.
I think we do know because there have been other times that has gone very poorly. I don't think you can just love and peace the entire world, Aureus.
You never know unless you try.
Nothing brings the world together better than a common enemy.
What would the common enemy be?
Tiamat?
I mean, in this scenario, I guess Severin.
Just talk to Tiamat. Be like, hey, Severin's manipulating you. Just become a good god. It will all work out, and we all
fight him back.
Up Tiamat together.
Love and peace.
Or beat up Severin together with Tiamat.
But under your own rules, wouldn't we then have to try to, like, turn Severin good?
Yeah.
Aureus is like, that was always
So we are turning the entire world, including Tiamat, against him to
Well,
then
no,
convince
that
him
was
to be
Theodos's
good.
plan. My plan was just make everyone good.
Also, I want to point out that's not my plan. I'm pretty sure that's just what's actively happening with him right now.
I'm not saying it would work. I'm just saying we give it a try. All right.
I don't. What does that even mean to you? Be good.
Do good. Like, don't go massacring people. Don't be like, I will take over the world. And let
So
it
as long
burn."
as they don't kill people, then people are good.
I mean, no. Like, obviously, there's more to that, but you got to start
Right.
somewhere.
But that's the thing. What is there
Where's
one?
the start?
Yeah, is there one like
First,
I
stop
just
killing. Get them to sit down, have a conversation. It takes time, but you got to first get them to put down the weapons and just talk.
That's my fault.
Bye.
Yeah, well, is the family meeting over and y'all are just yapping?
Yes.
I guess.
Pretty
I mean,
sure.
I could talk
Alright,
about other stuff. We
Alright,
could just
well,
have fun.
Well, I think now, since we're done with the family meeting, we should head
No,
back
I
to
didn't.
the kingdom and report.
Why? That sounds like a waste of time.
well,
Honestly, I'm
else?
pretty sure they also, I'm almost positive, are going to be aware that if it's not under their
Right?
under control anymore.
Yeah, we fix shit.
I feel like we could just peace out from this point, honestly.
So then go back
Unless
to
you're
the
trying to
horde
get some.
cave?
I'd like to get back there as soon as possible. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. There's
One of
still
y'all-
the.
At the very least. I'm sorry. Go
soul
ahead.
I was gonna say the soul stones that they brought. I'm very interested in those.
That sounds like something that we could discuss later, maybe, or I don't really care, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, we can.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt
At
to
the very least, can
talk
one of
to
y'all
them.
send the King Ascending? Let him know. Job's done. At the very least. It's like, hey, job's done. Gotta go take care of some business. Hope everyone's okay. That's it. At the very least.
Go for it, Aurora. Aerith. Sorry.
Who's Aurora now?
Minus
Good
10 for
what?
breaking character.
No.
And I'm
Alright.
gonna add 100 hit points to the monster in this
No.
game's episode.
No, I mean, if you want to go, we could go talk. I was just saying, like, I'm pretty sure they know now that if it's not under control,
Well, I
it seems
don't.
like
I mean, like,
And I
only
really
if
don't.
everybody wants to. I'm not gonna, like, just say no. We're
No.
gonna go and be a brat about it.
No, I'm of the vote
Good-
to
Good
go
luck when I'm
drain
driving the
rest of
bus.
Yeah. I vote that we just go ahead and just go get the rest of our loot from
Yes,
the
please.
from the pit, and then head back home to
Alright.
inventory and take care of miscellaneous items.
Fair enough. Let's
And
do
do
that.
at least send ascending.
Speaking
Let
of
them
taking
know
Yes,
that we're
yes. I'll send a sending. Somebody just write down what I should say.
Good morning, Your Majesty. Job's done, but I'm sure you already know that. We're gonna go take care of some business. Hope all is well. Something along those lines.
Word
Do you
for
really need
word.
to use the majesty part?
Okay.
That's really
He is royalty.
so.
Some
Job
basic
done.
decorum
Leaving now.
is
Goodbye.
required. Come on now.
Is it
I know you hate nobles,
required?
but come on.
It is required.
Rose, come on.
Yeah, I'm not the one sending, so if he wants to kiss a little boot, go for it.
I am still waiting for Mia's reply.
You know, that was my fault. I sent it, but I sent it to myself.
Oh
Whoops.
my!
I did /whisper GM, and that's why I was like, I'm like, man, he never even replied to that. I'm sorry, Ken. I did send that before, like a long ass time ago. I did it wrong. I'm really sorry.
somewhere in the ether there. Did she roll a natural 1 on her d20? She had a natural.
No, yeah, she basically did. Let's see, 8.
The DM messed up. The DM messed up.
Minus 10 points.
We all get another level. Urgh.
Oh no. We all get just enough temporary hit points to survive the next one hit KO.
And then I guess on that note, Kendall, get up, stretch again. I guess finish off any food and drinks he might have on the table, and start heading back to.
The king replies, "This is wonderful news. We had hoped when the heat abated last night, but have not yet confirmed. For Astiel seems calmer. You have our gratitude."
Blah blah. Thanks. Cool. Let's go.
Go get gear ready, and then get ready to head out and report to the pit. Get our
Eris. Rosal get up and walk over as everybody's kind of like getting up and
making their way out of the dining hall.
Yeah, they'll pull out the cloak that I was wearing and kind of like toss it to him. It's just, you should really, if you have the spots, you should really attune to this.
Well, yes and no, because I have these 2 rings, the Ring of Regeneration and the Ring of Legendary Action, and then, the Fang of Bahamut.
Right. Do you want to get 1 HP back every 10 minutes, or do you want to not be able to get crit?
Yeah, that's a good point. Because since we entered the temple, I haven't even kept track because we've just been going from fight to fight to fight to fight.
It's not very helpful in battle stuff. Please wear this.
All right. If all of you at least give me an hour to let me attune to it.
Yeah, we're kind of in narrative time.
So I will...
Nah, we didn't have time to go talk to the king. You don't get that hour. I'm sorry. No, I'm joking. Go for it.
And
then
you get that
I guess
reroll thing.
Yes, you can reroll as well, which is nice and very helpful. So I would definitely recommend you use that.
Is it a cloak that's in the normal compendium, or is it a homebrew?
No, it was, I think, a Griffin item, or...
Yeah, I think it's Griffin's saddlebag.
So that's why I posted
copy
the
and
thing
paste
for you
it.
for to
Yeah.
copy it.
Oh, you did? I was just like, what? Oh, okay.
And then so, well, I guess while you do that, that gives me another hour. Rosal see if Eidos is willing to do some sparring with them and work on Great Weapon Master.
Yeah. You're just always down to swing a sword.
Nope, I can't fucking spell, even though typing is part of my job.
Well, quickly doing the
All
next...
you have to do is copy.
I'm trying.
The next hour, Rose, go ahead, roll me your training. Ken, you said you're just going getting the rest of your gear all situated and ready to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. You return to your room, gathering together your equipment, armor, donning it, preparing to head back out into the Firedale and into that domain that rested between the two. Looking around, make sure you're not leaving anything here in the mansion. Kind of like leaving a hotel room for the last time. You just do that last double check just to make sure so nothing gets like, you don't lose a sock, when this door closes or something.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if anything is left behind and we close the door and it goes away and then everything gets shutted out, so...
Yeah, then it's just there in the temple.
Great.
Rose, that is 3d6.
Okay.
And as you and Eidos head to the training yard to spend an hour just clashing swords, is there anything Aureus wanted to do?
10.
Not that I can think of, no.
Okay. Then the hour passes
that
peacefully.
Sorry, I was like, it's funny that she's asking if I can stay a little bit. I was like, funny as you ask that. I was gonna have you come home.
You'll have to
Cannot
tell her.
posit it yet. You only have one set.
Yep. Gotta wait until we're there.
That was why I was like, man, he didn't even reply to that. That's so sad. That I looked up, like when you said that, I looked up and I see the 2 GM, and I'm like, oh,
Oops.
dumb, that's what happened. All right. As Rose finishes up their training, Aerith, you feel the attunement to the Ring of Regeneration break, and that little bit of life force that had been trickling into you ceases. And then, as you do, you feel your attunement to the cloak take hold, and it conflicts momentarily with the innate resistance that you have from your armor, as it also gives you fire resistance.
Which I will probably just shift over to cold resistance.
There you go. So you just shift your armor to cold, allowing you to have both running simultaneously, and you are now attuned to the Harathi Cloak of Shielding. Ken walks back into that central atrium. You kind of all gather there, everyone having brought together their gear and equipment. Is there anything else you guys wanted to do here in the mansion before you head to the Horde?
I do want to retcon one thing, just whenever Ken asks, because it'll save Ken a lot of time of having to go to each one of these circles to learn them. It also copied down the formula for all of the teleportation circles that we have so far, and
Okay.
hand them to Ken. That way he's already got them whenever he gets it done.
All right. So
Oh,
as
yeah.
you enter into the atrium, Ken, Eidos will hand you a piece of parchment, and each one has a series of arcane symbols on them. And they're not symbols you'd seen before. They look like each symbol looks like a collection of other arcane symbols, and you had seen them. They're just not part of like normal arcane scripture. You recognize the addresses, or you recognize what he's handing you as the addresses, and he's even written, like Iriabor Guildhall. What is it? You had one in Baldur's Gate, Lintier at the the archive. Here, I can go to the world map where I had actually marked
And
them
then-
all.
Great.
And then I innately know the house circle.
Yes, you know the Platinum Enclave. You guys have one for Elturel as well from your short stint there at the Guild Hall, as well as Waterdeep's Guild Hall.
Okay.
You guys kind of adjust your packs, give each other that nod, and head towards the front door. Or were you going to try to teleport out from here? I guess I should ask.
I was gonna. Can you teleport from the mansion?
Technically, I think it makes it a separate demi-plane, so if I wanted to teleport, I have to leave. Because otherwise it would be technically be a plane shift.
Try
I
to
think.
do that in Strudel.
No, we never had teleport in Strudel. Are you kidding
Well,
me?
no, the lich at the temple, because we were in a mansion and then he teleported us, or were we outside of the mansion?
I honestly don't remember, because now that might have been possible. We'll have to ask Chekhov next time we talk.
Yeah, it's probably just be easier to just head out.
Yeah, I'll just head out.
Mm-hmm.
You guys step out
Get
together
teleport ready.
into the main chamber of the Fire Temple. As you step out of the shimmering doorway, you look around and you can see the braziers filled with fire still crackling, not insanely, but heavily. The fire's burning all around you. You look up, kind of scan over to the right. You see floating in the middle there the massive crystal fire. It still has that big gash down the front that the Severin simulacrum had crawled out from. But from within that crack, you can now see the light glowing within and kind of filling it up to the brim, almost with like a tangible light, like a scar on the crystal itself.
That's fine, right?
It's fine.
I'm sure that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure Ifrit can.
What's the worst that could happen?
I'm sure Ifrit can repair it over time.
Hopefully. Not our problem anymore.
Come on, man.
You teleport?
I mean, right? Ken says that and Rose just looks over and she's like, what? It's not.
All right. as you are all pulled into that nothingness space within yourselves, you use the stone procured from the horde to target your location and draw you there. It feels different. There's no roll that's needed. There's nothing contesting against you, but something in your mind tells you that where you're going isn't quite what you left. And as you all materialize around, I'm just gonna go ahead and move us back to this drawing board.
Puddle.
You appear here next to the pool of molten metal and liquid that bubbles just north of you. And as you look around, the last time you were here, you could see hundreds of feet off into the distance. You were close to the edge of the Firedale here, close enough that you could walk there in just a short time. But now as you look around, the Firedale edge, right here. And as you kind of like realize how close that burning wall of fire is to you, you turn and you can see that it's off the screen here, it's about 100 feet away. You have another circular barrier of dust and stone.
Oh.
It
right
appears
there.
as though this domain is collapsing.
Okay. Is it actively moving as we're standing here?
Roll me a perception check.
Oh man.
Is it
So
gonna
we're-
be bad if we're here?
I don't know. I would say, Ken, you start doing what you're doing as quickly as possible.
Oh god damn it.
You looking at it, Rose, it does look like it's encroaching on you, but very, very slowly. Like,
Okay.
you can barely tell. It's like watching clouds move on a still day. They're moving, but
But not quickly.
you've got
okay.
time. It's not like it's going to collapse on in you
Right
in the
now.
next 10 minutes. You probably have
Couple hours.
half a day, maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
But it
Okay.
is collapsing.
Alright.
Either way,
Yeah, get cracking.
get started. Yep.
You look at the puddle, Ken. The pool before you is mostly gold. You see little streams of platinum still bubbling here and there, but nowhere. You pulled most of the platinum out last time you were here. There's also small amounts of copper and a decent amount of silver here. So as you're beginning your fabricate, I think you choose.
I can choose. I'll just
That always helps me. Raw materials, okay. Products of the same material. Got it. All right, so it doesn't really matter.
That you can see.
So if I select the platinum first, would it be of a small enough measurement to stick in my bag of holding?
You look at it, there's really not a lot left. Probably?
Yeah, fuck it, let's just go ahead and get that out the way then.
All right. Now, so you don't need to just target one material. You have your 10 foot by 10 foot by 10 foot space. Or 8 5-foot cubes. Be like here. I had misread it. I thought that you had to choose like a specific metal to start with, but
Right.
you don't have to.
Just pick like platinum and then into gold when that runs out.
Yeah, okay. We can do that then.
Okay. So we do the same ingot size.
With the same logo on the top.
Mhm.
So there's no confusion.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm just doing some quick math in my head.
Oh shit. I don't have a way to contact the Vanguard to have them, be prepared for random precious metals.
Incoming
popping
debris.
up. Special delivery.
Right. What's the likelihood they're standing exactly where I send it?
Okay, that's what I needed. Okay. So, As you cast out your spell, Ken, activate the fabricate module. The magic flows through your armor system and out into the pool. You see it stream in as rivulets of platinum and gold flow into the air. A small stream of platinum slams into the ground behind you and kind of like pools and bubbles into itself before it forms 3 more platinum ingots, each one about a foot long and about 8 inches in its other dimensions. Same size as the ones you had made before, with the same engraving on the top, each one worth about 1,000 gold pieces.
Neat.
They're worth it's worth 1,000 gold pieces. I don't know why I said about. I'm trying to keep this easy on myself.
Specifically.
Simultaneously, the river of gold flows into the air and slams down, splashing across the space and filling it with another 77 gold ingots, each one worth 100 gold pieces. Right? Am I doing that math right? No. Because it's 10. God. I had all of the... Sorry. 700... I'm just gonna say 800 gold ingots because it's really like it's really like 797, but we're gonna go to 800.
Round up.
Take your time.
Yeah. So your first fabricate gets you 3k platinum and 797. Actually, there was not that much gold. Okay, no, the rest of it actually clears out the hoard. And it's silver and copper. I dropped a 0 somewhere before, and I want to make sure you guys get the right amount of money.
All of it.
Right. So it was about that. No.
What?
No. Sorry, I'm using the previous horde and doing a lot of big number math, and I'm used to doing small number math, and I don't do big number math a lot.
I mean, you don't have to do it right now. You can just say we get a bunch of shit and we'll count it
Well,
later.
I just don't know like how much is in there, and I'm trying to make sure that I don't give you guys more than what's actually in there, because he's got more than one fabricate. So I got to figure out how much.
Oh.
Ken's power just went out.
What?
No.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Gives me time to math then. All right.
I'm gonna use the bathroom then.
I know that those 3 ingots are correct. I know that we can do a total of 800 ingots because they're the same size as the last one. So that means 797 gold ingots. Okay, that's it.
Man.
80,000 gold on the first fabricate.
Also, I don't know what we're doing today, but if you want to save spell slots for us, we could just preemptively put the teleportation circle for the keep down and have him fabricate the bars onto that.
Right. That's
We
see.
could
That's
just
what I was.
send it.
I was going to ask you. Can you send items through teleportation circle?
Yeah, we did
Because
it
I
before.
know. Okay. Because I was going to ask Eidos if he could do it, because that would be.
That would actually
helpful.
save.
Yeah.
Yeah, and mine come back on that short rest. So that's why I was
Right.
thinking, like, worst case scenario, we just take an hour later on if we end up having to do something.
Okay. Yeah, that would be great. I was going to ask you. I would have the spell up, like trying to read it, but I kept getting distracted.
Sounds good. Then I will arrange it more like the cube that it could be,
Cube.
because that's actually the perfect size, a 10-foot circle that teleportation circle is.
Because I can't remember. We did this before. I don't remember what we were moving when we did it, though.
I think it was
Right?
gold.
I know it was something. Oh, the dragon head.
That's what it was.
I was like, I know we did it before too. Yeah, I just don't remember what.
Yeah, I'm yapping through my phone. That's why I'm back so quickly.
Gotcha.
Yeah. At least you can be here then.
Because you know how many spells you have. I finally got my math right. So it was 3,000 platinum and another 80,000 gold pieces. And it looks like it was about a third of the gold that was in there.
Neat.
Are you going to use all your high-level spell slots for this?
I mean, however many I need to use to get everything out.
Okay. All right. So that also brings me to the next question. As the teleportation circle is now filled with ingots.
I'm going to grab enough for like 1,000 gold and put it in my bag of holding for
Okay.
later.
You grab 1 platinum ingot. It weighs about 45 pounds.
God damn.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I mean,
Uh,
just straight raw metal, I suppose. Yeah.
You can use that as a weapon.
Right.
Stuff you don't think about again.
Bludgeon somebody to death with money.
One
You
sec.
bumped into me. You should pay me for the damages. He's like, all right, pulls
Fuck
his big
you!
stick.
oh, that's my fault.
Uh-oh.
no,
Do we get
Yes.
more money?
no, 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 no. No. I did the actual weight of what the platinum would weigh. I'm gonna need a strength check.
Oh no.
my god.
Is it more than 45 pounds?
More than 10 times 45
Oh,
pounds.
no.
Oh gosh.
Can the
An
bag
eight
of
for-
holding... It has like a weight limit, right? Can it even hold that?
Yeah, it's
Size limit.
5.
Oh,
It was.
Extra size?
It's like.
Okay.
I thought it was like 500
oh,
pounds.
is it a weight?
Right, I thought there was a weight limit.
I could be wrong, but I don't remember the
pretty
exact
sure.
weight. But I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's like a capacity that it can hold.
Okay, well then here I need to do this differently then.
Yeah, can hold up to 500 pounds, not exceeding the volume of 64 cubic feet.
Let's see.
So that's too heavy.
Okay, sorry about that. I was talking with my roommate about figuring out getting my computer set up and stuff.
It's all good.
Yeah.
It just might be too heavy.
Yeah, I'm doing some math because we live in a fantasy world.
The gold through
No.
the teleportation circle.
No, to put in your
No,
bag
the
of holding.
platinum you were trying to
Oh.
grab.
Oh, I can't.
No, you
So I
can't.
just
You
have
can't.
to just
It's gonna be so when I did the actual like pure platinum is very 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 heavy. The way that it's all broken down is it's kind of like I've been doing it based off of coins, and so I figured out the weight. The weight is I actually predicted it correctly. It would actually be 38 pounds for
Okay.
an ingot that could be broken down into 1,000 platinum coins
That's not too bad.
or 100 platinum coins. Sorry, that was yeah. So they weigh about like 30-40 pounds a piece, and the gold ones are about the same weight because it all breaks down. Each ingot's worth 100 coins.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so I can safely stuff it in the bag.
Yes, yes, you can.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so as you secure that one, Eidos, you're going to teleport with the circle, just so that while Ken's getting his stuff going, we can keep moving forward. Okay. Do you guys send any messages to the? I know that Ken mentioned messaging the Vanguard.
Not unless Aerith wants to do it. But since it's
Yeah, I
going
don't
on
have
to the
ability
teleportation,
to, so-
I mean, since it's going on the teleportation circle, at least it's not gonna like destroy or smash anybody potentially.
I guess, but it will mean that we need them to unload the first load before we can send
Right.
another, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I'll send a message.
Okay.
Get ready to offload.
We're sending
What
a lot
does
of
your message say?
treasure to the teleportation circle. Please offload it because we're sending more
As quickly as possible.
as quickly as possible.
Okay. Who are you sending it to? Which one?
Which ones are there?
There's Paladin, Warrior, Thief,
Perfect. Paladin, go.
Monk, Red Mage, Black Mage, White Mage. I feel like I'm
Paladin.
missing one. Paladin. No, I said Paladin.
Yeah, it's just that was the first one you said. Perfect. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I guess in the time that it takes them to offload it and you to fabricate it, it should be pretty close.
He replies,
Assembly line this shit.
Understood, ally of Ascalon. I will set the vanguard to it. We shall complete our task as quickly as possible.
Neat. We only really have one more, I think. Till you only have one more, Eodos?
No, I've got 3 slots.
Oh, you got 3 slots?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Are you doing okay, Cade?
We're just destabilizing the entire Sword Coast, Tyranny Coast, whatever economy. It's no big deal.
I want it to be known you currently have precious metals, not coin. Precious metal
Same thing.
is not coin.
You can just create a mint system at Starfall, right, Ken?
Right, yeah.
With that forge that Rose stole.
It's all coming together.
It's all coming together.
It's like this was all planned originally.
Don't recommend forging the coins yourself, otherwise the banks will get very annoyed with you. And I'd rather.
I mean,
not with the banks.
we're our own new city-state. We can forge. We can mint
make
coins.
your own coin. I'm saying just don't make the same coins that they've been using, otherwise you'll piss off a bunch of bankers.
Yeah, it's just going to be a coin with Ken's like half
Face
dragon
on it.
face on the front, and on the back is Ascalon.
But his ass, Ascalon.
Oh my god.
Ascalon.
I'm getting
Yep.
I'm getting Discord loaded, so I'm gonna swap over there.
Sounds good.
Yeah. It's just like as a city-state, we're allowed to mint our own money, right? That's how economy works,
Sure.
right?
Talk to Emmeline. Hoisted this upon her.
Fine.
It's fine. We're not gonna destroy the financial infrastructure of the entire Sword Coast.
We already have.
Even at the current that new weight, that was still 2 tons of platinum ingots that you guys dropped in the
in the
front of the guild hall.
Whoops. Hopefully no one was in the way.
We were paying back debts.
Yeah. And then some. Fine.
What's the worst that could happen?
Right?
What did I miss in the 10-15 seconds I was gone?
Oh, you just joking?
Oh.
That we dropped 2 tons of currency in bar form in the guild
Precious
when they
metal.
teleported it.
Yeah, we gotta eventually go back to talk about that.
Because let's see, it's 62.
How quickly can your people unload 2 tons?
Well, I rolled for the first one. As Eidos activates the teleportation circle, the shimmering chalk outline that he had outlined into the ground glows and the ingots are gone.
Neat.
You guys give it a little bit of time. You draw out your second circle.
All right.
It's like as he's doing his fabricate and creating the next pile, I guess hopefully by the time we're done with that, they're done offloading.
Okay.
I feel like
Let's
it would
see.
take quite a lot of time to move that much gold.
Nah.
Gold's heavy.
We really need
them to move it off of the platform. The
Right.
Starfall
They don't have to get it very
teleportation
far.
thing is
Unless
all.
they have a forklift, I don't think they're moving it that quickly.
They're
It's assembly line.
they're
They have a
tempered
paladin and a
dragon
warrior, they're
people of
strong.
a dragon, you know?
Underestimating how heavy gold is.
No, I think you're
38
underestimating Escalon's minions.
Yeah.
Nah, you're right. That's why we're hoping they're doing it quickly.
Right?
They've got a warrior, paladin, really strong guys. They've got a white mage that could hopefully buff them, you know?
Or you, I guess, if you want, Aerith, you could send another message and ask if they're done yet.
Yeah, let's not crush them while they're trying to offload the gold.
Well, hopefully they're not standing on the teleportation circle. That would be silly.
But they have to get on it to grab the gold to move it.
Nah.
While you have this conversation, Ken casts out Fabricate for the second time, and a river of gold. Actually, I know what I had said. This is going to be the last of the gold, because the pool is like half consumed by the wall of fire. But
After
as
gold,
you
what's the point?
pull the last of the gold out, there's maybe 500 gold pieces worth of gold still bubbling around in there amidst the, thousands of copper and silver that are in there that aren't worth as much money since they're just copper and silver.
Yeah, unless you have anything that you need pure silver and copper for, I guess, to build shit, but otherwise, I guess I don't really care about that.
For
Question:
future inventions?
What skills do you have? Like, are you an armor, a weaponsmith? Like skill proficiencies for forging? Because technically, if you could like smith it or I guess fabricate it into like weapons or armor, it'd be worth a lot more.
Yeah.
So if you just want a pure silver armor, I don't know if you are an armorer or not. I don't know what kind of blacksmithing profession.
I got trained for all around smithing, because basically what I thought of is like Sid trained Ken basic blacksmithing to go along with his artificery, because he will need to learn how to make the basic items to then put the artificery into.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yep. It's the specialist is artificer. You just use smithing as like a base. Technically, you are an armorer, but you could make weapons. You can make anything, especially with fabricate.
Okay, there you go. You could just make a bunch of silver plate mail and sell it for a lot.
You secure another 80,000 gold pieces worth of ingots. It's placed down on the teleportation circle that is ready to be cast. Were you guys sending another message, or were you waiting? It's been 10 minutes, as that was what Ken needed to cast the spell.
They can get it out in 10 minutes, right?
I guess we should give him a heads up, like, we got the next load ready.
Do any of your people know sending? Can they talk to us?
Can I?
Just a one-way thing.
I was gonna say, if there's a way to, like, see if I can replicate the way I use to, synchronize with them in a way to, like, communicate. If, at the very least, communicate my feelings of, like, hey, I don't know how to communicate to them with feeling. Like, hey, we're getting ready to do this thing. Be ready.
Okay. Roll me a charisma check and then an insight check.
Anticipation.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. That's how it goes. Oh, fucking course.
Unfortunately, you get the feeling that you're not able to reach them from here. At least not in this moment, unfortunately.
Okay, well, that's a dud.
It was worth trying. A 2 and then a 20.
Right.
So,
Wait, you guys...
am I sending a message?
A message.
It would probably be safe.
Yeah.
I don't want to. We don't want to drop like however many tons of fucking materials on them if they're on the platform, loading or unloading at the time.
All
I
right.
hope they are. That wouldn't be very smart. Get done yet?
Send another message asking,
Okay.
or letting them know that we're about to send another load of heavy metals.
Ally of Ascalon, we require more time to finish our previous task. We are near half completed.
They need more time. They've only done half.
Well, it's a
Okay,
good
so
thing we
now they're
checked then, otherwise we would have killed them.
Yeah.
So glad you
okay.
guys did. They rolled so bad.
God damn it.
Ken, 4 of them rolled under 10. Man.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I'm telling you,
Aw.
gold's heavy.
Not
You-
that heavy.
Mill around here for another 10 or so minutes. Give it 15 just to be safe. Do you send another message or do you just send it?
Ugh.
Send it.
Oh, for fuck's sake. This is going from my 4th level spell slot.
What do you
That's
need
fine.
spells for? It's fine.
I'll send
I don't know,
another
I would say-
message to give them a heads up.
Just- Yeah, okay.
And
I was gonna
ask,
say,
and
it's fine,
ask
shoot.
if any of them know the spell sending to let us know when they're ready.
It would be easier.
We are ready to receive the treasures of Ascalon.
I give a thumbs up.
Unfortunately, we are not capable of communicating with him ourselves. Some situations are dire.
Seems like an oversight.
They don't know sending. They're just
Seems like an oversight. You should really know sending. What if
You need
Starfall
to
gets
build them a
attacked?
hotline. Yeah, give them an emergency line, Ken.
Just get him a sending stone, man. But yeah, they're good for the next one. So Eric
Alright,
gives
then,
thumbs up.
You know, so send it on along.
Send it.
All right. As the second mass of gold ingots, all pressed and imprinted with the First Brood Industries logo, disappears once again into the ether. The magical chalk that had formed the outline circle that was created dissipates and sparkles away, and you're left with a much, much smaller lake of bubbling silvers and coppers. What are you guys doing next?
I'm generally curious. Do we see any other magic items?
You do not, no. As I looked into the image, you see a handful of gemstones along the ridge, like, you know, the lake had been in a bowl, and now that the surface level has gone down, the edges, you can see little bits of sparkling here and there, but no magic items.
Also, is your fucking company the FBI, Ken? Did I hear that right?
What?
Yeah.
The First Brood.
Did you? Ray, did we not go over this before?
I don't think we even discussed Ken's.
I thought we did. I thought we
Oh,
did.
We
Yeah,
didn't
we.
ha-
I
well,
thought
yeah, we did, but we didn't have a name for it.
I thought we had.
Technically.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
so
no.
sorry. I
No.
know you had told me.
The FBI. Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I could have sworn you'd mentioned First Brood.
Maybe it's been so
Dude,
long.
that's
we
it.
might
We came up
have.
with it so long ago.
Yeah, we might have.
Well, then
But,
this is the reveal. As you look
yeah.
down at it, you can see First Brood Industries. You look down at it as your. Go ahead, describe what the logo looks like, Ken.
Basically, it's like a dragon's head in profile with with a Magitech circle as a frame. Let me
Yeah, I know you had the picture made of it,
add a picture of it.
and along the
It's
top and
just
bottom.
too funny that our boys, the head of the FBI.
Yo.
I could have swore we had that joke already, man. I've been laughing about it for a long time.
Yeah.
Years.
Then
It's
it
been a
needs to be known.
while.
It needs to be known.
Needs to be.
Actually, to make this easier, I'm gonna just use my phone to send it.
Hell yeah.
Because I know I have it somewhere in my camera roll. Files. Come on, load up. Okay. Nope. Files. Images. Downloads. It's somewhere in here.
Yeah, I'm going in the opposite.
I found it. I found it.
I was about to say, I think I could try to find it for you.
Nice.
There it is.
Yeah. So that's pressed in with First Brood Industries, say, written in common, and maybe even underneath it, scribbled elegantly in Draconic as well. What do you think, Ken?
I like it.
All right. The ingot throw away, and I feel a little bit better.
Yeah. Like I said, it's been so long. I might have said it in passing, and I completely forgot. So yeah, it
All
worked
good.
out.
The description you're giving of like the icon, I remember that. I remember you sharing it, but I don't remember the word
Yeah.
for like the name coming up because that is great.
Hell yeah.
It's so
The
good.
fucking FBI, bro.
All right.
It all worked out.
So back to the collapsing horde, as I've been referring to this in my mind. You guys leaving the silver? You guys gonna take it? You got one more fabricate for Ken and one more teleport for Eodos.
I mean, technically, I could upcast it, so
That's
I have
right. You have two more.
technically.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna leave it to a group vote. We kind of got like the good stuff
Right,
already.
it's up to you. I'm getting bored, but
And I'm fine if you want to get the silver really quick. Okay, silver's still silver.
Yeah,
allow it.
silver's still silver. We could use it.
Also, I just want you guys to know 1 cubic foot of gold is 1,206 pounds.
it
That's
sure
one
is.
cubic
That's why it's
foot.
like 2 tons.
Very, very heavy. Yep.
You
I
expect them
mean,
to carry it in like 10 minutes.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
it's
They're dragon people, brother. It's not a human. We're not weak little fleshy boys. This is a fantasy realm with all kind of fantasy elements, bro.
Heavy.
I mean,
it's very
we
heavy.
I could use the silver and copper for future inventions in case I need it.
If you're gonna do it, do it. I'm bored. Hurry up.
All right. Speaking of which, are we going to mechanics after this?
I had planned to, because I don't think we should hold on to the Crystal
Yeah.
of Fire any longer than we really need to be
Okay.
honest.
All right, just to make sure. Okay, let's just grab the rest of this.
Silver is the best conductor for electricity, so if you got any experiments with electricity, there you go.
Well, technically gold is, but sure.
I thought silver was.
No, it's gold.
No. Yeah, I think it's gold because don't they make like computer parts and stuff with that?
Silver is the best conductor of electricity according to 2 sources.
Well.
I don't know if I trust that. Hold on.
Yeah. I think gold is the
According
best
to-
conductor.
According to 2 sources, actually,
That I
let
do
me
not
double
trust.
check.
That's why I don't trust like 2 sources. I don't know. Right now, this is silver again. Hold on. Let me use a different. I'm going to use a different search engine.
Fuck off, Google AI. Your AI is terrible.
I'll use my last level 4 to get the rest of the.
I keep
rest
getting
of the
pure
stuff outta
silver.
here.
Okay. Well, I did the math again, and when it breaks down into coin size, because everything that I'm seeing is the gold value worth of what the metal is in there, you only get about half the silver. It's 800 ingots of silver, worth about 8,000 gold pieces.
Says gold is number 3, silver is number 1.
That's how I was
What's number
finding that
2?
as well.
Hmm.
I guess that makes sense because like Arctic silver is a really, really good heat and electrical component or conduit
Yes.
for. So
What was number 2?
Copper.
Copper.
8,000 gold
Fair.
worth of silver coin.
And copper is a lot cheaper, which is why it's the most.
Right. It's fair.
So each of those ingots is going to be worth it. what would it be? 10 gold? At 800? Yeah.
Guess Google AI
not bad.
isn't so dumb after all.
I mean, it's still pretty dumb.
It is pretty dumb.
And then just so that we don't have to worry about the sendings, just say you probably give them another 20 minutes this time, just to give them enough time. Are you sending all the silver off to Starfall as well?
Yeah. I got what I needed for my little side thing, so just send the rest.
Okay.
Send the rest of the house.
All right. As you haul off 171,000 gold pieces worth of precious metal ingots.
We're rich.
Yeah.
We're rich.
We're rich. And I mean, this was a fraction compared to the worth that you had sent to because the guild hall just got platinum. It was all
Right.
platinum.
All platinum. Hey,
Yeah.
I mean, some of that I'm sure can be
Used.
for our purposes as well.
Okay. So as you send out the final delivery to Starfall, seeing the silver ingots with the logo disappear into the ether, you look and the curtain is noticeably closer now. They're both at probably about a foot closer to you guys. Again, it's encroaching slow, but you've been here for probably an hour and a half now,
Right.
so.
Should get going.
Off to Macash.
Ready?
And then I guess Ken pulls out the fork that Mia gave him from the last visit.
Cool. I'll take that. And I'm gonna have to cast this at 8th level. I guess I didn't
Right.
ask whether anything happened last time for the 7th level, but
You actually, when you arrived here, you felt invigorated, strengthened. You had 4 temporary hit points.
neat. Do those wear off, or do I still have those?
No, you still have them.
Neat. And did the spot grow any bigger?
No. Nope,
Nope,
doesn't appear
okay.
to have.
All right, let's
You-
tempt fate again.
Plane shift?
Yep.
Okay. You take the fork from Ken's hand, focusing on it. You speak the arcane words, cast the spell, linking your party together with your hands. You see as that ephemeral barrier forms around you all and then pushes reality out like a projection along the inside of a dome and then shatters. And as the glass pieces break away and twirl through the air, they twist and then reassemble back into that dome. And as the dome becomes alight, you see projected onto it a beautiful stone and metal platform, and in the distance a small cottage with a young woman already running towards you. And as the dome around you collapses reality around and into that 3 dimensions and then shatters into nothingness, Ken, you are immediately glomped by Mia. Ken! She just tackles you to the ground.
Hey there,
You don't-
Star. We're back.
Yay. So, can you stay? How busy are you guys?
Actually, I was going to ask if you and Stir and Nick would like to take a trip somewhere back home. I realized that we wasn't able to show you, but I do have a home that I'd like for y'all to visit.
Yeah. I think you told me about it. The island.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
No.
we got some time to kill, so I think it'll be a good time to actually go see it.
Yay. That sounds great. Okay. Here, let me let you get up. She kind of like gets up and dusts herself off and looks at everybody. Hi, everybody. Looks around. Was Orius here the last time you guys were here?
I don't think so.
No. She looks
Yeah,
I
around.
think it's the first
Takashi
time
still.
Aureus met me.
What- Is Takashi okay? What happened to him? And then Oni would be gone for her too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes. We both left at the same time.
Yeah.
Yep.
She kind of like looks over at you, Ken, her eyes wide. Are they okay?
Yeah, they're off on a another
Gallivanting the
mission.
realms.
Yeah, they're okay. They're off doing their own thing, but they're okay.
Good. Okay. Okay. She looks over at Eodos, and her eyes kind of like go a little wide, and she looks at Orius and pulls her hand out. Hi, I'm Mia.
Hello, I'm Orius.
I know you have met you. I haven't met the scary one though. I'm trying. He's scary.
Mia, this is Eodos. I've told you about Eodos.
Yeah. You were in the shadow place, right?
Yeah, the Shadowfell.
Yeah. You're very scary.
I get that a lot.
But yeah, where's Nick and Stir? They alright?
Yeah, they're good. Nick was making final. I think they were both getting ready for you to. Here, let me. Nick, Stir! She shouts out at the top of her lungs, and there's this like echoing around, and you see as like two Modrons in the distance go flying off, like, how dare she? Okay, well they didn't hear me, so let's go find them. She grabs you by the hand and runs to the cottage.
Oh, okay.
Leads you in through the door, and kind of the last time you were here is very small. There was only like I think it was 2 rooms that we had. And as she leads you in, what was once the living room is now like an atrium, and it leads to a stairway that's kind of built into the back of it that doesn't really lead to anywhere right now. It's just sort of preparing for the second floor when it comes. And there's hallways off to the left and right. She kind of turns and goes, this way. And leads you down the hallway and knocks on one of the doors and goes, Stir, they're here. And pushes through the door and into a workshop where Stir and Nick are both sitting on stools. Nick's stool much taller than Stir's, and have a Modron between the two of them, and are like, well, if it's going to be carrying the hood of fire, we should probably ensure that it's going to be able to resist that heat. The Earth one, you saw what happened to that one. It was quite unfortunate. Yes. Stone hands. Very odd on a Modron. And looks over. Oh, Mia, come in. Oh, hello, Ken. Everybody, come on in. We are just preparing our friend here. And he pats the back of a, like, almost perfectly marble-looking Modron with 4 arms and 2 legs that are like the 2 little stumpy legs that come out the front, and 4 arms, each at different intercardinal points on its body, like around a circumference, like around an equator of it. And it looks over at you, and it just raises its closest front right arm and waves. Hello, Mia. Welcome back. Waves at the rest of you.
Rose would have stayed down in like the main common area.
Okay,
I guess.
just within the cottage, but you didn't follow him down the hallways?
Yeah.
Okay.
They actually stopped Aerith too.
Okay, so as she pulls Ken down the hallway, Aerith, you feel a tug on your wrist. Eidos and Orius, you both continue following Ken?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure everybody's there. All right, so she looks around and goes, all right, the Stir and Nick would look up and kind of nod. Nick hops down and walks up to you, Ken. It's good to see you again, boy. How have you been?
To be completely
My
upfront,
boy.
it was a bit touch and go there recently. Things are amping up with the Dales, but we managed to pull through, and he like goes through his salt pack, and we got this.
Look at that. That is something. Kind of like holds his hands up. May I?
Yeah.
Takes it. Beautiful. This will work. You did very well. He holds it up for Stir, and Stir just sort of nods and looks over at his friend and pats him on the back. You're in for a big job. Mia kind of just like bouncing in place, smiles.
Oh,
Okay,
well,
so
that's you guys here. He like actually like chuckles because I guess they're both about to ask the same thing.
exactly the same thing. Did you want to? Do you want me to?
Ah,
I mean, it's
yeah. So we've kind of decided to try to take some time to reset and do inventory. Take a couple days to rest. I was gonna see if you guys would be open to coming back to the material plane and visiting my, technically speaking, my lair.
Giggity.
They both laugh, and Mia just sort of nods and smiles. It's an island. They look to each other with a big smile on their face. Nick looks up at you and hands the crystal back. I'd love to see it, my boy. Looks back at Stir. Stir gives him a look. And then from Stir, but perhaps only one of us should go. If you are going to be taking our dear Mia, someone should remain here to ensure that nothing goes awry. All things considered.
Yeah, I understand.
Then I will stay behind to ensure that the addition to the arcane engine and regulator works correctly. You can return to your material plane, Nick, and see the sights. Nick just nods. I guess it'd be good to get back a little bit, I suppose. You sure you've got it all handled? Just nods. As long as the installation goes fine, it shouldn't be a problem. And then Nick looks at him and kind of like raises an eyebrow, and then Stir just nods. And then Nick just sort of like closes his eyes. Right, if you think you can handle everything, I'd love to see your lair. That sounds like a wonderful vacation.
Fantastic. We do need to stop by the guild very briefly. Gotta give him my report and gotta do a quick thing there. But yeah, after that, we'll be good to go on heading over.
All right. Well, let's head on out. Actually, give us 10 more minutes to shore up this little guy's arms and make sure that they're not gonna get damaged. And then we'll meet you out there shortly. Does that sound good?
I guess on that note, I guess Ken will probably be out of his armor, by the way, and then I guess he'll like lift his arm up to like have Mia wrap hers in his arms, and they'll start walking out.
Okay. She, as you offer your elbow, she looks at you and she just grabs your arm with both her arms, kind of pulls herself into a hug on your arm, and then just like leans against your shoulder.
I guess I'll start walking out with Mia.
Turn around and walk past. You realize that Rose and Aerith aren't with you. So back in the atrium, Rose, as you held onto Aerith's wrist, Aerith, you watched as Ken, Aureus, and Eodos head down the hall. Turn around, look at Rose.
Right. Just in case you still have the magic available, can you go ahead and cast Private Sanctum on this place while we're here?
Sure.
And that lasts for a little while, right?
It
I mean,
lasts
I'm not-
for 24 hours.
Okay. I mean, I'm not sure how long we're actually staying or if he was just coming to pick her up. But either way.
It takes me 10 minutes to cast.
Okay. Then, Ken, as you return to the atrium with Mia on your arm and Aureus and Eodos in tow, you watch as Aerith casts out a spell, and in a wave of magic, it radiates from him, and you see it kind of sink into the walls around you. You recognize the spell. You've seen Private Sanctum before.
Oh, hey, what's up? Everything okay?
Yeah, I don't know how long we're going to stay here. It looks like you're leaving again, so I guess not terribly long.
Yeah,
I just
want to properly deliver the heart and
right.
head back home to take care of some stuff.
Okay. I just figured it couldn't hurt to have a little
There we go.
insurance given the
Talk we had this morning.
yeah, a little bit.
Hey, nice. You did good. Thank you, both of you.
Right.
But yeah.
So it doesn't help as much now that we're leaving, but whatever.
Hey, you never know. Better to have and not need, and need and not have, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully. Okay, so that was it. We're heading on out again. That was you don't want to.
Dropping
You
off
got
the stone, make sure everyone's okay, and then heading back to the guild because we need to.
Right, and he's coming with us as well. Are you sure you guys want to leave him alone? Like completely alone?
Well, Nick did say he wanted to see the lair. I
Yeah.
guess he'll look down to Nick like, "Are you absolutely sure you're good to go?"
I'm good. Yeah. And,
Oh, that was for Nick.
Nick's up with you. Nick is back in the room. They had to work
Oh
on
yeah,
finishing up
they're
the
prepping
finishing the
the Bodron
preparations.
for. Okay,
Boy, Nick almost had us all shook.
Very different characters. Now Nick and Stir, very similar characters.
Mm-hmm.
Nick and Mia, very different.
I would have loved Kyle if you'd have played Nick like that, bro. That would have been hilarious.
Old
Nick came in
man,
as
just the squeaky voice.
Yeah.
and Mia comes in. I'm Mia.
I'm
Dark and
Mia.
broody Mia.
I don't know who I am. All I know is that my name is Mia. And you are
Where is
badass.
she?
Where is she? Who am I?
Where's Rachel?
Oh goodness gracious!
No.
But I guess yeah. I know. Yeah, Mia's ready. I think Nick. I think Nick is also coming. I think he's doing some last minute prep to install the Heart of Fire. So I think he's also good. And then
Great.
we're only going to be gone for a couple days. It's not like we're going to be. And if an emergency occurs, Nick can just pop back here, no problem.
Can I? I have a fork.
Yes, you do.
She just
And
smiles.
he kisses her on the forehead.
She smiles bigger.
If you're sure.
Just a couple days. There's some studying I need to do again, and then, like I said, I gotta check in with him, give her a mission report, check in on Sid, see how he's doing on the gate, and then go check on the house. Haven't seen it in a while. It's probably catching some dust. But then again, the Vanguard's probably been cleaning.
Well, there sure is some things that you'll get to. Yeah.
There's a sound from down the hall, and you hear two sets of boots, one much smaller than the other. They walk out with the Modron being held by Stir, and you can see that the hands have essentially big oven mitts on them.
Nice.
There's arcane like scripture on it. They're like glowing gently. They're arcane oven mitts, but
Arcane of
I thought to myself, when I need to get things out of the oven, I just put on some mitts, reach in there, it helps. Hopefully it helps keep this one from melting while he does the very important job of conveying that. He looks down, because he handed the crystal back to you in your offhand. Alright, so, do you want to see it again, or do you just want me to go and take care of this and get my things together? Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind stick around just a little bit to see the installation.
How many times do you get to witness something like this?
At least another, 5 or 6 times.
Hopefully not that many. He toddles past you and out the door. I'm too old to do that many more. 3 more. 3 more is what we planned for.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's 3. Unless we fuck up somehow.
And don't.
Eh.
Don't.
Yeah,
If you think you're about to fuck up,
don't.
Don't.
Got it. Understood.
Very wise words.
You guys follow him outside, and as Stir brings up the group behind, he kind of sets the Modron down, puts his hand on his head. All right, little buddy. We're sending you with 5 of your friends out there, and you know what to do. Convey the Heart of Fire to the ring and install it while it's moving. It's not going to be easy, but we believe in you. The Modron just looks up at him, and its eyes just blink, and its mouth opens. Understood, Stir. I will see it done.
Yes, father.
5 other Modrons come floating in. Your entourage has arrived. As I just need to put up a name. At least for this one. Your entourage has arrived, Unit 36. Good luck. Nods over at Ken. Whenever you're ready, hand him the crystal.
Alright. And he hands over the crystal. He's like, I am also, just gonna, yes, ditto what Stir said. You got this.
Oh no.
A bloop.
A bloop.
Bloop.
Give him a moment to reconnect.
Yay.
Welcome back.
did it thankfully mid sentence for AJ, so I knew it was happening.
Well, we heard you Badoop out and sat in awkward silence until you came back, so you didn't miss anything.
So I didn't miss out on Unit 36 brave new expedition.
As
Oh, yeah.
Ken bolsters him, nods down. Thank you, Ken. I will do my best. Reaches up with its oven mitt hands and clasps them tightly around the crystal and kind of pulls the crystal towards itself. And I mean, it's about as big as its torso, maybe about 2/3 the size of its torso in length, because the Modrons are only maybe 2.5, 3 feet tall. And as it lifts into the air, its feet kind of just hanging loosely, and it hovering through some means of levitation that you can't see. It has no wings. It's just sort of floating there with the crystal in front of it. It looks and spins in place because it faces its body to look at the entourage of Modrons that surround it. And then it zooms up. Boom! Straight out. The other 5 do the exact same motion, and in a stream of silverish light, the 6 Modrons are off. Stir stares out in the distance. I'll never get tired of watching this happen. Nick walks up next to him. Me neither. About 2 minutes pass while they close the gap to the great star that is the engine of magic. I sit, bated breath, until finally, there are 3 rings surrounding it. all spinning in random orbits, kind of twisting around each other like a gyroscope. You can see the outermost ring has an orange light trailing from behind it, and the innermost ring has a green light. Sorry, white light, kind of prismatic light. I left green for wind, but life is leaving like a prismatic trail behind it that almost from this distance looks like another ring around the star, like shimmering light encapsulating it. And as you watch Mia leaning heavily into Ken's arm, kind of nestling her head into his shoulder, you see the outermost ring on the opposite side from where the orange light is a flash of brilliant red light and a trail of red energy paralleling the orange one and kind of creating this beautiful completed ring. As the yellowish orange light from Earth fades, the red orange light of fire takes over, and then as the red orange fades, the yellow orange takes over, and they beautifully blend from one into the next, into the next. And as you see this, a moment passes before a wave of magic washes over you, kind of blowing your hair back like wind before it settles. 3 down.
Yeah. All right. We ready to head back?
Yeah, I'm ready. Vacation.
Yeah.
Let me go get my staff and book, and I'll meet you all out here in just a moment. Mr. Still staring out into the distance, kind of turns, keeping his gaze locked, and finally looks over to you. As Nick heads in to gather his things. So, after your vacation, what's next? Air and water still wait, and we need something from the Shadowfell. Looks over at Eodos, which I presume this is the ally you had spoken of.
Yes, sir. This here's Eodos. Eodos, stir.
Good to meet
Good to
you.
meet you. Jinx.
I owe you a Coke.
What the fuck is Coke? Is that weird thing that we discovered in Takashi Land?
Right? That water that was all bubbly and made me crazy.
And very sick.
Oh, yeah. But seriously, do you have a plan for your next step, or do you just need to take some time?
Actually, out of character, I don't think. Did we say specifically that after recuperation we're going to the Shadowfell?
No, you have not said specifically anything.
Okay.
Yeah, Eidos is just going to let him that, he works for the Raven Queen, been in the Shadowfell directly with her, and was told about something that would fit the bill.
Okay. So, group vote?
I mean, it sounds like you need to discuss before votes can be cast, so.
Right. So, we can discuss it after we finalized everything.
Understandable.
Because there's what, that one potentially. We still have to check in with dragons, see what their whole problem is.
Yeah.
One of the which was the next Dale in order? Is it water or air? I can't remember. Air.
Hair.
Hope you all know how to fly.
I do.
So those are like the 3 main ones, right?
Yeah. Death, air, and water. And then, see what's going on with the dragons, and then what's going on in Baldur's Gate.
That was the other one. I knew I was forgetting one. Yeah, there were four options I remembered. It was the Shadowfell, the next Dell, the Dragons, and the Baldur's Gate thing. I just couldn't remember that one. So we got a four-way option here.
Yeah.
Crossroads.
Crossroads.
I
Keep
would
us
say
informed.
either the
Crossroad
Dale or
demons.
the Shadowlands, because we already have people looking into the Baldur's Gate.
That's true.
But we do know that they need our assistance at some point.
At some point. But I sent some friends over to check it out.
Yeah, but I don't think they're doing much. I thought they were just like laying low.
Yeah.
So they're not making much headway.
No, they're learning, which is better than nothing. Whereas the other ones, nothing's progressing towards it. So, like, pretty much, if something were to happen in Baldur's Gate, they would let us know. Whereas for like the Dale Land and the other ones, we have no information.
Yeah.
Nick comes out from the cottage with his little pack on his back, his book tucked under his arm, and a walking stick in his right hand. And let me just go ahead and pull out his little token. That's the old Nick token, but we'll use it.
Good enough.
Walks up.
Was his name Todd? I can't remember the little frog's name.
Yeah.
It was Todd.
Yep.
Does he got Todd with him?
He lifts up his hat.
Hell yeah,
Yep.
that's my boy.
Of course. All right, then. We are off on our vacation, Stir. I trust that you will send for me if things change. And Stir nods. I will alert you if anything happens. Hopefully things will be quiet. Nick just kind of gives a gruff, like a chuckle mixed with a grunt, mixed with a I wish.
Bitch, you
All right.
better.
You at
Ready
least
to
have sending to call us if something goes wrong.
Oh, I know Mia doesn't. I can. I will need to study up on the spell again, but I will add it to my repertoire and ensure that I am capable of reaching you should things require it.
Someone's got an emergency phone.
I really just got to just turn into a fucking sit next door machine. Just
Stones for everybody.
Just hire a whole bunch of commoners to work like a switchboard station. Yeah.
Operator, get me Ken.
Ken, please.
Connecting you to Ken.
Pencil.
All right.
Operator, how may I direct your call?
So where to?
Erebor first.
Mia kind of looks between everybody. Did you need me to? Or,
No, I got it.
Okay.
That's what I do.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Gather up.
Where are you plane shifted to?
I have the guild tag. And Rose takes the stone out of her pocket.
Okay. As Rose gathers everybody else, you see them reach up to their neck, hold their tag in their hand, reach into their pocket, grab something from it, and reach out, holding that hand half shut, and take hands with Eodos and everybody. You link up. Nick, Mia join in as the circle of friends reaches 7, approaching 8. It would have been 8 with Stir, but somebody needs to protect Dennis. Like, really,
Somebody's
somebody
gotta
should
stay.
be here. As much as he does want to see Starfall. You,
Before
I
we
trust
go.
Unit 36. He's got it.
Yeah.
as
Also-
you,
Before we go, like right before we go, Rose looks up and then gives Aerith like a shit-eating grin.
Oh
Oh
no.
boy.
You see, the last thing you see, Aerith, is Rose grinning at you. Ken, your eye gets drawn just to the horizon. You see as Unit 36 and the entourage of Modrons are returning victoriously. And the very last thing you can see is that the mittens look singed, but intact.
The mittens.
As the dome manifests itself, and this reality gets pressed on like a projection around the entire space. It shatters, the glass spins and twirls and collapses down around you, and you can see the interior of the guild hall, where the tag would have drawn you. And as you process that, in the moment before reality collapses in on you, you then feel a sucking sensation deep within your stomach and are yanked in a sidewards type motion. You see as the reality being presented around you on the dome changes from the guild hall to a city to a mountain to a field to rivers, and it's this constant changing of sceneries before you finally end up in a massive forest, and then you look around and you are in a familiar city as reality collapses down on around you, and you feel the third dimension once again exist around you and not just as a projection on the dome you are traveling in. You hear a voice. Aerith? Little brother? As you have arrived now within Lintier, out front of the Zatara estate. And I'm going to go ahead and switch us over to that map.
Rose did say they had to seduce your sibling first.
Oops. How did we get here?
Aerith is like
Crouch.
starting to pull out his gun.
Crouched within the garden out front of the Zatara estate is an absolute brick shithouse of an elf. Standing at near 6'2", probably the same height as Eodos is around that height, right? Eodos and Aureus and Ken, you guys are all around that same height.
I'm taller than that. I think I'm 6'8".
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm 6'5", so
You're
just
6'5". So
taller.
he doesn't come off as that tall, but extremely well built. Who am I missing? I'm missing Mia and Nick.
I haven't looked in a while. It's been forever since I touched Eodos. Eodos is actually 6'6", so yeah, he's...
Damn. Is everybody so
everyone's
tall?
so tall.
Oni was like deceptively average across like appearance-wise, and he did that for everything to try not to stand out. But Eodos
just
has gone the
normal
complete opposite.
I mean,
I'm just
perhaps
fucking normal height.
tokens I will need for the oncoming scene.
Do you want me to post the picture?
If you want to, you can. You know who I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking about. He's the only one out of the entire group.
Yeah, who is an absolute brick shit house. Oh my god, man.
Shit.
He stands up and dusts himself off, and he's wearing like a wide-brimmed flowered straw hat, overalls that are very tight, with like sweat-stained cotton long shirt underneath it. He looks like he's been just hard at work here in the garden as you arrived just outside of the range of the estate. He stands up and dusts himself off. Little brother, it is you. You should have called. Mother will be so glad to see you. And he approaches the group, and as he gets close, he looks at it and goes, oh, where are my manners? These must be your friends I've heard so much about. Greetings, I am Theron Zatara, Aerith's older brother. And he gives a half bow.
Honored to meet you. I'm Ken Silverlight. This is my fiance Mia.
She waves.
Followed is Rose.
Rose is just staring at this man with like wide eyes.
Okay.
Eodos, and Aureus, and Sir Nicholas. And together we make the Wanderers of Starlight.
then there's the name I have heard so much about. Wonderful. You were among the people who saved Mother. Ah, thank you. Thank you. He looks at Ken, looks at Mia, looks at Nick, looks around. There was another one, an elf, she said. Is he no longer an ally of yours, or is he elsewhere?
Oh no, he's off doing other things.
Well, glad to hear that he is safe and sound. Thank you all for helping Mother. He holds his hand to his heart. It means a great deal to all of us. You hear from above, Theron, what are you yelling about? As Fina steps out of the front door and seeing all of you, smiles. Aerith, I did not expect for you to return so suddenly.
Aerith is like
welcome back.
clocking his pistol.
What's everybody else doing? As Aerith is like, I'm gonna shoot him. I'm gonna kill him.
I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna do it.
I'm gonna use my tail to like wrap my. I'm gonna use my tail to like wrap my tail around Aerith's arm to prevent him from pulling out. Just curious.
Rose does not even notice they're still staring at your brother.
Orius is trying not to laugh.
Eidos is laughing.
She smiles. Let me go get everyone else. Would you believe it? Everyone actually returned, even Ravalana. We managed to get the whole crew back. They're all very excited to see you, although we have been sworn not to bother you, so this is a treat. She just smiles, and you can't quite tell if she's sincere or if she knows how uncomfortable this makes you and is just enjoying that. She turns and heads back into the mansion. Theron smiles. Yes, it's good to have the whole family back together. We'll have to do dinner like in the old days. He looks at you.
Aerith is just holding back anger with a smile, you know, like the twitching anger smile, and just goes, "Oh, of course. So happy to be back. Right, Rose?"
Roll me a deception with disadvantage, as you are exhausted.
What's Yes?
Oh, that's not
Okay.
horrible.
Right? It's really not terrible. He looks at you and kind of nods, and his eyes drift over to Rose, and he gives a smirk, and he looks back at you, Aerith. Well, as Fina had said, we were forbidden from reaching out to you through arcane measures. Mother had insisted that we not interrupt your dangerous work. Is it true that you're really... I mean, you must be to travel with an adventurer. Really?
Yeah, kinda happened.
He stands up to his full height and looks down towards you, but for the first time is not looking down at you. Actually, he doesn't look down at you. Theron wouldn't. That's not his character. But you think he looks down at you because he's so damn tall. It suits you very well, little brother. He
Thanks.
walks up to the group and kind of like walks a little bit past Rose and giving them like a look. Excuse me 1 second. I need to properly greet my brother.
Of course. Of
Yeah,
course.
I guess that'll be the time Ken like releases his tail. And like
Walks up.
quickly looks back to like give him a look like, fucking please chill. Please.
Holds his arms out wide for a hug. Do you hug your brother?
Begrudgingly.
Okay.
It's more like, you know, he just like leans in closely, not even extending his arms, and just like taps his back.
There is a crunching sound as Aerith is removed from the ground. He gives you a bear hug.
Oh god,
Crunch.
my ribs.
It really does suit you.
Uh-huh.
All right. Well, why don't you all come on in?
I think during the hug, Aerith will say, "Be careful of Rose. He's trying to seduce you."
Okay. Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh, why do I have to be at disadvantage?
And
Why are you so tired?
Are you trying to keep
Why are
it
you
secret from
so
Rose?
It's technically yes, because I am whispering it as much as I can.
Are you?
Fuck.
Would it matter if Rose could overhear hear him, Rose?
Not really.
Okay.
If he like hears that and looks back to Rose, Rose just like grins.
That's exactly what happens then.
No, I'm trying to avoid eye contact, but my eyes just shift.
Oh no, you're not the
No,
one that looks at
your
Rose.
brother. Yeah.
Oh, my brother. Oh, fuck.
As he puts you down and you kind of whisper this into his ear, he nods and looks over his shoulder, and Rose kind of just gives a smile, and he nods. Understood. Turns around and holds a hand out for you, Rose. Would you like to join me, my dear?
Would I ever? Are you gonna introduce me to the rest of your family?
Yes, yes. They are wonderful people. Very wonderful. Come, come, come,
Lead the way.
come. He will lead
Rose
you into the
turns-
estate.
Turns back and just like makes eye contact with Aerith if he looks at them.
Do you?
Aerith,
What are you doing, Aerith?
pulling out his gun.
Eric's over here like this brother fucker.
First my sister, now his brother.
Or is you got any family that Rose?
Nope. They all died. I
The
made sure of it in
immediate
the
no.
story.
I made sure they were all dead.
You did leave me a
Doriath
dwarf out
only there is a dwarf, but he's not family. He's just a really good friend. And I don't care if you seduce him. Like, go for it. Like,
How much older is he?
fuck, he's probably in his like late 70s now.
Yeah.
The
Or
sad
late
fact
80s.
is that Aerith doesn't care who his siblings like get with. It's the fact that Rose is doing it out of spite.
Oh, absolutely. Well, it was out of spite. Now it's because they want to climb this man like a tree.
Okay. Ken and Orius follow in.
First are two
I'm-
twins.
Curious, who's gonna try and
Also
keep
true.
Aerith from just killing Rose in the middle of the night?
I'm right there.
You all
Aaron still
take
hasn't
shifts.
left. Yeah, from out front of like I don't. In my mind, you haven't moved. Like your feet are just planted like you're a tree rooted in the ground. If that's wrong, tell me.
I'm turning around like, look, I understand. You're fucking livid. We're here now. Deal with it, and then we can just be on our way.
Keep it together.
Mia looks. What? Aerith, why are you mad?
For reasons.
Rose is just
He seems so nice.
shenanigans. Rose just being a troublemaker. Let's just leave it at that.
That doesn't sound nice.
And Rose is doing it in a playful manner. But let's just say Aerith's not exactly fond of it. Understandably.
Eric's not a fan of this game.
Okay. But okay. Takes Ken again by the arm. So what are you guys doing?
I'm just like, still like, trying to give them a like, please, like, let's just get this over with. Look,
Fine. And he just puts the Sicarius back and crosses his arms.
Okay.
Safety's still off though, right?
Trust
There is no
me.
safety on his gun.
Why don't you hand me the Securious in the meantime.
I'm gonna hold on to that for you for a minute. No reason.
Aerith gives Aureus just a death stare.
Roll me.
Aerith has never made before.
Aerith,
Not against you, but it's Rose. Like, I don't know there's much we could do. Plus, honestly, your siblings probably know what shenanigans she's up to.
Like that, I don't know if there's much we can do.
Besides
Explaining as
going
if Rose is
and
a force of
grabbing
nature.
Are they
Rose
not?
is a bard. Like, that is a force of nature upon itself. There's not much you can do except for grab Rose and shove him in a jail in the meantime, but we can't really do that.
Rude. Why jail?
Horny jail.
Oh.
it's the force cage without the bars.
I was extremely tempted on picking up Force Cage. Trust me, I was.
Aerith, can you roll me a wisdom saving throw, please?
As you melt down.
Yeah, probably.
Oh my god.
Sounds like a
Powerful, dude.
Yep.
As you stand here, rage, frustration, murder in your heart, the fear of what may lay beyond that door. He said the whole clan. He said everybody. Even Ravalan is here. Everybody. Your heart stops.
And you die.
It feels like it. It really does. It feels like it stops beating as it skips 2 beats. As you hear another voice coming from the road behind you. Aerith, I thought I heard somebody shouting your name. And you turn, and you see Zach's face.
Aerith has a stroke.
And I think Aerith having an
stroke.
explosion out of his nose of stroked out energy, just the is a good place to leave it, but I don't want to.
Either. It's so good.
It's so good. So we're gonna keep going.
We're gonna keep going. Part 2.
We're gonna go with it as
Oh
because
my
you made those character arts last week, all right?
Literally
I was
right after the
so-
session.
So big.
Oh my god.
So I was so impressed with what ChatGPT did. I was absolutely floored that I was like, I can make Zach.
Oh no.
He begins to walk towards you, armor clanking, and then as he sees the look on your face of complete panic, he stops about 20 feet away. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting something. My apologies. I had heard your name and I didn't think it could be you. But here you are. Sorry. Takes like a step back.
Aerith just turns around and just passes by everyone towards his house.
Okay. With what haste do you move? Are you using the action to dash, or are you just moving at a good walking speed?
I'm casting haste and then
Super fast.
using the dash action to just
Okay. As Aerith begins to vibrate in place and then zoom, dashes by, there's a whoosh of wind and Mia's hair kind of blows up into the air and she shakes her head around and kind of brushes it back down and looks at Ken like, he's acting very strange. Looks back at Zach, who watched this and is just sort of blinking and kind of just like nods to himself and then takes like 1 half step back before turning. You seem nice! And he trudges away.
What was that about?
I don't think it's Aerith's day today. I'll just leave.
Aerith, you charge into the door, because man, you were the one I was really curious about. Everybody else, whew, I just needed you to see Zach. Everybody else, is anybody going after him, or is everybody going into the manor?
Yeah, I'll ask what was that about, and then I guess he'll like confusedly start walking towards the house.
Mia kind of just looks at you and goes, I don't know. It seemed like he knew Aerith, but Aerith definitely did not like him, so I think he ran to not have to fight. Because he kept reaching for his weapon. I think he wanted to fight.
Oh, dude. Let's keep an eye on him to prevent that.
Mhm, mhm. Or
Aerith
sitting
is
there.
like Aerith is like inside the house and like in the entryway, just pacing back and forth, just going, "Why is he here? Why is he here? Why would he come back? Why is he here after all this time? Why is he here?"
You enter in. The entryway is empty, so you begin your pacing. As the party approaches, you're muttering under your breath. Eidos, are you're following the party in, or are you going after?
I mean, kind of curious now. Edis is gonna like give Ken and Orius like a 2-finger salute, and he's gonna go see what the fuck that was with Zach real quick.
So as you kind of jog out into the Noble District, you see that he's standing on this bridge here and just staring out over the river and the lake. He's just got his arms kind of resting on it and is just leaned over and is staring and looks over at you as you approach and gives you a nod. Within the manor, though, Aerith, you're pacing back and forth. Fina walks down the stairs. He came looking for you, well, 3-4 days ago. I told him that you had become an adventurer, and we had no idea when you were going to come back.
Why is he here?
You know,
I'm like biting my nail.
I really didn't ask. He looks good, though.
I hate that you're right. Why is he here?
I don't know, little brother. Ask him.
I can't. No. What?
You guys were a thing for what, 2 years? Like, I know you fell apart and it was all before the coming of age and you weren't adults and all that, but it's 97, 100. We both know the difference, right?
Okay, he just decided to leave, alright? So, why should I ask whatever? I just go back to pacing.
The door has opened. Ken, you're kind of like standing in the doorway with Mia on your arm, Orius behind you, kind of like poking his head up to see through the doorway. Nicholas doing the exact opposite, ducking his head down between legs to be able to see. She just smiles. Come with me. Rest of the family's upstairs with your other friend Rose.
Aerith is going through it, dude.
He's literally about to have an aneurysm.
Yep, that was my plan for tonight, man. 100%.
Don't
Give
worry.
Aerith a heart
if
attack.
you die from it, we'll just revive you.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll bring you back. You can't say
If
no
you
this
don't,
time.
you can't say you're at your family house. You cannot say no to that.
You cannot die in front of your mother. Again.
Outside, Eidos, you turn the corner and seeing the nod from Zach, he turns his gaze back out over the lake, kind of the small boats that are just milling about, looking like it's mostly just it's like paddle boats at the city park. You know, it's just people out enjoying being on the water, not actually fishing or doing anything of substance.
Couples.
You also kind of walk up like hey man, what was that all about?
I take it you were one of Aerith's adventuring companions.
Yeah, we've been on the road for a while as a party.
You were here with Eidos the first time when you met the Zatars, right?
Yeah,
think
the
that was
first
the
time,
case.
not
Yeah.
Yeah,
not
yeah.
for
I still
the
don't
not for the
remember.
kidnapping part.
No, no,
That
not.
was on it. But
It was
yeah, we were here the
before.
first time with
Yeah.
Eidos.
Yes, Mother did mention you. You were not present during her rescue, but an ally nonetheless. It's good to see you have returned to their flock. Didn't go well, did it? I don't know what I expected.
If it makes you feel better, I don't think he expected it either. This is just between you and me. This is not where we were supposed to be. Eidos is laughing. One of our allies is a bard with a good sense of humor, and they definitely just pulled the rug out from under everyone. So don't take it too personal, but also I don't know exactly your history, so it might be a little personal. I don't know if you've done something, but
It depends on perspectives. It explains a lot. He definitely looked shook, and was he reaching for a weapon? My instincts were telling me he was reaching for a weapon, but I didn't.
oh yeah, they were. I know a thing or two about reaching for weapons, and he was absolutely ready to swing at our boy Rose. But
Okay. Inter-party conflicts. Suppose it's expected amongst adventuring parties. No. I was just
But,
trying to. Sorry.
no, I was just. You mind filling in a little bit of the gaps though? Because genuinely, I haven't seen him that shook since the first time he died.
Died. More than once. They didn't tell me that. No, yeah. We were together for a while. A long time ago. It's been near 15 years. But I found myself back here in Lintier. I'm a member of the, I don't know if you've heard them. It's a mercenary company out of Baldur's Gate, led by a paladin of Lathander. We're known as the Knights of the Morning Sun, or Soldier. I was a knight first class within Soldier, and I guess things are developing here within Sword Coast. The king has requested all able-bodied elves to return and hired Soldier to bolster his armies for some upcoming conflict. My corporal had us repositioned, and I thought it a opportunity to rekindle maybe some old connections.
All right. I'm kind of picking up what you're putting down, but I have to ask: did you just leave? Was there a moment where you just up and left? Because I feel like I might have heard something about this.
We discussed our future. It was before we had taken our coming-of-age ceremonies, and we didn't know what was expected. But I knew that my path lay with the Marshal and protecting people. Didn't know. And there's nothing wrong with not knowing. But I knew what I wanted. Then, at least. I didn't just leave. I did tell him my plans, but I did not tell him when they would be coming into action. I could not say goodbye. I owe him a deep apology for that.
Ito's got his hands on his hips, like, yeah, okay, I can see exactly how this out now. For sure, you probably need to have a chat with him and maybe explain. Even if it's hard, you need to say goodbye. Like, I feel like more and more, I'm having to tell people how to handle these relationships when I am not involved in it. But yes, it's hard, but you gotta let them know.
Well, now I feel like I'm taking a little collateral damage, but you are correct. I have come to that conclusion
Well,
on my own in the last 10 years.
yeah, and to be fair, Aerith is my boy, so I kind of have his back. So there's probably a little bias here, but
He truly-
definitely, I could tell from how you said it though that it wasn't you just vanished. Like he kind of made it sound a little bit, so I think it hurt him more than you might have realized, and I don't think you intended it for it to be that way, but it definitely came across that way.
I was young, not even 100 years old. I didn't understand. The pain wasn't only felt on one side. I wanted to abandon it. My basic training. Just come back here, but I did not know what would become of my life, our life, how I would fit within our families. He looks over at you. Thank you. This has helped put things kind of in order, and I feel more prepared to actually speak with him. It sounds like a lot is happening right now. Perhaps you could pass a message to him that I will be at our usual spot in the woods tonight at midnight. And I would love nothing more than to just apologize and talk with him.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, also give him a nod. But I'll try to put in a little bit of a good word for you, and hopefully Rose has not turned this into something.
I suppose it will depend on which one of you gets to him first, then.
Well, I don't think it's getting to. I think Rose is going to be getting to one of his brothers or sisters, more like.
I see.
You know, bards and all that. But
Yes, I've heard the stories.
yeah, I'll pass the message along.
He's good to have friends like you. He gives you a practiced salute, like right arm turned with fist directly up, head bowed down, like heels clicked together. He truly has become an adventurer. Honestly, truly.
One of the strongest I know.
It's incredible. I believe it seeing him. But the elf I remember simply wanted to just make people laugh, and to now know that he fights. Pass my message along, and I look forward to hearing from him. Tell him that if I do not see him, he will not need to worry about me in the future, and there will be no hard feelings. Takes a step
It
back.
just gives him another nod, a pat on the shoulder as he's stepping back, and good luck. That's about all I can provide. But
Thank you. I will definitely need it. Turns and marches away with the practice speed of a soldier. Within the atrium, the party, Sans, Eodos, and Rose, marches past you, Aerith, as they follow Fina up the stairs. What do you do?
I'm still pacing, just waiting
Okay.
for the haste to end, because I'm just going zoom, 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 zoom.
He's right in front. Too fucking funny. I'd say as Nicholas gets up onto the stairs and kind of turns around, it's gonna wear off any moment now. You feel that lethargy hit you, and Nicholas just gives you a hand and like waves as he uses his walking stick to help himself up the stairs.
After the lethargy wears off, Aerith will just take like 10 deep breaths, trying to calm himself because he has so much to process now. Of like his siblings all being here, Rose is trying to fuck his brother, and then his boyfriend slash maybe ex-boyfriend comes back. He's just like, "Oh, God, why is this happening?"
Do you want me to cast Calm Emotions on you?
No! Because that's suppressing it.
I want to be mad.
And hiding it. And I have to deal with it.
You do?
As tempting as it is. He's just like twirling his hair, and some strands comes out because he's so stressed. He's just like,
Heading. Okay. Well, you let me know when you're good to go upstairs. As the party goes up, Rose, Theron brings you into a familiar sitting room, one that you guys have visited in before, and sitting in her very comfortable chair is Lady Afalna. To her left is a... Let's see, who do I want to use next? A homely-looking elven woman, probably in her high 300s, maybe looking about the same age as Oni, a little bit younger. Sits wearing a blue shawl over a blue dress, is a fair face and blonde hair that's just sort of brushed back and behind her ears. As Aerith, you can show the art of Tristina.
Paste.
And then to your right, as you come in, sitting on the large love seat that would fit maybe 3 people, you see a noble-looking elven man, probably the oldest of the star you've seen by so far, sitting with blue and gold robes and a red sash over his shoulder. He has slightly weathered features on his face. Think you got the right one?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. And looks over and smiles. Theron, who is your friend? Theron, this is Rose. They are one of the allies of our brother. And Leovaler kind of looks confused and looks over at Mother. Were we expecting him? And Falna kind of sits forward. No, we were not.
Lady of Falna, it is so good to see you again, and in such great health.
Oh my God.
Roll me a
Rose.
persuasion check, Rose.
Swear to God, Rose, I'm gonna strangle you.
Okay, so 28. Got it. She sets down her wine and stands up and kind of walks across the sitting room. Yes.
Rosal,
thank you.
Rosal
dear.
squeeze Theron's arm and then step forward and reach out their hands to take hers.
Okay.
So Rose
She-
can be nice to nobles.
As
Shakes
this
your
is
hand.
happening, Aerith begrudgingly just enters the room and sees this interaction, and he's
Well,
just
hold
like,
on. The party hasn't even entered yet. We're catching up. Rose went up
boy.
there. You let Rose go into this house with your brother alone for a solid 10 minutes.
You threw his boyfriend at him.
I did to
Yes.
make sure Rose had plenty of time in your house alone. So, hold on a second.
Oh boy.
She shakes your hand. Of course, dear. You were Rose.
Rose.
Correct? Yes. It's good to see you again. I don't remember you from the last time I interacted with Aerith and the Wanderers.
If they saw you again post that first time, I was currently elsewhere, but I'm back.
Tristina just sort of tilts her head to the side, raises an eyebrow, and you're,
But I had heard that the entire family was together, and Aerith absolutely had to come and see you.
He smiles at you. Was Aerith aware that he was coming home today?
Rose pauses a little bit too long, and then smiles and just like,
Of course.
well, I'm sure he was aware we were making the trip eventually. How could we not?
I shall have to discuss it with Aerith then. But nonetheless, yes, we have managed to recall the entire Zatar clan. A true feat of, well, money, honestly. But following my excursion, Fina would take nothing but okay, financer. And then Christina, let me actually put their tokens on the right layer so I could see their names better. I'm switching back and forth so I could remember all their names and faces. I have their names on their tokens. Christina kind of just like,
Give them name tags. Just
I do. They do. They all do. So I can remember. Christina just like smirks. Well, we would not have wanted Mother to be going through anything so traumatic alone, and given the current state of affairs all across the world, well, let's just say having everyone together makes sense right now. Leo Valeur nods. Yes. Yes, things do seem to be changing. What with...
Right. Trauma. What do you mean? Did something happen to you? Turns back to Falma.
She just smiles. I believe you are probably aware. I was taken hostage and kept as collateral and held against my will to lure Aerith and your allies into an ambush. And it was with...
Was not aware, I don't think.
See if she rolls a natural 20. Nope. Okay. Well, I would be willing to recount the details if you would like to hear the story. Theron says, no, Mother, that is unnecessary. You have been through so much. There's no need. He looks down over at you, Rose, goes, it was a really difficult ordeal. She was kept in a small room by a mad dragonborn for near a week, starved and kept without nourishment. It was with the aid of Aerith and his magic, as well as, I believe there was another elf and the rest of the friends that I saw downstairs, that she was able to be returned to us.
It's amazing, and sounds terrible. I would never ask you to recount that again. No.
You hear the stairs behind you, the door open, as Falna puts her head down and shakes it. No, there is no need for an apology. I am working to come to terms with it, and honestly, discussing it is helpful, but it is still a difficult time in my past. And Fina steps in. Are we talking about, you know what? We all agreed, and she looks at Tristina and Leo Valeur. We all agreed we were going to just have family time together. Behind her, as she steps into the meeting room, Ken, Mia, Aureus, Aureus and Mia into Aurora, and Nicholas. Kind of step in, and at this point, the room's getting a little bit crowded. It probably is comfortable to seat up to about 8, and there's 9 of you in here right now. 10 if I actually crowd. Well, 10, 9.5. We'll call Nick 9.5. Well, we'll call it 10 because they're so dang big. You kind of look around as Fina steps in and goes, we're not talking about that, and sits down next to Leo.
Of course
and looks over
not.
at him. What up, brother? No, we are getting to know all of your friends. I guess come on in. And everybody sits down. Allow me to introduce you to who all is here. This is my oldest daughter, Tristina. She gives a nod. And my oldest son, Leovala. You have already met Fina, who is my youngest daughter, and Theron, who is Aerith's first older brother. Somewhere around here, we still have Ravalana and Vafir. I believe Vafir is out at the local hub. Ravalana's probably in the library. So I think this is what we get for right now. Family, these are the Wanderers of Starlight.
Rose at your service, and they give like a deep bow.
Theron kind of like having had you release his hand, doesn't retake it in this moment, but he kind of walks past you and over to one of the like two-seater small seats that's on the southern edge of this sitting room and sits down in it, making himself comfortable.
Well, I guess Ken will be the next one up as he's like coming up the stairs. And oh, it's great to meet everyone. My name's Ken Silverlight, Master Artificer and the leader of the Wanderers. It's great to meet everyone. And he just gently bows.
You do not have a Lontanian accent.
I was born in Lawton, but I was raised here on the Sword Coast.
And you claim to be a master artificer.
Well, besides my uncle and another unfortunate soul who would not be named here. I mean, not to sound overconfident, but I haven't met anyone else better at artificery than me, so...
And I think you far surpassed either of them, Ken.
This
Quite a
is impressive. The voice that has been speaking is Leo Valer, who is just off to your right. He stands up. I am Leo Valer Zatara, an ambassador to London, and we have been trying to make headway on them sharing some of these secrets with our own scholars for quite some time. Would you be willing to sit down with me and have a conversation as to how you make your arcane instruments function?
Sure, I'm not... Well, but I'm not sure if my style of artificery will match what the motherland's artificery is operating like, so, but I'll try my best.
Do you have the dragon children with you?
Yeah, probably just circling around.
As they
trying to
are
be on their best behavior.
they're kind of like out in the stairway, and as you say this, he hears like a little clattering and turns his head and can see them piled up Scooby-Doo style around the at the side of the doorway, all 7 of them. And he narrows his eyes. Are those arcane constructs?
Yes and no. So I won't go into details, but I've lost all of my previous armaments due to an event, and I thought of a way to try to keep my armor and armaments modular, like quick to access and easy to carry. So I developed the Racefelger armor system.
As you say its name, it topples over. Fascinating. I do not know the classical style, as they would probably like to call it, but it does seem very similar to what I have seen running around there, and it would be great to pick your mind.
Of course. You can probably ask my friends here. Any chance I can talk about artificery in a positive light? More than welcome the opportunity to. But oh my God, where are my manners? Mia, come over.
Yeah.
Madam Centaur, you've already met, as well as out of character. What was the Eldritch Knight?
Fina.
Fina.
Fina. Miss Fina, you've already met, but to everyone else, this is my fiance, Mia.
Hi. It's good to see you again. You look much happier, and like you have had better food. She just sort of like smiles and looks over Fina and waves. There are a lot of people in this room.
Yeah. As people start to like trickle in, Rose will back up. Is the spot next to Theron still open?
Yeah. No one has taken it.
They'll back up and just sit down right next to him.
You move over and sit down. He looks over at you and gives a small smile. Ken and Mia walk in. Aureus, you step through the doorway.
Hello, I'm Aureus Yadri. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I believe. What? Oh, God.
Would
Was
the
Aureus?
first time
No.
Aureus died?
No, I think
Aureus
Aureus
was
was
dead.
Aureus is dead.
I believe this is
She
my first time meeting
She
you all, but I've heard
stands up.
many good things.
I have heard your name. Aerith told me about you. She crosses. It is good to meet you. I am Lady Afalna Zatara. It's good to see you on your feet again.
Thank you.
Looks out. Nick raises his hand and kind of tips his hat, and you see Todd wave underneath. Oh, I am Nicholas Flamel. This is Todd. We're just passing through on vacation. And Aerith, as Nick introduces himself, from within the atrium, you have a panic attack and realize you just left your fucking entire family up there with Rose. 15 minutes. You run up the stairs. You get in the doorway right behind Nick as he's tipping his hat back down. Nick looks up. He goes, "Excuse me, young man." Aerith. Oh, it's so good to see you. Excuse me. She kind of like shoulders through everybody and walks up to you, Aerith, and holds her arms out in a big hug.
I hug back, glad to see she's doing better.
I was not sure when I would be able to see you again. How are you? Truthfully.
Exhausted.
Truthfully and mechanically, it seems.
Yes. And he kind of like peeks around his mom to look at Rose, and emotionally.
Rose just gives you like a little finger wave and sits back, like arm across the back of the love seat behind Theron's.
Are you alright? Are you sick? Is that why you... Looks over. Is that why you've returned? Do you need to heal up again?
Yeah,
Exhaustion, do you
a bit.
have? Just one level?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
How much
Yeah, I think
levels
it's just
Yeah,
one.
it's just one.
You just want
okay.
me to hear that really quick?
You could do that the whole time.
Yeah.
Just the calm. Yeah.
I didn't have any
What you
spells left.
what you can't?
Alright. I'm just gonna cast Greater Restoration on Aerith and get rid of that exhaustion.
Do you have the 100, mark off the 100 gold of diamond dust you need as well?
Yes.
As you have this conversation, Aureus reaches into his sleeves, takes out sparkling dust.
Glitter bomb.
Yeah, he basically glitter bombs you, and as it sparkles through the air, it turns into golden light that sinks into your body, and you feel rejuvenated, refreshed, and no longer exhausted.
Thank you, Aureus.
No problem. I guess I should have done that during breakfast, but hindsight's 2020.
I was just about to ask what Iodos was doing, but he's not here, so
Well, wait a minute.
we'll wait a minute. What are the rest of you doing as Falna? Come on in, Aerith. There's not much room left to sit. Fortunately, your seat's taken by your brother and friend here, but we could talk for a little while.
Yeah, sorry, would have called ahead if we actually knew.
I suspected. It's fine. I understand. I also know how busy you are. So, whenever you get the chance, it's more than enough for me. She turns and sits down back next to Tristina, takes her goblet of wine off of the the like side table there. And goes, "Where are my manners? Would you like drinks?"
Yes, please.
Allow me, mother. Theron will stand up to his full height. You can like hear the leathers in the overalls like stretching as he stands up. I'll return shortly with drinks. He heads downstairs.
Earth, what did you say your siblings do again? No, one's an advisor. One works at Candlekeep. What were the other ones?
I mean, you could ask them. We're here.
True. So what does everyone do? I know Aerith has talked about you in passing, but I guess I'm unfamiliar.
Most of us are diplomats of one form or another. I, Leo Valer speaking. I am a ambassador to London. I have been working with their local city-state governments and I guess they call them the noble houses there, in attempting to open up trade with their people and ours. Looks over to his right. Fina waves. I am an Eldritch Knight. I fight for King Melindrock within his armies. So I'm usually either here or somewhere nearby. Yeah, I think that's all I got. Christina kind of just like closes her eyes and shakes her head back and forth. I too am ambassador, but I was deployed to M to, try to soften some of their more distasteful policies in the hopes that we could reopen trade through the ridge with their people and the Sword Coast. And then
Curious policies.
they are fans of slavery.
Yeah,
They,
those kinds of policies.
yes, they treat others as property, brand their faces with initials to keep them with the people they belong to. And while they do have access to a great number of rare and powerful ores and minerals beneath their lands, as well as direct trade with one of the few predictable families of Drow, the city-states of the coast are forbidden from opening trades with open slavery, even though it does still happen some here within larger city-states.
Disgusting.
Agreed.
Everyone has a right to freedom
I
and
agree.
happiness. He's saying this like absent-mindedly. He's like, oh, sorry.
As your mind's wandering, do this for me. Roll me a history check.
History. I'm good at that.
You were very good at that. A scar, a brand on their cheek. You know someone who has that. Your old guildmaster, Hadrian Stonesworn, has always had the brand of an R burned into his cheek.
Oh.
So as you're absent-mindedly, like, you know that there's a connection to something. Your mind is making a connection that your consciousness isn't even aware of. You exclaim this, disgusting. People deserve to be free. And then it connects, and you realize that his past is a lot more tumultuous than he's ever really, like, fully described. And there's probably a good reason why him and Jaeger are such good friends, given everything that Jaeger does on a daily basis.
Well, hopefully with time, they can realize the folly of their ways and try to strive to be better.
I agree.
Or be convinced.
I'm sure once we're done, we could get involved if we want. I'm sure we could speed things up.
Seems like a large endeavor to rid an entire city-state of slavery, but hey, you know.
I think we could do it.
Just go ask real nicely, huh, Aureus?
Of course.
Probably be easier than what we're doing now.
I mean, you're not wrong.
From outside, Eodos, just to catch you back up to the rest of the party, because as I was going to flip to you, you disconnected, and then we got into another scene. So, as you watch Zach kind of, let's call it trudge away.
Marsh.
Yeah. What do you do?
I mean, if he's walking away and they've wrapped up, he'll just start heading towards where everybody else went. But he's followed up, so he's kind of gonna let himself in if no one's there.
Yep. As you step through the door, you hear halfway up the stairs as you're just on the heels of Aerith running up there. You follow in and have kind of been in the background of this conversation at the doorway for probably the last quarter of it. And as Falna looks up, she looks at you and goes, "Please, come on in. Introduce yourself to the family. There are no more seats, but that shouldn't be a problem."
Yeah, no worries. I can stand.
Actually, there is.
Aneados.
I believe we had met before, yes, but you weren't present the last time I saw my son.
Yeah, I was kind of in Shadowfell boot camp.
I think he said something about that. Your god, I believe, needed you for a mission.
Yeah, the Raven Queen kind of scooped me up.
The usual.
See,
Your god needs you.
Tristina kind of smirks at that. Well, that certainly explains all the affectations. You are very spooky.
Yeah. Honestly, the funny part about the spook, it didn't come from the Raven. We got a lot of this when we killed a bunch of undead pirates.
Undead Okay. I need to hear that story, so come on in. I guess you could steal Theron's seat, but
Nope.
your friend might kill you.
It's taken.
You hear behind you, "Excuse me, I have drinks for everybody."
Oh, my bad. Let's step out of the way.
He walks in with a delicately balanced tray and with practiced grace hands out drinks to everyone here. Hands one to Aerith. And then finally the last one, as he twists the tray behind him and holds his own drink in his hands behind his back, lowers the last one down to Rose, locks eyes with a smile, and then looks up
My
at Aerith.
hero.
Anything. Now, what are we discussing? I heard something about pirates.
Yeah, we're discussing one of our tales of daring do. Yep. Ended up we were trying to what was it specifically? We were heading over to Galandar?
Yep. You were technically traveling to
the Nether
Mountains. It was just Galandar was one of the stops along the way.
Yeah, so we were heading towards the Nether Mountains to meet with
that is
you sure you want to
extremely
say
far
that?
distance. How? That is very far away.
We acquired a specialized magic airship.
when Ken says acquired in the background, it's just those air quotes for him.
I see. Well, I'm sorry to have interrupted. Just I've heard of the Nether Mountains. It's said that the protectors, the metallic dragons, live there. Is that true?
I thought that was a secret, but alright. They're
Yeah,
just
we've,
going on telling people.
It's not a well-known fact. I walk in certain circles that deal with ancient histories and forgotten truths. Tristina chirps up, he's an archaeologist. He studies the past. He nods. In particular, I've been down in Schult studying some of the prehistoric creatures that have managed to survive there. It's fascinating, an entire island nation that seems locked in biological history some 10 or more million years ago. It's quite terrifying, but beautiful place.
You haven't
I mean,
gone
we've
there
been
by
there.
yourself, have you?
No. I travel there with expeditions. I'm part of a group. I was there with a dozen others within the camp when I received the message from Mother and was able to utilize one of the local wizards' teleportation circles to return home.
I mean, we've been there, haven't we not?
Have you?
Isn't that where that whole...
Where the Quaddle was.
Yeah.
That was where
no.
Tomoacan was.
When we got fucked over by Jack.
Yeah. That whole adventure.
Jack's the bitch.
Yeah, that when it he hears it and then he goes through his mental library and pulls it up. He's like, that's where we fought our second chromatic dragon. Yep.
I did not
Yeah.
know that they were. Well, I suppose they could be anyway, right? Schult is a big place.
It was a trap.
Oh.
Kind of. Yeah. It's a long story, but
I'll tell you all about it later if you want.
He kind of just looks over at you and then looks back at Ken. One story at a time, but I'll take you up on your offer. And then Falna raises her glass to her mouth and goes, Theron, please.
And if he's an archaeologist, I'm sure he would love to talk with Nicholas.
That's actually very true. But Nicholas would never reveal the fact that he was a 1,400-year-old gnome to just anyone. So he's just sitting in the background going, this fool thinks he knows history. I am history.
Well, it depends, because some people do know who Nicholas is because of his one, I forget what it's called. One of his perks where only because like the mage person from Baldur's Gate knew who he was. So certain people might know who he was, and if he's involved in archaeology, I don't know how much he knows.
I guess I will roll for him then. Okay. Okay, and then is it the library access one?
That and part of his lore is that certain
That's right. It was
mages
in
and the old connections.
Yeah.
that know
Okay.
who he is.
He doesn't seem to recognize you in the moment, or him in the moment. But that is good catching up because I wasn't aware of the details. But the circles that Theron digs in, different. They're not magical normally by nature. He likes big lizards. He likes dinosaurs, man.
Just show him
Rose polymorph real quick.
I was gonna say, speaking of,
Not in the
polymorph
house.
in the house.
right? But Rose will like lean over to him. It's just, did you ever see any of the megafauna on the island?
From a distance, they are
Bless you.
quite dangerous, so I would not want to approach within a few hundred feet. beautiful
I mean,
creatures.
You just want to know what they look like up close, right?
Without being devoured, I suppose.
We'll talk later.
He looks at you and kind of like quirks an eyebrow, and Falna just shakes her head. Anyway, your story that you were telling about the pirates and the ghosts.
Oh. Correct. So we were heading towards the Nether Mountains on a pilgrimage of sorts, where we got trapped into a domain of sorts. We tried to find land to get our bearings, and when we pulled in, undead pirates surrounded us. We pushed through, got off the island, and after some deduction, we come to find out that we landed in the lair of a blue Dracolich.
Undead. Blue Dracolich, yes.
That was
Well, I guess
kind
that's
of
implied.
implied.
Okay. He was a big skeleton, though. You gotta, you can't just say Dracolich.
Rose is over here like, stop embarrassing me in front of your brother.
Yeah, we managed to pinpoint its location because we figured we were not able to proceed further without breaking the layer's hold. We managed to pull through, defeat the Dracolich, and continue on our pilgrimage. I could go into more details, but I've been told that my details are
Strictly
Very
when written.
sterile.
You're
not a
very
good storyteller.
verbose. You're very verbose when it comes to written record.
He will
Speaking, you're
essentially
fine.
just say every little detail about the adventure.
There's no storytelling aspect to it. You need to embellish.
He's
Ken
got like the
is really
best
good
memory
at listing
imaginable.
Details in order.
Yeah, I think it's a blessing.
It is
But
a blessing.
I've
It's
also-
helped us a lot.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
just kind of
But
boring.
yeah.
Thanks.
we would not be where we are without you. So don't let it seem like we're downplaying it. It's just not the storytelling, just the writing
I mean, that's my job.
was
If you had to
rough
give
in
presentation
the
for
notes.
a professor at a college, you would excel. If you're here to entertain people, I'm sorry, but I believe that's
Leave that to me. Yeah.
Okay.
You hear a door open and close from downstairs. Falna raises her glass once again to her lips as I get the list of names again. Bring in more brothers.
More siblings. Endless
Yeah, I
siblings.
so
keep-
many Aerith.
Moving. I don't know why you did this. You did this to yourself, you know that.
I just didn't want to follow the stereotype.
I know. But what's great is that means that we could make an awesome story. She kind of just like sighs slightly to herself. Sounds like Vafir is home, back from his afternoon's conversations. His steps up the stairs. Mother, where are you at? Turns the corner. Oh, we
Join the
have
party.
many guests. Many guests. Hello. Greetings. My name is Vafir Zatanna. Zara. It's very late. My brain's not working. Looks around. Finally clocks Aerith kind of pressed into one of the back corners. Aerith. Then this must be Wanderers of Starlight. I thought there were 5 of you.
There are 5 of us.
I count 7.
We
5
have
and
Couple,
guests.
couple extras. And guests of guests.
I see. Sorry, I did not mean to insult.
They're step wanderers.
Yeah.
They were
I understand.
part-time.
Wanderers in
Interns.
law.
I like wanderers and all. Well, it is a bit of a mouthful.
Well, welcome to our home. It is good to put faces to all of the names and stories that I've heard. Mother has told us about your visits and endeavors. He turns and looks at Aerith. I wasn't sure when you were coming home, brother, but it's good to see you.
Yep, good to see everybody here. And at the same time,
I mean, we still haven't met
Not
one of
quite-
your sisters.
Quite.
By his own free will.
by my own free will, it's not like it
It was
just...
actually Aerith's plan to show up here unannounced.
I believe that.
guess.
I do believe that. And we are still missing. Ravi's not here. And Fauna just chuckles. You know, you can't tear her away from her books and scrolls. Right. Let me go get her. You all stay right here. Let me introduce you to the last of the clan. Back up the stairs.
I guess
Here.
I would turn over to the Lantern ambassador sibling. It's like, so what specifically did you want to know about artificery? Did you just want to know general applications, weapons?
Anything that you would be willing to teach me would be valuable. They are very protective of their knowledge on the islands, and the houses each have their own techniques, skills, crafts, and tricks and trades. And while I understand that your knowledge may not match what I have seen there, I'd be intrigued to know anything you'd be willing to teach me. If nothing
Well-
else, than to just rub it in their face when I get back.
Well, I'm of the opinion that knowledge should be used to enrich and benefit society as a whole. So, whatever they are talking about, I don't agree with off principle.
Well then,
So, yeah, so I guess he'll go into a very, very brief.
Oh god.
Immediately start boring him with all the
No.
terms.
No, I'm just like, so what I've been taught is artificery is a combination of a sharp mind, a vivid imagination, and a not well-built body, but enough to withstand the labors of crafting your art. I was initially trained as a battlesmith as my father before me, but due to the needs of the party at the time, I endeavored to change my specialization, and now I am an armorer, more defensive in nature. The kids here are, like I said before, are part of my armor, and actually, he'll like barely he'll ask Mia and Eidos to give him like just a tiny bit of space, like half step back, and then he'll like put on his armor real quick and then take it off to show him.
See. Interesting. So do they react to you verbally, mentally? Are they? Is it like an attuned item? Is it connected to your spark, as it were?
I guess I've gotten to where I can. It's not attuned per se, but I've gotten to where I can kind of use what's the phrase I'm looking for? It's kind of like I'm synchronized with my inventions, kind of, barely.
See.
And like when I'm engaged, my armor kind of automatically reacts to activate and equip.
Very interesting. I would honestly love to just sit down with you for quite a while and have you at least teach me some of these basics so that I feel confident, given the right person to speak to there, were I to show them that I had some sort of insights. I could get more.
Well, you guys will have plenty of time later. We'll be
Yeah, I
here
was
at
about to
least
say,
for the whole night.
Yeah, like Ken, like you know how like you like, oh shit, someone's like wanting to like actually like wants to talk about artificery in a positive way, and he's about to like click into that mode, but then he's
Oh
like,
God, please no.
actually, I tell you what, I'll do you one better. I'll write a basic outline of how I've come to know artificery, and I'll gift that to you. Because technically, and then he'll glance over and like grab Mia's hand gently. He's like, technically, I'm on a small vacation with my fiance
I mean,
and friends.
We're gonna be here at least for the rest of the night. Ken, I can't go anywhere until tomorrow morning.
I mean, if we need to go somewhere, I can take us.
No.
No, it's no problem. I mean, the magic comes back tomorrow. I can teleport
Ken would love to
us.
sit here and talk to this man after we do all of our introductions, though, at least the rest of the night. And there's dinner to consider, and
But
after.
No,
It's been a
we
long
have to
time
go
since
out.
we
We
have
have
seen
to.
his family, so
But this is the place where we went on that date. They had that. Ken, this is where I bought the potion. You remember the potion? She kind of grabs you by the shoulders and looks at you. The potion!
This is where you bought that potion.
This is where I bought the potion!
I'm not
So obviously you
surprised.
want to at least hang out for another day or so, see the
But not
sights
you just
again.
writing or talking to him.
Yeah,
I know
and-
how important it is. I know. And I don't mind, but we have to have a date, okay?
Yes, that's mandatory. That's
It's like
happening.
midday right
Okay.
now, right?
Like, we got plenty of
It's-
time.
It's like
It's like
11
morning.
o'clock.
Yeah. So, yeah.
If we're gonna be here at least another day, can I ask for something to store a piece of material in?
That sounds weird.
Kind of material and
I
what
still-
kind of storage?
Enos is gonna pull the
Yeah, he's like-
necrotic flame sack out of his backpack. Like, I was kind of thinking we were gonna be somewhere quickly. I don't want this to go bad before I can use it. Do you have like cold storage or somewhere I can put it away temporarily?
You see Tristina kind of like put her hand up to her mouth and choke back vomit, and Fina just looks over at her and smiles. Can't hold your lunch, huh, sister? And Fauna looks at it, kind of like shakes her head. Yes, there is a root cellar where things stay nice and cool, and we have extra canvas bags, a box that could definitely be lent to you to store that.
I'm surprised
I
that's
really
still in
gotta
good
get-
What?
condition.
Is
Yeah,
that?
I really gotta get Manon to make me a new one.
I think it's purely because he was already like necrotized, and this thing is not exactly just a flame sack, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's the corrupted flame sack of an ancient red dragon that we recently took care of.
And
You
the
don't
Firedale. Well, kind
Yeah,
of.
when we get to Iriabor, Eidos, remind me to go ask Manon. I gotta remake that bag of cold.
A much larger bag of colding.
I mean, if they have one, but even just a normal one.
I'm cold.
Did you say ancient dragon? Wait, Silver, brother, what are you up to? What are you into?
So many dragons.
Enos just
Adventuring.
gestures to his entire set of armor.
Made of dragons.
Are those trophies? I thought you purchased this.
Oh no.
What?
No, we killed this. Every one of these is something we have fought and slain.
Balna, I told you I was at the edge of the Earthdale. I saw the torrent of stone, Darren. But that people don't go there. They don't, and they don't certainly come back so easy.
We do.
I mean, we did get beat up a little bit.
Just a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
I am impressed, truly and deeply, brother, and all of you. I have only heard the legends of the Dales, but when Mother said that she was trapped outside one and you were heading in, I thought that perhaps there was a misunderstanding.
Oh no, we went all the way to the heart of the Earthdale. And the Firedale.
And the fire down.
All the way.
All the way.
Jump into
Yep.
the lava pit too.
About the locals, they're great. awkward people.
We have a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
He looks over at you, smiles, and looks back at Aerith. I understand why Mother is so proud of you. I'm proud of you as well, little brother.
Thanks.
Couldn't do it
We're
without our
proud of you
resident-
too.
Yep. Couldn't do it without our resident arcane genius.
Arcane genius.
Wizard genius.
Yeah. He's arcane and I'm Magitech.
Well, I'm arcane too.
Harris, arcane and swordmaster, and gunslinger.
Man of many hats, it seems.
Which, by the
Literally.
way, Ken did help me with my weapon, so.
Fina kind of like leans forward. Yeah, you're gonna have to make one of those for me. I've seen it. I need it.
I mean,
Which,
I'm
by the
sure
way,
I can-
Ken, I did think of something that I need to run by you sometime after our little vacation.
Sure. And as for you, yeah, just I guess give me a quick rundown on the specs you're looking for, and when after my time with my lovely fiance, I will try my best to make it to those specifications.
It'll be done in 7 to 14 business days.
Okay. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Okay. She kind of looks over as Vafir steps into the doorway. Sorry to interrupt everybody. May I introduce to you Ravalana? Kind of like steps out of the way and a kind of demure, shy, young-looking elven woman. Let's see, make sure I'm getting this one correct.
Oh, she's cute, Aerith.
The youngest of our troops ladies. She kind of like steps in, raise her hand. Hello, everybody. I am Ravalana Zatara. It is good to make your acquaintance. She just sort of like smiles with what looks like a lot more effort than the others have put forth.
Bookworm,
And
just like your brother.
Yep. And another timeline, Ken didn't meet me at first.
Damn it,
like,
you
looks
could have
around.
hit on one of his siblings too.
Oh my god.
The entire the Wanderers-in-law just become the Zatara family. Ravalana looks in, looks over at Vafir. Buffy, are these all Aerith's friends? Vafir nods. Yes, these are the Wanderers of Starlight, Ravi. Come on in, introduce yourself. Kind of like is led into the tight room, which now has a lot of people in it, and it's mostly just standing room. And she kind of like just like crunches her shoulders up a little bit and looks around. Hello, everybody.
Good to meet
Thank you.
Ken Silverlight, leader of the Wanderers.
Oh, good to meet you too. She holds out her hand. Silverlight. I've read that name before. You were. I've seen you. I have. How have you been since leaving the cloister?
I'm sorry?
Your time. You spent time in Candlekeep, right?
Yeah.
Your time in Candlekeep? Do you not? No, you probably would not remember me. I remember you, though. Minus the horns and tail. They seem to be new.
Yeah. Kind of a recent, let's just say it's part of my genetics randomly appearing
I
due
see.
to stress.
And traumatic events.
And a lot of
Stress
stress.
does have a way of changing us sometimes. Well, it is good to see you again.
Yeah, Candlekeep, man, that's a whole lifetime ago.
Do you ever regret leaving?
I mean, if I didn't, I wouldn't be where I am now with my friends and my fiance here. So,
He just turns and waves.
no.
Missed
I
connection.
don't think I regret it.
Good.
Granted, you know, Candlekeep was really good to me during that time, so it's not like I was itching to leave when I could. But if I didn't, I wouldn't be here.
When the time comes, we know it is that time. She kind of like looks around at the family, looks at her mother, who just smiles and seems to be just watching her youngest in this very social situation.
Right. Yeah, Rose will actually pipe up and just. I mean, if you're not comfortable, you don't need to stay here on our account. It was nice to meet you, but
Oh no, it's not. I just
it's a lot. It's a lot of people. I get it.
no, it's not. It's you all seem quite lovely. No, I.
Is it Todd?
Of course, it's Todd.
Yeah, I'll leave Todd alone.
This is Todd. He's right here. He's not going to hurt anyone. He lifts up his hat. She looks up. Oh, frog. Okay. Why is the frog wearing a nesting hat?
So that he could tip his hat also.
As you say that, Todd reaches up with the hand, his froggy arms, and tips his hat. Oh, how did he do that?
Yeah, it's
How
a little
did you-
weird.
He's a familiar. You can relax.
I see. That makes so much more sense. I see. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't get out much. Perhaps we could speak later, but for now, I believe I will return to the library and continue my studies. I don't want to fall behind on what my maesters have prescribed me. Not during my short reprieve.
Yeah. It's good to see you again. Great to see you. Yeah. I guess we should be in town for a little bit longer, so don't hesitate to give us a ring, as it were.
Okay. It's good to meet you as well. All of you. I've heard stories, and I recognize most of you from them. And finally, kind of lands at Aerith, and kind of like takes a half step towards you. You did it. Well done.
Thanks.
He steps up and gives you a hug, kind of in your ear.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
Yep.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
She whispers just gently into your ear, and kind of like her hand comes up and she just rubs the top of your hair, and for a moment you're 12 again, and she's taking care of you because she was like one of the main babysitters when you were young. She pulls herself away and smiles. If you ever wish to talk, you know where to find me, little brother. Same for all of you, although I don't know what I may be able to offer. It still would be nice to know you a little better in a
One-on-one.
smaller
Right.
situation. Yes. Looks over at Fear, who just smiles and gives her a nod. You are free to go, little sister. Thank you. She nods and pushes out of the room, turns around and gives a curtsy. It was an honor to meet you all in person, and thank you for taking such wonderful care of my brother and my mother. Thank you. She turns before anyone can even respond, just as up the stairs.
I get my fancy for books from her.
Could never have guessed.
So that is my clan. These are my legacy. Looks around.
Quite a collection.
I'm very proud of all of them. So what brings you truly to Lintier? What can we help you with today before we return to our own tasks?
Great question.
Yes, a great
Rose,
question. Right,
Well,
Rose?
We're on the
Me
way
and Ken are here on vacation. She kind of grabs you by the shoulder. And so we are going to go see the city again and maybe buy some more potions.
Do you actually? Let's not ask that right now. Yes.
Yay! Okay.
Smart answer.
Yeah, he'll look over to the Lantanian ambassador. Who's like, "We'll talk later," and then he'll look over to Fina and write down the specs.
I want what he has. The thing that makes the light and then hurts people from a distance. That's what I want.
A
gun.
1-to-1 replica. Okay,
Bless you.
that's it. Simple
I
enough.
mean, if you can.
You can't-
If you can't just
You
give
can't
me
make it
his.
exactly the same though, because then it's the same as Aerith's. That's not fun.
Give her a bigger gun.
I will take a bigger gun. What is it? Is that what it's called? Is it called a gun?
Firearm, more precisely.
See.
Gun is easier
want
to
it.
say.
I had the term gunblade, but
That'd be cool.
I mean, that's. Does yours have a. It did. Wait, it did. But it doesn't right now. But it did. Does it still?
Aerith takes it out, making sure there's plenty of room,
Mhm.
and it's in its, revolver form, and then shifts it into its rapier form.
The blade springs out, and the handle kind of cocks back at 45 degrees to be more of a ergonomic shape as you all step back. Aerith goes through a quick, close quarters. She steps up from the seat. Okay. She reaches down to her belt, unbuckles it, takes the whole belt with the longsword off, and hands it to Ken. This with that.
Add gun, please.
okay. Long sword variation instead of rapier. Got it.
You could do that? Really? Like, I'm kind of just fucking with you. And I can't tell if...
He's serious. He could
Were
do
you
it.
not listening
Yeah, don't
when
ever
I said that he
underestimate
helped me
Ken.
make it?
Yeah, I'm like, didn't you hear me? Like, what part of Master Artificer? Like, he says it
part
in
of it?
chess. He says it in chess, obviously. But
The best inventor.
Yeah.
I'd be impressed to see you make something so intricate so quickly. The maesters in London... It would be quite a while for them to create such a craft.
Yeah, well, in our line of work, I kind of learned over time to able to brainstorm, draw out, and craft with a decent amount of time. So, but yes, I can do it. I just need just a little bit of time to get the blueprints in my head and then put it on paper, figure out what materials I need, and then I can get to crafting. But again, vacation.
You are
Exactly.
busy.
So, first, she reaches down, picks up the sword, hands it back to Fina. You hold on to this. You, vacation.
Yes, yes, dear. Let's go.
Work later. Okay. Yay. Okay. All right, everybody. It was great meeting you. I don't really know why we ended up here. But I'm happy because I love this city. This place is so cool. You guys have so many cool things. It's like the Feywild, but not. I don't know. It's fun. So
It's more restrained.
yeah. That's what it feels like, right? Right? It's like the Feywild, but more restrained. Is that a good thing? Okay. Let's go get lunch. Come on. She grabs you by the hand, pulls you out past Vafir, who just steps back out of the way with a big grin on his face as you're dragged down the stairway. The dragon children following in after in their conga line of 7. Ken and Mia head on out. Well, they are lovely together, aren't they? You can see the way he looks at her.
It's gross, but in a sweet way.
Fauna looks over at you and like raises a very high eyebrow and then looks at Theron, who matches her gaze and then just raises his goblet to her and looks over at you, and there's a lot of unspoken communication happening right now. So, what is your plan for the day then? As Theron looks down at you, Rose.
I mean, you want to see a dinosaur?
Is that an innuendo or?
It can be.
It could be.
Looks
But, like,
over
you
at
wanna see a
Fauna,
dinosaur?
shakes her head. Just don't break anything. Don't tell me about it. Theron's like, would never think of it, Mother. Yes, I would love to. Where do you have it? Do you have a dinosaur?
Where's the biggest area around your house? Preferably outdoors.
Let's see. The fields near the Trinity Academy are quite vast. One of them's currently fallow, so it should... Well, you know, I think I'm just going to leave the surprise for my imagination. I'll show you. He'll stand up and hold one hand out for you.
Lead the way.
Okay.
Wraps their arms around his offered arm and then looks at Aerith as they leave.
He looks over at you as well, Aerith.
I'm just still giving the glare.
We're still connected via the mind thing, right?
Yes, you are. You are all still mentally connected, actually. That's really funny.
In the mind
I mean,
thing, can I
could
say...
always drop it, but...
Alright, in the mind thing, can I say, don't break anything, but have fun?
Yeah.
Does it count if it's one of us?
You would have to use the ability, which I guess you could, yeah.
I'm going to assume that's part of having fun, so...
Break one of us? What? No. I mean, I was very impressed when you sent Theron's artwork, and I was like, shit. Oh, no. Falna steps back. So I assume that they brought you here against your will. Is that correct, Aerith?
Yep.
They are very fun, aren't they? And Theron could use a good distraction.
Sure.
Do you not want to be home?
Okay, it's not that I don't want to be home. I'm happy to be home. It's just... It was not intended.
Is it your ex? Because he seems like a kind of good dude. I talked to him for a little bit on the bridge.
You talked to him? Why?
You see the whole room kind of tense up as you say the X, and they all look at each other like, oh shit, he knows about Zach.
I mean, you kind of reacted pretty strongly, and the dude looked heartbroken, so I just wanted to see what was up.
Okay.
It seems like he feels kind of bad for you, for
First
how
of
things
all,
went.
I did not expect to be thrusted into this whole situation with being back home, and then he appears out of nowhere after so long. How am I supposed to process it in that moment?
Better than you did.
I don't know. The haste, like literal haste spell walking away was kind of a power move. I will give you that. But he did give me a message for you that he wanted to apologize and that he would be waiting for you at your place at midnight. But he also said that if you didn't show up, that you wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. He wasn't gonna do anything weird.
Been here several times over the last couple days. We didn't know when you'd come back or where you were, and well, I know what you're into personally, and I did not want to risk distracting you. So. But he has been here.
How long has he been back in Lantier?
He said got in about a week ago. Started checking in, I think first time was 4 or 5 days ago, something like that, Mom? Fauna nods. Yes, I believe that sounds right. It was right when, oh, who was the last one to arrive? Theron. It was around when Theron finally made his way here from Schultz. It took him some time to procure transport and to get back to their base camp, I believe he said.
Did he say what time for the meetup?
Yeah, midnight.
Aerith is just like has the cup of his drink just like at his lips, biting at the the edge.
Don't bite the glass, you're gonna break it.
You're not here. You're trying to fuck my
Yeah.
brother.
In the distance,
no.
Oh my.
It's so big.
Rose out here trying to one up Halcyon, dude.
Oh no, we're not gonna fuck as a dinosaur. That would be terrifying.
It'd be a great thumbnail.
Oh god.
Wind spell, polymorph, make yourself both dinosaurs.
Oh no.
She doesn't have twin spell. She just has subtle
I
spell.
don't. And distance spell.
And okay.
But no, I don't have twin spell.
So it's
I can roll-
defensive and distance spell.
I could roll the lottery and try to get it on my chakra.
You could.
Quickly spend all your gold on a spell scroll.
It's not a spell though, it's a meta magic.
No, for another.
No, for another
spell.
polymorph is what he meant.
Well, I mean, I can't concentrate on two at once unless
He
it's
could
twin spell.
concentrate on one. He'd just have to
Is
roll
he a-
for it.
Is he a spellcaster?
I guess he'd have to
No.
actually be a spellcaster now.
Yeah, because you'd at least have to be a spellcaster, and I didn't think he was a spellcaster.
I know Fina would be willing to concentrate on making her your brother dinosaur so you can pick another dinosaur. She's just the kind of shit starter who would be down for something like that. I ain't watching, but I'll make sure you stay a dinosaur for the full hour. You have 1 hour though.
No.
Jesus.
Does she? Well, I guess she would see the dinosaur then.
In that moment, but right now you're
Yeah,
still
yeah,
walking.
yeah.
So as Aerith, you chew
Yeah.
on the edge of the cup. Your mother just sips and goes, "It's entirely your decision, little one. We will stand by you and back whatever play you want to make. But you two were very cute together when you were kids."
I don't know.
Did you see those muscles? He's gotten really just like not Theron jacked, but Fauna just shakes her head. Fina, please.
Yeah, Fina, please. Shut up.
Hey, I'm just trying to help. I just want to see my little brother happy, okay?
Mhm.
He deserves it.
I'm gonna
Nicholas.
go talk to somebody. Ravalana.
You just... Who?
Ravalana.
Oh, okay. So you're going up to the library?
Yes.
Okay. You walk past Nick and he looks up at you. I've lived a long enough time to know that you regret the choices that you don't make. You either make one choice or the other. But if you don't make a decision and a decision's made for you, you'll regret it. Just remember that.
Got it.
Head up the stairs. As the now dwindling room, it's kind of gotten to be a comfortable level of coziness. Nicholas is going to hop up next to Aureus, and so your two characters can sit on a couch together, because I think that's funny. Well, you head upstairs, Aerith, into the family's library. You see Ravalana kind of curled up, her knees up to her chest, sitting in a large chair off in one corner with a lantern flickering on a table next to her and a book just kind of pressed against her knees. And as the door closes, she looks up and smiles. Hi, Aerith.
Hi. I have something fun to show you, and I pull out the key to the book dimension.
Closes up the book, stands up. What is it?
I unlock and open the door. My own
You-
personal mobile library.
The door materializes out of nowhere. And she kind of like stands up and looks at it. A magic key. I've read about them. Where does this one lead?
I open the door.
You're gonna make her entire life.
She walks up to you and kind of looks at the shimmering threshold. Do I go in?
Take a peek.
Kind of like hesitantly ducks down and dips in through the door. A moment passes. There's an entire archive in here. Aerith, what? She's popped back
Every-
out of the threshold.
Every known book that's ever been written is in here, in this archive.
It's impossible. It's too small.
That's
She goes back in and she kind of grabs your hand as you go through the door. There's definitely thousands of books in here, but we're talking millions if there was every book.
I
This is-
wave my hand and the bookshelves just like shift.
Oh. Okay.
Any book you can think of, even ones that you've never read and you know the title to. It's all in here. Even ones in different languages.
Really? Are they translated?
No, but I kind of have a cheat for that. For at least for myself.
And like tilts her head. How many languages do you speak now?
Well, I don't speak them, but I'm able to read them all.
all of them.
All of them.
I've heard of this. Blessing, correct? Something.
Something like that,
Yes.
yeah.
Incredible.
A blessing or a curse.
Oh. Do you mind if I...
How
How
about
do I
it?
use it?
Just think of what you want to read, and it'll appear for you. Or
She-
just a topic.
Like looks into the room and kind of looks around. Man, what would she...
Right? That's like asking a kid in a gigantic candy store to pick one.
I have an idea. Okay. She steps into the library, and as she lowers herself down into that like recessed meeting, desk area. One of the bookshelves, 3 of the books, dunk, 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 pop on out, and she looks back at you and kind of like looks over at it. Okay. Walks across the room and reaches up, takes the book. Biology of the Metallic Dragons. History. And then this one. She pulls the 3rd book that had popped out at. I've seen this book. The known names of the metallics in the world. It's kept under lock and key within Candlekeep, and is added to when new ones are born and discovered. And yet it's here. How?
Magic.
That's not dangerous at all.
Just
Kind of.
be careful when you read a lot of these things. I mean, I've kind of been yelled at by someone.
Who?
Ozma?
You know, God.
Is this his library?
Would it be?
Not technically. It's kind of is. It's really an artifact of the humanity, of the people, which is why it's your knowledge that's found here, like the knowledge of the living people.
Not exactly his library. It's more like for the people.
I mean, if you don't mind, I would love to spend as much time as I can. Maybe not reading the dangerous ones, but just perusing. I've read so much at Candlekeep, I don't know what to do given so many options.
Yeah, I was kind of put off about this whole place, too. I mean, it's very useful. I use it all the time, so. And I know you love books as much as I do, so. Or even more so.
Me too. They understand me.
Just.
Thank you.
Yep, and I will first apologize in advance once I leave, so. Because can't leave it here, I'm taking it with me.
Oh, no, of course. I figured it was just until you were finished with your visit here. Thank you.
Mhm.
This is very special. I love you, little brother.
Love you too, sis. And I'll just
She walks over to you.
make my way out.
Before you head out, she quickly walks over and just gives you a hug, one that has to be done really quickly, like in the moment she makes that decision, hugs you. Okay. I'll see you at dinner. And turns around and runs over to the bookshelf. You head on out, leaving the archive behind you. And as Rose, you reach the fields in the distance, Theron looks around. This is probably as wide open a space as we could hope to find here within the city. I mean, if you need, we can go out into some of the clearings in the forest. There are some that are decently wide, but it's definitely big enough here.
It should be plenty. I just don't want to break anything.
Giggity.
Well, I am curious to see where this is going, but
I mean, I told you. You want
she
to see a
said
dinosaur?
A dinosaur, yes.
Yeah.
I don't see one.
Well, the other innuendos can come later. Hold. And Rose will start casting and cast
Okay.
polymorph.
As you kind of throw your hands out wide. The chakram on your waist glows as it's the focus for your casting. You speak the magical word, and as your body begins to shimmer, you smirk, and then the full size of Tyrannosaurus rose in all of its glory, towers 20 feet over Theron, who staggers back. Oh, I see. He looks up at you.
They just lean their face real down close to him, like right in front of him.
Like holds one hand out and like moves to press it against your snout, but kind of takes his hand back for a moment. Are you still in there, or is this a wild dinosaur now within the city?
He'll push their head forward into his, like, the palm of his hand.
Fascinating. Kind of like walks around. Incredible. To say that I have now been this close to a specimen. Although it is an arcane recreation, this is still incredible. Where did you, how did you know this? Can you speak?
So it's not too loud, but they'll just, like, growl, like, negative. After roar in his face.
You wouldn't be able to with the vocal system. The scales are so much softer than I expected. And he just like looks into the T-Rex eye and smiles. I know a good number of archaeologists who would kill for an opportunity like this.
An old man comes out. What are you doing on my lawn?
And there are people coming out of their homes, and Theron raises his hands. Do not worry, it's friendly. I am Theron Zatara, and we are simply here on state business. No one will be harmed. I am in full control of this situation.
State business, he says.
Rose, like, gives him a look, and then they'll, like,
Wow, he rolled an 18.
very, very gently headbutt him and, like, knock him over.
Full control, everybody. Full. I don't suppose you would let me ride you.
Giggity.
If a T-Rex could grin.
I think you probably could. It's probably terrifying, but you
Right.
can. You have the muscles. Get us out of
They
here.
lean down as far as they can, so
Kind of like scrambles up to his feet and hops up onto your little arm and kind of like pulls himself up on the scales. It gets onto the shoulder blades. It sits down with his legs like splayed out flat around your shoulders. You feel his arms kind of wrap around the top of your neck. Anyway, let's just run. This is what I've always wanted to do. Ride a dinosaur.
Just hear loud thumping in the background.
Rose kind of like back up to their full height and like looks around like at the city around us.
Yeah, the people that live in this farmhouse were the ones he was shouting out at initially, and these ones have come out and they're all like talking to each other. And the one behind you, the old farmer elk, damage the soil, you rotten kids. Goes back into the house.
I don't want to rampage through the city, so I guess is this like a city gate? Is it open?
That leads to the not lower city, but the like artisan district. It's just more city in that direction. It's honestly this way out here leads out into
Hold on,
the
zoom out.
the bottom
Where?
right.
Bottom right. Okay.
Leads out into it's still part of the city, but it's more of like a protected path through the forests where the trees are kept kind of back and away from where the trail runs through the woods. It's one of the roads that eventually will lead out of Farallon.
Okay, so I guess Rose will kind of like set and then rear back and then just start running like down the path towards that direction.
Okay. And Aerith, as you step out of the archive, kind of like twirl the key on your finger, leaving your sister behind, you look out the window, see as Theron rides Rose in their Tyrannosaurus form through the city, just past the window of the house, down the street. You kind of like watch it all happen, feeling the.
Aerith is just like, why am I not surprised?
Ken and Mia, as you're walking over towards the Grand Fountain Square, where the shops are all set up, and Mia wants to go and check out the potion cellar, you hear in the distance as the slamming of heavy feet gets louder and louder, and you turn around to see Tyrannosaurus Rose kind of scrabble through a turn on the road and then just begin running down the street. Enough room on either side where they're not causing any damage. They're just literally running on a heavy paved cobblestone road. Roll me athletics as the Tyrannosaurus because you approach a gate.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's open because we're not stopping.
How tall is the gate?
Athletics. Find out. Yes.
I feel like it's
You said
about to be taller.
You said athletics?
Yes. Okay.
This is terrible.
The gates are not
Plus-
open, as
Oh, well.
many things within the world are very dangerous right now, and this is one of the gates into the Noble District. It has guards out front of it, though. And as you're stomping through, the guards shout, "There's a monster coming! Something's made it within the city! Sound the alarms!" And you hear there, "No! It's fine! I'm on estate business! Confirm Zatara! Open the gates!" They look at each other, and they're like,
Better open it fast!
"What?"
50
And as you approach,
movement speed.
they're like, "What? What? It doesn't look like Theron Zatara on its back. What? Master Zatara, you're going to need to step down here and talk to us. Don't think I could do that." As the Tyrannosaurus runs towards and then kind of crouches down and spring loads up the 15. That's what you needed to clear the top of the gate.
Well, that's good.
And just leaps over the whole thing. "If you see my mother, tell her I'll be back." And you go on a run through the forest with your new friend on your back.
Whee!
As Ken and Mia head to their date.
At
Is
least
there
Rose
anything?
didn't break anything, so I'm happy.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Nothing's
They
broken.
about to break each other.
I said that was fine. I said just don't break anything.
Aureus gave permission.
Aureus and Nicholas, or I guess anything left for Aureus here as you're sitting here within the still comfortable kind of. All the rooms in this estate are built into the side of this massive tree that stretches up, and they're all like these. They're all very round. There's not a lot of corners. There's a lot of like things that create corners, but dead space from the circular shape of everything. And as you're sitting here with the remaining Zatara clan and Nicholas and Eodos, is there anything else you want to do before we call this game?
I don't think so. I feel like Aureus might even leave because I don't want to intrude, so I think I'll take my leave.
Very well. We will make sure that there are rooms made available. It's going to be quite crowded in the estate, but we will do our best. If you need somewhere to rest tonight, please return. You are always welcome here, Aureus.
It's very kind of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just step out.
I'm going to join in as well. Go see this town again. It's been a minute since I was here, and well, carpe diem and all. Hops down,
Trees.
follows Aureus out. Anything for Eodos?
Nope. I just wanted to make sure I passed the message along to Aerith.
Right. And as you kick back here, and the other Zatara children and look around. Do you stay here within the lab or the lounge? I guess.
Nah, he'll probably go out, wander the city a little bit.
Okay. The last thing is you're walking down the stairs. You hear. They were very strange, but very kind. Not what I was expecting. When Aerith seems happy. I'm happy for him. And Leveler making that assessment of the situation. You head out the front door following Aureus and Nicholas just to see what the city may bring you. And that's where we'll end today's game. Having had a bit more shenanigans, which is what I
T-Rex
sorry.
sprints by as you guys leave the mansion.
that would actually be very fair. As you step out, you kind of like take a deep breath and then watch as Theron Zatara rides Tyrannosaurus Rex through Lintier and towards the southeastern gate, and you then hear shouting.
Do I want to be funny?
That's up to you.
No.
Could be.
Yes.
Depends
Because
on.
they're definitely a T-Rex right now. All their stats are replaced by the T-Rex.
Mhm.
Yep.
Maybe.
Do I want to make them throw Eric's brother off by completely
Oh
immobilizing them on the
my
spot?
God.
Because
They're fun.
It's up to
because
you.
I don't have whole person like Aureus. What I have is hold monster.
Oh, no.
No, I won't. But I won't. Though. I'll let them do it. But I just wanted to pose that just to see if everybody wanted.
It would be very funny.
Would be
It
fun.
would be.
I think as Rose runs past, you see out of the glint of your eye as Eidos raises a hand. For a second, you think there are black shadows, but he's just waving.
I don't know if it would work, but through Lovitch, don't you fucking dare.
It would work, actually. That would actually work. All right. As you head off into the wilds, the rest of you into the city to enjoy your first of a few vacation days before you resume the arduous main story quest of Tyranny of Dragons. That's where we'll end tonight's game. That was a lot of fun.
Poor Aerith going through it, dude.
Surprise!
Oh,
First
so
his
Welcome-
family,
welcome home.
then his ex-boyfriend. What the fuck is this day?
Yep.
Best day ever.
You gotta look at the positive, Aerith. You gotta see your family again, and you're no longer
Right?
exhausted.
Yeah. And you might get to make up with your ex-boyfriend.
Exactly.
And maybe, like, not ex anymore.
Rose gets to
Right?
snoo, you get a snoo. It all
He's
works
part of an alternate pronunciation of soldier.
He is.
Yeah, I didn't want it because you were doing so good. So fat. As soon as you said it, I was like, "Hell yeah, hell yeah!"
He is a first class knight of Soldier. Soldier first class.
His superior has a very long katana. Long silver hair.
It
Yeah,
would make
yeah.
sense. I did say that the leader was a paladin of Lathander. Doesn't match the character as much, but we can make the aesthetic work.
Could make it work.
That
Ugh.
that character art was so good.
I do know that with the free version of ChatGPT, you can only do like 2 photos for every 20 hours.
Okay, all right. That I couldn't find any limitation. It let me do, like this one was 5 refinements. It or 3. Do I even have the old ones? Like the first one it gave me, he was way too old. Like he looked like low 50s, and I'm like, that's not Aerith's type. And then the next one it gave me was like 16, and I went, too young.
Just
kind of
right.
That was
curious
just
what these images look like now.
Let me see if I can find it, because I bet you it's in my history on ChatGPT. But I was significantly impressed with how it
They
worked.
have made it better, like when
Oh,
I
I did
first
have
started
5.
when I first started using it, it was very like a generic AI type art.
Mhm.
But they did upgrade their algorithm for it, so now it is much better. And you can specify the type of art style too.
Yeah, well, it was really cool because I'm used to using other AI art generators where you're like elven male, black hair, slicked back and spiky, looks like Zack from Final Fantasy VII, and they just spit something out at you, and you're like, all right, cool, I'll refine it from there. This was not like that. I typed in that, and it was like, okay, cool. Here are 8 different or like 12 more questions to refine your prompt so that we can have all the information we need. Like, what fantasy style is it in? What time period? Is he wearing any equipment? Is he carrying any weapons? I mean, they were specific questions for creating an elf character in D&D. It was awesome.
Cool.
If I can figure out where this went. So this was the first one it gave me. And then it gave me 2 others that I didn't see. Like it was making them, but it wasn't actually showing them to me. And
I can definitely see the age, but you could also kind of like play it off like he's seen some shit. That is way too young.
Well, that's why I settled with this one, because I figured this one was still old enough and still looks like he's seen some shit, but also kind of still looks like the same age as Aerith, because you would have been around the same age. And I was just like, holy shit. God damn. I need to make Mal. I need to make more character art for Mal from our staircase game, because the AI generator I used for that was not that good.
There was... Oh no, I think I deleted the conversation. Yeah, I deleted the conversation. I was just messing around with it while I was at work one day, and it did some really cool stuff with the AI art, but I think I got rid of it because I was just like, not a super fan.
I thought it was really cool. So, thank you for showing me what it was capable of, so that when I was given the opportunity, like today, I was like, I know Gina's been joking. They might end up there. Wouldn't that be funny? I think that could be really funny. I need character art for him. You sent me that character art for Theron, and I sent it to Gina, and she was just like, well, now I have to go.
And her mind, she's just like, well, now I'm fucking this man.
Yeah,
right?
I looked at him like, God damn!
Right? Holy shit,
So
damn!
my thought process to it was that, like, all of my siblings, like, all of the male siblings were, like, you know, diplomats and scholars, and they were going to be, like, thin and lean and things like that. And I was just like, I have to at least make one, you know, more attractive.
Fuck.
So I was just like, okay, so it is a good thing that the youngest brother that's not Aerith is an archaeologist, so he has to be physically fit, because in my mind, I was just like, okay, he's going to be kind of like Indiana Jones a bit.
Yep, that was exactly it.
So that's why I think, hold on. There were a few photos that did come up. I think, nope, not this one. Org. I have too many windows open.
What? During D&D? So I never do that.
Where is it? Where is it? This one. Let me see. So this one. And then
I was just so, like, I didn't know how you were going to react. I was like, if he just runs from his family, I'm going to have him run straight into Zack. Just like, turn the corner and he's right there. Just to dial it home. But you were kind of just like deer in the headlights, frozen in space. All I can think of is to shoot everybody, but I can't shoot everybody. But I have to shoot everybody, but I can't shoot everybody.
That one was the first rendition of Theron. And then I was just like, no, this one doesn't seem to fit very well. So I then what did I prompt it to say? Where is it? This one.
My prompts were literally make him younger, not that much younger.
I put, can you give him more?
Jacked.
Can you give him a more built body? So then it came up with this one.
Oh no. Which you responded.
Which I was pretty tempted
bad
to
either.
keep,
Mhm.
but I was just like, I like the outfit from the first one, so I prompted it to say, can you keep him fully clothed? which gave the current image for
Right? It's like 2 refines in, and it does such a good job
It
of
does.
understanding. Like I was really impressed.
So, yeah, that was really fun. Though the funniest thing was that when I was doing the generated art for the eldest sister, it gave her the same outfit as the oldest brother, which I was kind of surprised that it did because after like getting it, the oldest brother done, I was just like, can you create a female high elf who is beautiful and works as a diplomat? And it did that, but it gave her the same outfit, and I was just like, I can't have them wearing the same fucking outfit.
The same thing.
ChatGPT was like, "Hey, this worked last time for a
I
diplomat.
know.
Right.
Make it a woman."
And so I was just
Yeah.
like, can you give her an elegant dress in a different color? It just changed the fucking dress color to green instead of blue. And I was just like, can you give her a completely different outfit? And they gave her the current outfit that she's wearing. And I was just like, okay, this is fine. I don't want to
Good
get
enough.
too deep into it.
I like that they all had like kind of a similar like vibe to them. It was really cool, like especially seeing them all come into play and being able to sit in each of the characters' minds just for a moment. Like you built a really cool family for Aerith, and I'm really glad that we got to explore it because I know it's something you didn't want to do.
It was. I kept
choice.
it very ambiguous in his original backstory. So the fact that he still had his parents, the fact that the fact that he has siblings were kind of like a spur of the moment kind of situation.
Oh, I know because we had established in the past that you were a single child. You were an only child. That was